Hey, ladies and gents, happy Saturday. I had to pop in on y'all. Hopefully, everyone is doing well. It's warming up here, baby. It's 55. So, that's a little bit more like Florida right there. Y'all give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me. I had to bring it back for round two. I done been playing around with these documents. Oh, let me close this. I've been playing around with these documents and I had to run it back. We gotta talk. We gotta talk some more. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Tasha. Appreciate you. I'm over here clicking. If y'all hear me, I'm just clicking. Okay, let me speak to everybody and then I'm gonna pull back up the documents. I was playing around with my little text message audio app. So I think I got it together, y'all. Y'all gonna be my guinea pigs. I put the documents on audio, honey, and I've been listening to it. Y'all know I like audio books, so I put everything on here, and I've been stopping and playing and stopping and playing. Y'all gonna be my guinea pigs. Y'all gonna let me know yay or nay. All right. Hey Nestos, thank you for being here and modding for me on today. I appreciate you so much. Always here and supporting me in the channel. Hey, Miss Buckeye, how you doing? I think you came in late yesterday. Hey, Complicated. Hey, Eve has many faces. Hey, Jay Blake. Let me see. Hey, Leo Lady. Hey Vicky, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining me on the panel yesterday. Cause I was too discombobulated, baby, to read the documents, and I would start reading in mid sentence and be done jump down, look at Vicky like, okay, I'll take over from here. I really appreciate you coming up here with me because I was not ready, and I also appreciate everybody that told me that the documents was up because I did not know. Hey April B. Hey big sis, I said what I said. Hey, Tasha B. Hey, much better today. Hey, cross country cruise her. Hey, the tall diva. Hey, Sonya Boots. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Baby, you've been on replay gang, been commenting, and I've been trying to comment back as much as I can. But I appreciate you coming over here on the front porch in the live. Okay. Hey, Elsie, how are you? Hey, Patty. Hey Sanders, how you doing? I ain't talked to you in a minute. I know you've been in and out, but and you're working as well. But hey, girly. Hey, B Williams. Hey, TX Toy. Miss Texas in the building. Thank y'all for liking the live. Hey, Complicated. Hey, TDC. Hey, my Lou. Welcome. Talula. Hey, Ebony. You at work today? Okay, so you still weigh in and let me know yay or nay. I tried to do my voice, but sure, I'm sure y'all gonna hear it. Hey, only me 23. Hey, Miss Red. Hey, B Williams. Hey, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the pow pow. Hey, Rainbow. Child, my eyes be moving. Hey, let's talk about it. Hey, C Blue, back in the chat today. I love the porch. Southern girl style. Yeah. Hey, Miss Boogie Down. I hope if I drop the link, I hope you could come up today because I know you got some shit to say. Oh my God. Hey, Kumba. M. Buhati. Kumba. Sure. Don't get listen. I mess up a name, but I'll give it a try. Hey, sis, my Floridian sis. Planet Mimi TV. And fam, I love to see everybody on the porch. Hey, 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 Ben. Okay, I got you on here for the Listen, I know you got some shit to say. Everybody done been around the world with these documents. Again, it was an impromptu for me on yesterday because I did not know until you guys jumped down in the chat and told me that the documents were up. And baby, I could barely focus. I could barely do my reaction. I was getting frustrated with Nesto kept asking, well, what I'm going to court for tomorrow? What my charges is? When I go to court? I'm like, Nesto, please, sir, please. But we are back and we're gonna look at these documents one more again. I'm so ready for the shits. And we are. And I put it on audio, y'all, so we can stop and play. And I tried to duplicate my voice, child, but I don't think it sound. I don't know. I watched Charleston White on TK. He spilled more tea on everybody. Yes, yes, yes. I did a reaction to it's the first interview that he did. God, I forgot who the interviewer was. We recapped it what about a month ago or something, guys. Okay, Vic say you've been reading all night. So hopefully the voice not too bad, y'all. I had to keep sure. It was a journey because I'm like, I need something that everybody can listen to. I don't know, but y'all gonna tell me yeah or nay. But that one was the first interview that he did that I did a reaction and a recap of my reaction. And he gave a lot of tea in that one as well. That was before Tasha K. Then he did another interview with someone else. I can't remember their names, but the thing with Charleston White for me is that he's not a part of the case. Was mine say cheese, Vicky? Thank you. I could not remember because it was like almost a year ago when I did that one. But then we recapped it because the other interviews were coming up. And then in that interview, he was trying not to say who he was talking about, but then he broke down and said, I'm talking about, Shirley Strawberry, her husband, Nesto, and Erica. That one was a good one too. That was a good interview as well. But and he went into, how they approached them. Some similarities to Tasha K, but there were some other things that weren't mentioned in Tasha K, and vice versa, vice versa. Hey, old man Johnson's Farm, welcome. So with that, my issues with him is that I was trying to figure out legally how he was going to tie into it since he is not on the witness list and he did not fill out a police report and he didn't have charges brought against Erica or Nesto. I was just trying to figure out what was the deal with him. So I kind of like fell back from him until the latest, court hearing, and Officer Fields mentioned, him and kind of how he tied into everything from her investigation. And it seems like he was maybe on the lease, and he was also on the Black Heritage Radio as a owner on some documents with that too. But other than that, I just always wonder why he wasn't one of the victims, far as with the police report and charges. So that's my thoughts about that. Hey, Tasha B. My eyes hurt. I have been reading all night from Nesto to Drake. I couldn't even take notes. Then I was trying to listen to your call and I can't do Sonya's voice. All I heard was his silver. Yeah, yeah. That's the call from members. You can catch it at a later dated time. A lot of y'all was commenting like I'm just sick of her. Oh my God. Yeah, why his name isn't mentioned in the court case. Yeah, that was my only issues with him. So I'm like, is he like put 20 on 10, or what? Because if they were taking money from you and they were trying to get a house from you and you don't want that back. Was you able to like get your money back from the bank? Okay, the house situation didn't go through. He also said when they would book him to do gigs that let's say um they would tell him that they were going to make let's say $2,000, from booking him. But on the other side, Erica was be making really $5,000. So she would pocket $3,000 and then charge him a fee, like a manager's fee. So she really was making out with the 3,000 and again, double dipping and getting him to pay her a portion of the management fee. He also said that they grew his Instagram as well. His Instagram blew up, once he hooked up with her and Nesto. Oh, okay. Can DA press charges on his behalf? Yes, because from what he originally said was that they contacted him, like they contacted other victims and said, hey, your name was on blah blah blah, we're reaching out to you because they are people of interest. I don't know if they were in jail or out of jail when they contacted Charleston, giving him all this information of all this fraud that was committed against him, but it never transferred over to something legally for me. So that's my issue with him. Say, Lady T Boy, I don't trust that man. So I was waiting for his name in the case. Yeah, because I was like, I don't know about him. Did Erica scam him and Nestor was just a face? Well, he said both of them were involved in the scam. And he said that they both were present, when he was around Erica, Nestor was there. He also mentioned about them being in Miami and falling out in Miami. Erica pretending to be pregnant. I'm trying to think of some of the stuff he said because I didn't it's not really fresh on my mind. I'm just going off of my memory right now. Um and he said he was willing to tell his wife to play along with it, so he could come up and get the money. But whatever happened when they went in Miami, that was pretty much it for them. Them as in Erica and Nesto and Charleston White. He said they were trying to turn him into the new Kevin Samuels. Yes, Jay Blake. And baby, he was talking about that black coffee. They put him on that black coffee, that liquid LV. Erica said a marriage certificate stated that that Charleston was married. Yes, but I want to see the documents. None of this is involved in the RICO case. And her man James was there while she was getting it in with him, baby. He said he thought James was damn Benson, the damn butler. And say Nesto was over there. I'ma level you up. Hey Tam, welcome to the front porch. Listen, he said Nesto was over there with the briefcase. I'ma level you up. Sign right here. So that kind of had me side eyeing him, like, why aren't you in here? So then once, like I said, Officer Fields brought him up, then I was like, well, maybe he was in the mix somewhat, but that I don't get why the charges wasn't pressed, and that's not a part of the RICO. That's my biggest doubt. Still love your hair. They like your hair. I said what I said. He was making it sound like she was such a bad B. I never saw that, Erica. You did see, you saw the one when she was with Nesto with the red jersey on. And did you see when she pulled up in the car when he was calling her the Queen of the South? Did you see that Toy? Nesto and Erica was signing those black exploitation contracts. Yeah. Charleston White is a scammer himself. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know. Yes, I saw that, but she still wasn't a bad B. For Charleston White, what you think? Look at the person, right? And he was probably more about the money too. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that was when he was first, starting out far as transitioning, to, be more mainstream. You have to sit through all the information Charleston gives. Yeah, but I don't want to look at what he's talking about. I don't want to listen to what he's talking about. I want to see. I want to see evidence. So that's where I'm at with him. I need to see some evidence because you can talk, 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 but if I can't connect it to anything, I'm gonna just put it in the back of my mind for store it there in case I need it again. I don't know about Charleston White. He does a lot of capping. I agree. Hey, champions, welcome. That's true, LOL. And I'm not hating. She's not a bad looking woman, but he was exaggerating. Me too. And I've never seen Charleston White's wife, so I don't know if he have a type or not. All the Texans know about Mr. White. Okay, so all the locals, okay, so you and Toy know. Y'all know what we don't know. If Chick-fil-A gal was in here too, she's another Texan. She may know as well. What happened? I got kicked out the live. We were just talking about Charleston White. Somebody asked earlier on in the chat what just brought his name up. They didn't really say anything. I went off with that from there. TK said she heard recordings of Nesco scamming women. Shit, every time we listen to his ass on these jail calls, I feel like we listening to a damn scammer. Yes, we do. As much as I want to believe Charleston White, I'm gonna have to wait for the evidence too. Yeah. Hey, Thirsty Rabbit, welcome. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's been doing a lot of talking, but I would think because with documents with houses and them having your name on certain things that will be that's enough to add to the RICO. That's enough to say a theft or a part of the conspiracy. All that I got that black coffee. Okay, shaking my head. Yeah. And the one that I listened to, the first one, he wasn't talking about the black coffee part. I met him when I went to Atlanta last year. He actually very gentlemanly, okay, in person. Yeah, okay. And I can see that, everybody have their personas, especially, he's a comedian, right? Wow. It's just that, he's annoying. It's just that I need to see some proof. But again, I will say Officer Fields did bring him up, but she didn't say anything about all of the things that he's been saying. But she did say that his name was on that Black Heritage Media group that they had fabricated. The shell company, baby. Very, they said exactly. So I don't know, y'all. But he's not even on the witness list, so he's not even going to be in court. I will say that he is not on the witness list. Hey, Karen, because we looked at the witness list yesterday, but I looked to see, when we originally got it, if he was going to okay, I'm gonna have to move her out the way. If he's gonna be on us. For the ones that want to read along with the audio, he definitely is in the video, Miss Buckeye. Nesto say, listen, I'm a motherfucking gangster. Don't play with me, Keisha K. Because I know what I'm talking about. I know what okay, I'm finna move this too. Okay. I know what I'm talking about. This ain't my first rodeo. Let me update that his wife is black now, but he was married to an Asian. Okay. I wonder which one he was married to at the time of his shenanigans with Nesto and Erica. That show was he said. Listen, ain't that's what he said. He said that show what he said. That's gonna say I'm a motherfucking gangster. I do this shit in my sleep. I snatch souls and pocketbooks. Okay. Okay, Nesto. Acting like you don't know why you there. I don't like that view. Oh, I may like that one better. I'll have to drop the link for you if you can't find it. I put it on my community, but I think somebody said, shit, I got so much stuff up there they couldn't find it. I will have to drop the link for you. Okay, let me get my video up so we can. Okay, y'all don't forget to tell me yay or nay about this damn voice. Oh my God, sure. We got the document up. Sure. Take me to my videos, please. Okay, Vicky, so did you go back over and listen? Oh my God. Go back over and listen to the part that you may have missed on yesterday. Oh heck, I shouldn't have did it like this. Okay, y'all, I may have a problem. Because I was being lazy. Hmm. I was being lazy, y'all, and I didn't upload. Can I share two different things? I don't know if I can or not. Uh-oh, y'all may just have to listen to the audio. Oh man, I forgot I was being lazy and didn't put the I didn't do it right. And snatch identities, but we hey Miss HLS, hey Make It Rain, hey Muffin. Uh-oh, y'all, we got a Houston, we got a problem. I didn't do it. I was being lazy and I didn't do it. I didn't put the damn it. Okay, let's see. Okay, y'all. I thought I okay. Let me do this. I'm gonna hit play, but I should have added the PDF, the actual document to this so we could scroll and look at it. But I was being lazy because I didn't think about that I wasn't gonna be able to share both screens with y'all. Okay. Well, here we go. This is gonna just be the audio, y'all. And I could have uploaded the other way and put it on top of this, but that's gonna take too long. So we just gonna do that. Hey Jackson Tabasco. Hey Sleepy Libra. Okay, we're gonna move on. They say don't worry about it. Okay, let me make it big. Nesto over there sitting in the chair. This my fake woo woo woo. Not woo woo woo, Mr. Tight Pants. That's my fake. He's stressed.
Fulton County Superior Court, e-filed date 1/24/2025, 5:02 p.m. Che Alexander, clerk. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia, case number 24 SC 001723, v. Judge Eric Dunaway, Ernest Williams, aka Ernest Levelt Williams, aka Nesto. State's motion to dismiss defendant's motion to suppress. Vehicle search for lack of standing. Comes now the state of Georgia, by and through the undersigned counsel, and moves this honorable court to dismiss the defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search on grounds that the defendant
Okay,
lacks
like the
standing
voice.
to
Okay.
challenge the search in question. The defendant filed his motion to suppress on September 30th, 2024, and the state filed a response on October 25th, 2024.
All the
A partial
aliases
hearing
wasn't
was
on the
held on December
document.
18th, 2024, and the court heard testimony from Roswell Police Department Detective Natalie Fields, an argument from counsel related to whether the seizure of a Ford F-350 vehicle was lawful under the Fourth Amendment. At the conclusion of the testimony and argument, the court directed the parties to file supplemental briefing related to what, if any, of the state's evidence would constitute fruit of the poisonous tree if the court ultimately ruled that the seizure of the Ford F-350 was unlawful. One, the state requested that the court also allow it to file supplemental briefing on the issue of whether the seizure of the Ford F-350 vehicle was lawful, in addition to supplemental briefing onto the fruit of the poisonous tree issue, and the court permitted the state to do so. Accordingly, the state now files this motion to dismiss the defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing. Introduction. The Fourth Amendment guarantees that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. USC ONST. Amend. A4. Emphasis added. Since the ratification of the Constitution, courts across the nation have worked to define and refine the scope and meaning of unreasonable searches and seizures, and under what circumstances Fourth Amendment protections apply in the first place. Over time, several fundamental principles have emerged. Of particular relevance here, in order to claim protections guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment, a defendant must demonstrate first, that he exhibited an actual subjective expectation of privacy in the thing or place searched, and second, that the expectation is one that society is prepared to recognize as reasonable. Katz vs. United States, 389 U.S. 347, 361, 1967, Harlan J. concurring. Where a defendant cannot establish both a subjective expectation of privacy and a legitimate objective expectation of privacy, his own Fourth Amendment rights are not infringed, and he has no standing to contest the legality of a search. See generally Racas versus Illinois, 439 U.S. 128, 1987. See also Brisbane versus State, 233 Gobble 339, 345, 1974. Here, the defendant asks the court to recognize as objectively reasonable and legitimate a purported expectation of privacy in a Ford F-350 vehicle procured by him solely through a years-long fraudulent and bigamous marriage. Courts in Georgia and elsewhere have soundly rejected Fourth Amendment claims in similar contexts, including those involving searches of stolen vehicles, searches of hotel rooms procured by fraud, searches of laptops purchased with stolen credit card information, searches of storage units rented using false identities, and even apartments rented under false identities, and forged proof of income documents. In line with these decisions, and as set forth more fully below, the court should reject the defendant's Fourth Amendment claim and dismiss his motion because he has no standing to object to the search of the Ford F-350. Relevant factual background. On July 7, 2022, Roswell Police Department officers seized a Ford F-350 vehicle after placing the defendant under arrest on multiple outstanding warrants. A search warrant was obtained to search.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. I'll run it back. But his expectations of privacy has went out of the damn window. Okay, do we need to summarize? Because that's going into a second portion of the document from Woo Woo Woo. Here, let me go. I could switch it if y'all want me to, so at least y'all can see the words. Then we're gonna go into the relevant factual background information. That was on page 1 and 2 that we just listened to, and that was just the comes now, right there at the beginning until oh, that also included the introduction, and then the next part is, a new section, which is the relevant factual background. So, can we keep going, or do we need to make some comments? Let me see. Hey, that girl. Nesta was a busy bum and was. Hey, Latoy. Yes, definitely dismisses motion. Guilty as charged. Okay. So I did want to say that since y'all don't have the documents, I'm actually scrolling through as the audio is going. So at this part, it just sounds like Woo 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 is, he's making the foundation for what's going to be outlined in the body of his document, of his motion or his response to Mr. Tight Pants, Sean. I'm ready for the judge to let us know yay or nay, you know, how he feels about everything. I'm trying not to get my hopes up because I'm scared I may be let down. But we can move on to the second session if y'all don't have no comments on this part, because we finna get into okay, I don't see any comments. We're about to get into the child, I got so much stuff open up here. This is ridiculous. We finna get back into the background information. Um the arrest, and then, what was found in the vehicle. All right, back to the audio. Y'all seen it be this seem to be bearable, this voice. I may keep this one if I get positive feedback.
Search the vehicle the following day, and the vehicle
I want to go back
below,
to
the court should reject the defendant's Fourth Amendment claim and dismiss his motion because he has no standing to object to the search of the Ford F-350. Relevant factual background. On July 7, 2022, Roswell Police Department officers seized a Ford F-350 vehicle after placing the defendant under arrest on multiple outstanding warrants. A search warrant was obtained to search the vehicle the following day, and the vehicle was subsequently searched. The search yielded multiple items, including a black book bag containing various documents, a laptop, computer containing child sexual abuse material, cellular telephones, a USB drive, vehicle and storage unit keys, 2 black dildos, a black mask with
I forgot to
zips,
take
and
that out.
liquid Viagra. Supplemental Brief 2. Suppress vehicle search at 4-5. It is undisputed that the Ford F-350 in question was not registered to the defendant, but instead it was registered to Shirley Strawberry. See defendant's supplemental. Motion to suppress at 2. Officer Fields obtained search warrant Josh W030244 for a white Ford F-350, tag RUR 4559, VIN 696 1FT8W3 DTX sub 7732, registered to Shirley Strawberry. The defendant asserts that Shirley Strawberry was his wife on the date of the seizure of the Ford F-350, but any purported marriage between the defendant and Ms. Strawberry was bigamous and, therefore, void as a matter of law. In order to be able to contract marriage in Georgia, a person must have no living spouse of a previous marriage. OCGA, paragraph 1932A, 3. Marriages of persons unable to contract shall be void. OCGA, paragraph 1935A. As such, a previous undissolved marriage renders void an attempted second marriage. Lovett v. Ziegler, 224 GA 144 145, 1968. Here, the defendant remained in at least one previous undissolved marriage at the time of his attempted marriage to Shirley Strawberry, rendering that attempted marriage void ab initio. On October 22, 1985, the defendant married Edith Miller in Aiken County, South Carolina. See Exhibit B, Aiken County Marriage Certificate, number 157831. There appears to be no record that the marriage to Ms. Miller was ever dissolved. On September 1, 2001, the defendant married Martha Halliburton in Cobb County, Georgia. See Exhibit C, DeKalb County Marriage License, number 213875. On December 16, 2014, while Ms. Miller and Ms. Halliburton were still living, and while at least one of their marriages to the defendant remained undissolved, the defendant fraudulently swore to and filed a marriage license application with the Fulton County Probate Court, falsely stating under oath that each of his 3 prior marriages had been dissolved by divorce and that he was not subject to any legal impediment or other reason he should not be married. 4. See Exhibit D, Fulton County Marriage License Application, number 2014-6319. See also Indictment at 22. The defendant then subsequently attempted to fraudulently marry Shirley Strawberry on January 9, 2015, in violation of OCGA, paragraph 1932A, 3 and 1935A, Georgia's civil statutes rendering bigamous marriages void and in violation of OCGA, paragraph 16-620A, Georgia's criminal statute making it a felony offense to enter into a bigamous marriage. See Exhibit E, Fulton County Marriage Certificate 2015-00423. See also Indictment at 22 years. Later, on December 29, 2021, the defendant's marriage to Ms. Halliburton was dissolved by divorce. See Exhibit F, Final Decree, Cobb County Superior Court Case, number 21-1719849. On April 17, 2024, Ms. Strawberry filed to dissolve her marriage with the defendant by divorce. See Exhibit G, Complaint for Divorce and Other Relief, Fulton County Superior Court, Case number 24CV004912. The defendant's marriage to Ms. Strawberry was dissolved on September 30, 2024. See Exhibit H, Final Judgment and Decree of Divorce, Fulton County Superior Court. Case number 24CV0044912. Notably, the divorce decree pointed out that the defendant and Ms. Strawberry had no joint marital assets subject to equitable division, and noted that the defendant did not file an answer or otherwise respond to Ms. Strawberry's complaint for divorce. It is at 2. The defendant apparently made no claim of ownership of the Ford F-350. The court ordered that. Ms. Strawberry shall be entitled to exclusive ownership of any personal property titled in her name or in her possession. Ididao at 3. Ms. Strawberry was also awarded sole exclusive use and possession of the vehicles currently in her possession. Irini at 4. Further, the state expects Ms. Strawberry would testify that 1. The defendant purchased the Ford F-350 and registered it in her name without her knowledge or consent. 2. The Ford F-350 was purchased using Ms. Strawberry's funds. 3. Ms. Strawberry continues to make payments on the Ford F-350, despite not having known at the time of purchase that it was purchased and registered in her name. 4. Ms. Strawberry was unaware that the defendant was still married to Ms. Miller or Ms. Halliburton at the time of the wedding ceremony on January 9, 2015. 5. Ms. Strawberry would not have married the defendant had she known he was still married to Ms. Miller or Ms. Halliburton. And 6. The Ford F-350 would not have been purchased and registered in Ms. Strawberry's name without her knowledge or consent, using her funds had she known the defendant was still married to Ms. Miller or Ms. Halliburton at the time of their wedding ceremony on January 9, 2015. Accordingly, the defendant's use of the Ford F-350 on July 7, 2022 was procured solely through knowing an intentional fraud committed by him vis-a-vis his bigamous marriage to Ms. Strawberry and his purchase and registration of the Ford F-350 in Ms. Strawberry's name using her funds without her knowledge or consent. In light of that ongoing of fraud, and as set forth more fully below, the defendant had no legitimate expectation of privacy in the vehicle and, as a result, no standing to challenge the validity of the search of it.
Okay. Next up is the argument portion of Woo Woo's document. Let me get back over here and look at y'all comments. The whole motion was Woo and saying, "Look here, clown." I'm gonna take you all the way back and break it all the way down for you. Okay, you're gonna be begging for a plea deal. Thank y'all so much for letting me know about the sound, the voice. I can't stand that F-350. They need to go ahead and just take it to the junkyard and smush it down and get parts off of it because it's a hazard, okay, with all them damn oil leaks. That man loved that F-350 more than Shirley. The bootleg marriage, yeah. And we mentioned this on yesterday. How dare them heifers? I don't know which ones were actually at the wedding, but we have heard them make mention that a few of Nestor's wives were at the marriage, not the marriage, at the wedding. When Shirley and Nestor were married, how dare they sit their motherfucking ass out there in that damn audience, knowing that they never divorced that man? Even AI lady sound angry. I was thinking that when I was listening to her, reading this ish about her his ass. She got an attitude just like me. Nestor got common law divorces. Yeah. Have we heard anything about Dion's mom? Because a few people was asking that in the chat yesterday because when we went through the exhibits, there was no mention of their marriage or divorce. Aletha, is that her name? Or Aretha? Y'all know I'm bad with names. I think it's Aletha though. I'm listening on my earbuds at Costco's. Okay, so that means it's bearable. Much better today. That sounds like Nestor talking for I need to take it's those when they do the statutes, I'm gonna have to take that out. It's that little symbol that she trying to read. Woo, it said F with me and you will see. And will, hey, Miss Fine. What? Wow. my. Hey, Shay B. Listen, I want to listen too. So that was one reason I thought to go ahead and upload. And I forgot I pay for this damn software and I haven't did nothing in a minute when it comes to put something on Audible or audio format. So the Ford was in Shirley name. Hey Latoya, yeah, I think you were if you did come in, you may have came in late or something like that. So we all learned this tea on yesterday. None of us was aware. Like we knew that it was in Shirley's name because we've always made mention to how bizarre or weird it was that he had Shirley's vehicles in his name or his business name, but he had this truck, in Shirley's name. And I'm glad, for what he's going through now, being in jail, the legal ramifications that it was made that way. But it did kind of make us think like, why would you put your truck, in Shirley's name? Why didn't you just put that in your business name as well? Now I guess we know why. This was legitimate, and he needed Shirley, which is a legitimate working woman with her own income, to obtain the vehicle. And so Shirley said she had no knowledge of this. He was using her funds and her names without her knowledge. And she did not approve, for this purchase or any of those things. And now she's stuck with a vehicle that she don't even want. She cannot drive it. She not interested in. And she then went green, right? She don't want to pollute, the environment. Hey, I'm here for the show. Hello. Oh, Uncle Will was on his game big time with this response. Big Will, not the little. Hey, MT. Good thing Shirley wasn't, old and senile. He was going to rob her dry, then put her in a nursing home and abandon her. Right. Because, he was to me already, making sure that her relationships with a lot of her longtime friends and her daughters was rocky. You know what I'm saying? And Shirley then got to the point that she didn't even want to tell them things because she didn't want them, looking at her, side-eyeing her, speaking on her marriage, and all those things. So he had already planted the seed of doubt, with Shirley, and she had started separating herself from, her day ones. I'll put it like that. So it's no telling, how far this would have went if, he wasn't arrested, and put on Front Street far as being on the news and so on. Miss Strawberry better give Dion that truck that buckwheat worship so he won't implicate her in his crime spree. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work out. Y'all think Nestor gonna try to clap back and say she did? No. Who knows at this point if he get desperate enough and he want to and he go to a jury trial, maybe he would use that type of tactic to create doubt, in the juror's head. I don't know. Nestor's unpredictable to me, and he's very selfish. So I think he'll do whatever he has to do to want to get out. That's my answer. Not that he will get out, but I'm just, that's my perspective. Shirley is still paying for that truck. Yeah, she's stuck with it because she's trying to work on her credit. And I mean, I wish she would, when they impounded it, I wish she would have just let them keep that shit. You know what I'm saying? Just let them keep it and take that loss. But she was trying to get into her own place. And Dion can have a truck if he want to pay for it. She could transfer, the titles and everything into his name because I think if she try to trade it in or if she try to sell it, she's not gonna get enough to pay off the loan, and she's still gonna owe on the loan. Shirley is going to testify. Yeah, she got to do what she got to do. She is on the witness list. She's been on the witness list though from before this, but her and Steve Harvey and Martha are on the witness list. The truck in her name and she is paying, but I think that Dion has the truck. What the F? She better repo it from his broke. But yeah, she need to because at the end of the day, if he can't make the payments, and I would take it a step further and transfer it because we know Dion got bad luck with these damn vehicles. We always hearing about him being in a wreck. And that's another thing that concerned me with him too. If he gets into an accident, that vehicle is in Shirley's name, and I'm sure Shirley's keeping up the insurance and all that. But that'll be one more thing for her to worry about when she's trying to get, separate herself from these folks. So hopefully, she at least got the truck back. Not look or hear clowns. Oh my God. Okay, thank you, that girl, because I was looking for feedback. I appreciate that. I knew they had given Shirley immunity, and she told it all. I'm sure, per her attorney advice, she had to divorce him and sever ties, in order to not be held criminally with him. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we will know if she got immunity and all that once we get closer to or during the trial, because we learned at YSL trial that Woody had immunity also. Wendy Addison also got immunity as well, so they don't keep that on the wrap. So I think that's something we will learn as time goes on. He doesn't know them folks. Do y'all think Nesto had a woman up there posing like Shirley to get this truck? How did he pull this shit off? I wonder. Damn, I mean maybe they could look at the contract and the paperwork that was signed at the time that the truck was purchased. Who signed this shit? I think the one who was at the wedding was Carol. She's been divorced him properly. Why would she be at the wedding? The reason that I'm being messy about the wedding is because I thought some of those little kids in there was Nesto's children's or grandchildren's. In that, maybe how sometimes when your little people be in weddings, even though really you're not really a part of the family no more, just bonded by the children's. You may want to come see the little babies dressed up and being a little flower girl at a ring burial. But I would have said just send me motherfucking pictures because I don't want to see that ugly up there, okay? 'Cause I don't think I would be the ex from hell for Nesto. Not common law divorces. Yes, honey. I love that. Something tells me that the clarity in Wu's emotion will shake the hen a bit, possibly abandon ship. Baby, the people say she should have abandoned ship when she got that subpoena. Because listen, save yourself. You ain't gotta go down like the Titanic sour lemon. Okay. Save yourself. Nesta was upside down in that truck. She probably got 10 more years. Yeah, because if I remember, Patty, that they said that truck had like over 200,000 miles on it. I don't even know how they was able to finance that shit. Girl who said Nesto got common law divorces. Somebody up earlier in the chat said it. I forgot who it was, but that's what I said. Arletha. Okay, Arletha probably had the common law marriage. I said that on yesterday, so that is tickling me that he got the common law. I'm sorry divorce, right? Because everybody apologized to Nesto. Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen any documents now. If y'all seen some, y'all let me know. I just haven't seen them, and they're not a part of this case. And I can't believe he didn't marry her. You know what I'm saying? He married everybody. She must be younger than him. Because he like the older women. I really hope he doesn't tuck his tail, plead guilty. T baby, hey, I want to see this go to trial so we can get all the juicy details. Listen, a few people been saying they don't think he's going to go, but they haven't offered him a plea yet. Because y'all know he would tell us, because since they talking to us now on the phone calls and the visits and in the text messages, he would tell us. Okay, me because it was Patty that said it. Okay, me because that's the only thing I could think of as to why they didn't get a divorce. They said they were sorry, Patty. Anyone check on Sonya? I know she is feeling some type of way. Listen, say yourself. That's the only advice I could give her at this point. You're probably right, and she can't get anyone to buy it. She really should just pay in full, then trash it. I don't think there's even a trade-in value on it. Yeah, they mentioned it in a call. But they say they be scamming up there in the ATL, and they got a little car scam going on. Surely run that shit into a tree and collect the insurance money. Shirley lying in my opinion. Okay. I think the note on the truck is like $900 a month. I do know when she caught it up, looked like she paid like $1,000 or something to catch it up. It was in one of the October 2022 calls. Now she know nothing but was riding her ass around town like Miss Daisy. Listen, Linda. Shirley said I was just a wife. Well, I thought I was. Right. She had to know, in my opinion, he was trying to Wendy Williams her, which is horrible. Question: remember when Nesto said he paid off her taxes to keep her out of trouble? Do you think that was Shirley's reason to sit back and stay quiet about his criminal activities? For one, I think he was lying, okay? Because although Nesto was out here scamming, robbing Peter to pay Paul, I don't feel like he ever was to ever able to bring in an income, you know, like husband and wives do, regardless of whoever makes the most money. I don't feel like he was ever making money from the security business or the barbershop because he was too distracted, dick dashing down ATL streets and running behind women, trying to con people. And when he did con someone, it wasn't enough money for him to like come up off of. And then he would go and buy, expensive, extravagant stuff, things like that. I think he's lying. He probably told Shirley, you need to get this squared away or this could happen to you. But I think, to me, I think that's why Shirley possibly sold her home in California, was to cover her taxes. I don't think Nesto paid for it. But I do think he may have lit a fire, up under her and told her how serious it was and what she needed to do. But I think Shirley paid for it on her own. Nesto would definitely throw Shirley under the bus, in my opinion. I think he will, to save himself. And he's already been putting out little hints on the calls, in my opinion, like, oh, I was with them people when I bought that computer. Shirley bought that computer because he didn't have a debit card from the pawn shop. And he's been making little comments like that. And I personally don't think that's fair for him to do that, because you was the one out here, like I said, dick dashing, getting with these women, scamming these women, taking money from these women, coming to Florida with this little bird brain side chick. I don't feel like that's Shirley's fault. Will John, can you woo 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 woo? It is Big Petty for breaking down the marriage fraud the way he did. I love that for us. And I think he will rat her out about some juicy stuff. Oh, child, y'all. Oh, maybe he still write his book too. Don't forget about the book, The Tall Diva. I bet she gave it fully to Dion. Part of the reasons he doesn't speak bad about her. He shouldn't speak bad about hers. One yes and yes. Oh, Miss Atmos found one yes and yes. Okay. I'm like, what? Remember how many outbursts Nesto has displayed on these calls? He's definitely going to snap in court. Yeah. I could see him, y'all. I could see him doing it because he's mad and he's bitter. You know what I'm saying? He mad because Shirley done cut the purse strings, done divorced him. She got a raise. She is taking pictures over there on the post them on the Instagram. Baby, Sonya's sending them to him, right? I feel like he'll do it just because he'll be trying to be vindictive. Hey, Miss Mad About Music. If it goes to trial, Shirley will have to testify for sure. She is number one on the list. No, she not. Shoot, Erica Kane is number one to me. She the one got the deal. I'm here for the show. Nesto and Sonya talked for years on these recorded lines. Nesto has told all to tell him, and Sonya can't hold water. Yep, I think that's true. That girl. Buckwheat is a proven snitch. He is. When did he snitch? He's going to throw everybody under the bus, in my humble opinion. Okay, yeah, I didn't know nothing about Nesto being a snitch. Erica probably went with him. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Jackson. Like, who the hell went with him down there? Because Clearly he not a woman, and he damn sure ain't Shirley. So did he have another woman to sign this paperwork as if she was Shirley? I hope he shows out in court so we can laugh. He will, because he can't think quickly, or nothing like that. Car salesmen will do anything for a sale. He probably had them email all the paperwork for Dominique to sign. Okay, I can see that as well. Martha and Aletha are Arletha was at the wedding. Okay, so sure. I thought they discussed the truck on the cost of form. Shirley knows it was in her name because she had to go pick it up from the impound. What Shirley is saying, for what my interpretation of these documents is, at the time the vehicle was purchased, she was not there. She did not authorize this, and money came out of her account, but she did not know anything about this truck when it was purchased, at the dealership, when they did loan at the dealership. The hen is already rattled. Wasn't Martha at the wedding? I thought that Miles was in the wedding. Okay, someone did say that earlier, that they both were at the wedding. Oh yeah, Arletha was, because that she was talking about it on our phone call with Dion. Okay, I remember that, y'all. Why would anyone lie about something so easily proven? Wooten is no amateur. Yeah, we will have to find out. Right now, we can only go by what we see in these documents. And I agree with you. If you do say something, you are going to go under oath, and you are going to have to prove it, that girl. Was it Nesto driving all over the country in that truck too, running up miles, leaking down oil, tire blowouts, baby? You name it. Okay. Shirley needs to do another bankruptcy. You think so, Janetta? Just to get rid of that truck? I'll do what I gotta do. Janetta, I don't know if you was in here when I said shit. They say they be scamming up there, running into a tree and get the damn insurance money. Okay. Dominique hosts the queen in the chess game. She was trusted with all of the storage, prizes, possessions. Yes, since we know they seized it, she definitely the unidentified co-conspirator. Okay. Okay. I can't wait to find out, y'all. Shit. Yes, we want to know it all. Hey, glorious love. He murdered everybody. You'll get a ring. You'll get a ring. You'll get a ring. Nestor is going to plead for lesser time than he will get by having a jury find him guilty. Well, I want to know when they're going to offer him the plea deal, because as of yet, they haven't offered him shit. They're ready to take this shit to trial. She could sell it on the streets and recoup some of her money back. No, she can't, because she still got to pay the loan. Who the hell finna pay? If it was already paid for, then that would be wonderful. But let's say she owed $15,000. The county blue book value of this shit, $4,000. She can pay. She still gonna have to pay the loan. Everybody but the side chicken. Shirley better not wreck that truck, because she's still going to Old Westlake. Listen, sure, I'm trying to help a sister out. Can he even get a plea? They have not offered him a plea. We've heard him on the phone saying that they never offered him a plea. Okay. And we haven't seen any type of, evidence or proof or mention in the documents about a plea deal. I don't think so, because usually if you miss your chance, that's it, and that will compromise Erica's plea. When the truck was impounded, it was impounded via the jail. It will be named as Nesto's property. I'm just using my opinion. Well, we did a call where Shirley, Dion, and Nesto was on it, and they were telling Dion went down there to talk. He spoke with Officer Fields, and according to Dion, Shirley could have picked up that vehicle because it's in her name. Just because someone's driving your car and they get into something, that does not transfer ownership. It's still your car. So it's not his property, but Shirley could have went down there and got the truck in Nesto's property because she was his wife and he could have released it to her. But with the truck, she could have went down there and picked it up. But Shirley said she wasn't going down there. She didn't want no parts of that, and she did not want to talk with the police at that time. And that was in 2022. He probably married to IS2. I can't stand y'all. Please like the live. My mod said, well, not my mod, my boo. Design and decor and more. Welcome to the chat. Say y'all only gave me 72 likes. What's up? Fake POA to get that truck. Yeah, I would like to know. Hey, Juju D. Child, who is going to hire an ex-con unarmed? Baby, he like the mall cop. He like the mall cop, baby. He got the pepper spray. Okay. Unarmed security. Nesto didn't pay Shirley taxes. That's why she was having her check garnished. No, I think she was having her check garnished for the eviction on Bent Creek. Yeah, he definitely loved that F-350 more than Shirley. Hey, Miss Lady. I don't think he was lying about the taxes without due respect. Like, no. I don't think he was lying about her either, Miss Fire. I just don't think he paid it. You know what I'm saying? Like me and you, and I say, girl, I ain't paid my taxes in 5 years. And you be like, girl, you better pay no taxes. I'll help you, get all your stuff together, come over and drink some wine with me, girl, and help me get everything together. But when it come down to who have to cut that checker, you just gonna be standing over my damn shoulder. I don't think Nesto paid for it, but I do think he, told Shirley, this is serious and you need to pay it. You need to get on it. I do believe he did that. Only because that one and only thing he's adamant about, he never talked about. He paid for anything else. I think he lit a fire under her, but I don't think he paid it. Because for one, he don't have no bank account and he don't have no money coming in. Okay. And whenever he gets some money from these scams, he going out buying, rings and things. Nesto didn't do anything for no one. He is a taker. I agree with that girl. He lied so much. Who bought that PC? He said Shirley bought it because when they went down to the pawn shop, and he a fucking scammer. He probably made sure not to have his ID. I don't know if he ever had a bank card, because I feel like with all the bounce checks and all that stuff that he got going on, that it would be very difficult for him to get an account on his own. But he could maybe have, like we said yesterday, have a business account with the CPNs, something like that. But I don't think he ever had his own bank account like that. But a nigga like him leave their ID at home and be like, oh, I left my wallet. You know what I'm saying? I'll pay you back and never pay you. Yes, the car was in Shirley's name. Thank y'all. How far we gotta go? Okay, not too far. He probably did pay for the taxes, but with stolen money. Oh, Lord. And if he paid anything, it was with Shirley's money or some stolen scam money. Hey, please and thank you. Hey, CW. Welcome, everybody. Okay. Yes, absolutely can see that. I agree. She didn't know. Yes, at Miss Mad About Music, he paid for those back due taxes with stolen money. Shirley was well aware of this. Yeah, because with the amount of money that Shirley made and no assets, nothing to offset, y'all really think Nesto had that kind of money? What do y'all, if we had to estimate, what y'all think the taxes would be on that? And we still don't know if she have taxes coming out of her check, because some of us think that because that she may be like a 1099 employee where she's responsible for paying her own taxes, and they're not taken out of her check. How much y'all think her taxes would be? And I just don't think Nesto had the money, because he never he didn't have any income coming in. Money came out her account. What to purchase the truck? Yes. According to I would say this a third party statement from Shirley that Wooten put in these documents, because we don't have no type of affidavit with Shirley actually saying this. So I'm gonna say we're hearing this third party per the document. At Janetta, she did file bankruptcy but didn't finish the process, so it was canceled. Remember, the people said he snitched on. Yeah, but I don't repeat nothing that I can't verify, so I'm gonna skip that. Because if I don't hear Big Meech come on here and say it himself, I don't. I gotta see a document. I don't know nothing about that, and he's never had drug charges, Nesto, at all. And when I look up Nesto, I look him up by his own number, okay, like your social security number. But since he's a felon, I look him up by his inmate information, and he's never been arrested for drugs. It's not even on his document that we do that Wooten put together. He has no drug charges. Okay, we see people who file 3 times a year. Now, I do know somebody that own a business, Janetta, and they are a business owner, of course, they own a business. And they pay theirs quarterly. Because they say they can't see a big chunk of money being paid at one time. So they do pay theirs quarterly. So if she did not know about the truck, she never said it on the call. She just followed instructions on how to pick it up. Yeah, we don't know when she found out either. She may have found out before he went to jail. Nesto would throw everyone under the bus. He said he's not laying down for nobody. Okay, laying down means do a bid in jail or prison. I learned that in jail. Yeah, I just realized something. He was talking mad stuff about how bad her credit is. I believe to Dre. All the well. I think that's supposed to be wild. He was ruining her credit with that truck, not paying that note. What a scoundrel. Okay. The liar said the wives were at the wedding. I need unbiased report. If that truck was purchased by fraud, she can have it removed. It takes time, but possible. Yeah, I'll be willing to go through the process, that girl. Listen to me, 301. The ex were at the wedding because it was a celebratory, it was a a celebrity wedding. I don't know who said shit better not. you you a native. If I don't see the documents, I don't believe it. And I do know Nesto does not have any drug charges on his record. Sahin said that not taking no plea deal. She did. He wanted a plea, but Sonya said no. Drop all charges. Hey, Rain, Charleston White is on the witness list. No, Charleston White is not on the witness list unless they have an updated one that I haven't seen. Shirley took forever to get that truck. I wish she would have just left it. The streets can pay the loan off. They like that type of truck. So someone may give her what she owes on it and she wouldn't have to worry about it. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to buy a truck with over 200,000 miles on it unless they want parts off of it. Hey, Linda Gibbs. It has been said many times that truck was in Shirley's name. It was even used in tight suits motion to suppress the truck evidence. Yes, it has been said, but we're talking about it. Take that away and think about at the time it was purchased, right? Not what happened after Nesto was arrested and years later when these motions were filed. She said at the time it was purchased, she wasn't aware, and now she's been stuck with it. You got to backdate it just a little bit. What is White on what number is White on the witness list? He's not on the one that I have, and we looked at it yesterday. Hell, that was stupid. Why keep paying on the truck while it just sat? I think it was because of her credit. Because remember, she's trying to get her apartment. She was trying to get her somewhere to stay at. Girl, that's all he talked to her about. He married everybody. It said he baby married the woo. Oh Lord. That's the shaka shuffle. Hey, okay, right. If that raggedy truck, that's what I'm saying. Say somebody stole it. The argument is not that the truck was in Shirley's name, it's how it got in her name. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to distinguish. Thank you, that girl. I was born and grew up in the country, and I definitely don't like sitting on the porch, but I will watch from the living room. Well, you on the porch now. Okay. We gotta get back to the document, y'all. That's why he was so concerned with getting her credit together so he could use it himself, right? My question is not about Shirley taxes. What about his taxes? He ain't never filed. Because when I did my research, none of these businesses been in his damn name. His name just been the face of the business. Okay. We know when Carol divorced her, she took her shit, snatched her shit back, right? Then we say Ebony helped him get set up, with the second Nesto barber, right? He never had a barber's license and that shit went in his name. He ain't never paid taxes. Well, to sign it all up, the jury will definitely be convinced the jury would definitely be convinced that he committed these crimes and he will be convicted. I agree. I ain't got no problem with that. I want his ass in jail. He need to pay. Hey, out the bushes. The old somebody stole my wallet from the Waffle House scam. Yeah, he had identity theft. Hey, Dr. Charles. Okay, y'all, I'm trying to get caught. Okay, here we go. I think Nestor was hoping that it was a chance that they didn't find everything in that truck and was in a frenzy to get it back. Tashima too. Uh-oh. Hey, clutching my pearls. That fool didn't pay for nothing. I'm here for the show. I doubt that he has ever worked a job in order to pay taxes. They say he had a job changing tires when he was like 15. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know his age. Nestor gross income was about 20K a year, and and that is being nice. Taxes will be estimated at $1.23 billion. Okay, about opinion. Okay, about 45. Yeah, because let's say she hadn't paid in at least 3 years. And with her salary, you think Nestor had $50,000 sitting around? Yep, she sure did, and did not even list him as her spouse. The bankruptcy was dismissed. Replay. I don't think Nesto had money to pay Shirley taxes. I believe he nagged her to pay it. That's what I'm thinking. And he could use her name for more stuff. Shirley was a scammer's dream. Oh no. Hey, 80%. See ma, Sonya probably checking fix it right now. Hey Nola. Why would he even invite their exes to the wedding? The question is, why the hell they want to go? Just send me picture of the grandbabies or the children, right? I bet Sonya would take a plea with her. They say because it was a celebrity wedding. Because he must the idiot. Hey, allegedly. Please and thank you. My apologies. What? Well, hey. We know we get excited. He wanted to plead guilty to some charges, and Sonya said no, but she not there serving that time with him. And ain't okay. You need a black light for that nasty truck. Yes. Can't wait for the calls and visits after this motion. Sorry, you're gonna be sicker. Resuscitate her. So where's the truck? Dion still driving it? We don't know. Where is Dre? Dre, what you think about this in response? The people want to know, Dre, are you here? I think they needed help. Okay. So far, there's no information as yet that Shirley was a scammer, but all things are possible. So I like the fact. You like the fact? Okay. Shirley said on the call, it's my truck, but we'll play dumb. Oh, listen, Keisha Marie, I think she need to keep till trial is over. You think she need to keep the truck until the trial is over? Okay. Lamont, where you at? The people want to know. Dre at Zaxby's. I agree something is hidden in that truck. Nesto was so specific in removing the wheels, tires to fix the brakes. I grew up in the city. Our street was a bus at Main Street. We love sitting on the front porch. Yes, honey. And she do too. Linda do too. That's why she over here. She surely said it's her truck, but that don't tell us how it became her truck, right? In this case, will bring out many twists and turns. Thank you, that girl. And right there, we going back to the audio, okay? Try where we at. We are at the argument part, okay?
Argument. The Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches, and the seizures shall not be violated. U.S. Constitution, amend 4. Fourth Amendment rights are personal rights that may not be asserted vicariously, Racas 439 U.S. at 133, and a defendant. Challenging a search or seizure as unreasonable must establish standing, i.e., a proprietary interest, in or a legitimate expectation of privacy regarding the place searched or evidence seized. Burgesson versus State 2 and 67, Garner 102, 105, 1996. As such, to prevail on a claim that law enforcement conducted an unconstitutional search under the Fourth Amendment, a defendant must first establish he had a legitimate expectation of privacy in the place searched or evidence seized that society. IS prepared to recognize as reasonable. Racas 439 U.S. at 133 to 34. See also California versus Chirolo 476 U.S. 207 211 1986. Standing to challenge search requires a subjective expectation of privacy that society would recognize as legitimate. Further, it is the defendant who bears the burden of establishing both a subjective and an objective expectation of privacy. Racas 439 U.S. at 131. Stinsky versus State 281. Guillet 783, 783, 84, 2007. Finally, whether society is willing to recognize an expectation of privacy as legitimate is a question of law. United States versus McKinnon 814 F2D 1539, 1543, 11th Sermon 1987. Georgia courts have routinely rejected the proposition that society is prepared to recognize any legitimate expectation of privacy in property. That is stolen or procured by fraud. In Burgesson, a defendant was convicted of murdering a victim and stealing the victim's vehicle, 267 Guillet at 10203. Sometime after the murder, police located the defendant and her cohorts driving the victim's vehicle, initiated a traffic stop, and conducted a warrantless search of the vehicle. Adyi. At 105, the Supreme Court of Georgia affirmed the trial court's denial of the defendant's motion to suppress the search of the vehicle, holding that the defendant had no standing to assert a violation of her Fourth Amendment rights because she had no proprietary interest in the vehicle or legitimate expectation of privacy regarding the vehicle or its contents, ed. On the contrary, the court observed, as one knowingly using a stolen vehicle on a public roadway, the defendant probably was in constant expectation of intrusion by the authorities. Idincher at 105-06, citing Brisbane 233 Guillots at 344. See also Thomas v. Estate 274 Gay 156, 160, 2001, no legitimate expectation of privacy in a stolen vehicle. In Brisbane, the Supreme Court of Georgia again held that a defendant has no standing to challenge the search of a stolen vehicle, relying on language from an Emory University School of Law Journal article observing that one in unlawful possession of a stolen vehicle should be in number better positioned to assert a claim of invasion to his privacy with respect to the search of the vehicle than would be a trespasser on real property. 233 GA at 34445, quoting Gooderman, a person. Aggrieved, standing to suppress illegally seized evidence in transition, 23 Emory LJ 111 128, 1974. The court followed the same logic in Sanborn versus State, 251 GA 169, 169, 70, 1983. Like, in Burgesson and Brisbane, the court held that a defendant's challenge to the lawfulness of a vehicle search must fail because defendant and his companion could have had no legitimate expectation of privacy in a stolen car. It occurs at 169. See also Tisdall versus State, 158 Ja App, 852, 855, 1981. No legitimate expectation of privacy in a stolen vehicle. Mahar versus State, 137 Gay, App, 116, 120, 1975, same. Georgia courts have not limited this logic to stolen vehicles, but have also extended it to other circumstances where a place searched was procured by a defendant by fraud. In State versus Delvecchio, the Court of Appeals of Georgia agreed with the prosecution's argument that one who obtains a hotel room by presenting a fraudulent credit card has no reasonable expectation of privacy and therefore lacks standing to challenge a search of the hotel room. 301 Gera Apat 560, 2009. The court acknowledged that while registered guests of a hotel room can have a reasonable expectation of privacy in their room, one who obtains a room by fraud can have no reasonable expectation of privacy in the room. D. At 562, like one in possession of a stolen car, mere unlawful possession of a room does not alone warrant a reasonable expectation of freedom from governmental intrusion. Edema, citing Brisbane, 233 Garners at 344, cleaned up. Numerous federal cases are in accord. In United States versus Cayman, the defendant purchased a laptop computer using stolen credit card information, 404 F3D 1196, 1197, 9th Circuit, 2005. Police conducted a warrantless search of the laptop, which was found to contain images of boys who were around 10 or 12 years old exhibiting their genitals for the camera.
Oh my God, I forgot I should have took that out. Y'all, I missed that part on yesterday about the boys. Oh shoot. I what, Dr. Charles? I missed that part about the boys, guys.
At 1198, the defendant's challenge to the warrantless search of the laptop was flatly rejected because, as the district court found, Cayman obtained the laptop computer by fraud. He had no legitimate expectation of privacy in the
Oh no,
contents of the
that's the
hard
law.
drive.
That's the law that they read. That's
At
about the boys.
1201.
Okay.
In reaching its conclusion, the court noted, "We see no ground on which to distinguish property obtained by fraud from property that was stolen by robbery or trespass." In United States versus Johnson, the defendant directed his girlfriend to rent a storage unit using a stolen identity, 584 F3D 995 996, 10th Sir 2009. Police conducted a warrantless search of the storage unit and located 2 firearms, which the defendant was prohibited from possessing because of his status as a convicted felon. The 10th Circuit forcefully rejected the defendant's challenge to the warrantless search, finding that the defendant had no Fourth Amendment rights in a storage unit procured by fraud. Ultimately, what matters is not whether Johnson might have some legitimate property interest in the storage unit, but whether Johnson's interest is one that the Fourth Amendment is intended to protect. Arguments such as those Johnson advances here do not distract us from the fact that a fraud was perpetrated and the victim was a third party. We will not be a party to this fraud by legitimizing Johnson's interest in the storage unit. Therefore, whatever subjective privacy expectations Johnson had in the storage unit were not expectations that society is prepared to recognize as objectively reasonable. Johnson, thus, did not have any Fourth Amendment rights in the unit and could not expect that the police were required to obtain a warrant or establish an exception to that requirement in order to search the unit. ID at 1004, cleaned up. Other similar challenges to warrantless searches have been rejected where a hotel room was searched without a warrant after the defendant obtained the hotel room using a false name and a dead woman's credit card, United States versus Kunag, 386 F3D 888, 9th Circuit, 2004. Defendant could not have reasonable expectation of privacy in room he obtained through misstatements, lies, fraud, and forgery. Where a vehicle was searched without a warrant after the defendant provided a false social security number on loan documents for the vehicle and stopped making payments on the vehicle. Newman v. United States, number 20 CR 19 1 JPS, 2020 US Dista Lexus, 126160. ED Wiesdern Julender 17, 2020, where an apartment was searched without a warrant after the defendant rented the apartment using the name of a deceased individual, provided a forged driver's license, and provided a forged tax return to demonstrate his ability to pay rent. United States v. Rigmaiden, number CR 08814 PHX DGC, 2013 US Dist. Lexus 65633. D. Arizi April 5, 2013, and where a hotel room was searched without a warrant after the defendant, and accomplices rented the room under a false name and using stolen credit card information. United States versus Wykyung, 845 F. Suppers, 1548, 1563, 1994. The defendants abandoned any legitimate expectation of privacy the moment they attempted to perpetrate a fraud. Returning to Katz and its progeny, the question before this court is whether society is prepared to recognize as objectively reasonable and legitimate the defendant's purported expectation of privacy in a Ford F-350 that came into his possession only because of a year-long fraudulent and bigamous marriage to Ms. Strawberry, and that he purchased and registered in her name using her funds without her knowledge or consent. As a starting point, it is axiomatic that the act of bigamy itself is one that modern society is not and never has been prepared to recognize as legitimate. Beginning as early as 1604, King James I assented to an act of the English Parliament, creating the felony offense of bigamy if any person or persons being married do at any time. After marry any person or persons, the former husband or wife being alive, that then every such offense shall be felony. Edward Coke, Institutes of the Laws of England, sheet 27 at 88, 4th November 1669. Modern spelling used. Indeed, as the Supreme Court of the United States long ago observed, we think it may safely be said that there never has been a time in any state of the Union when polygamy has not been an offense against society, cognizable by the civil courts and punishable with more or less severity. Reynolds v. United States, 98 U.S. 145, 165, 1878. And the Georgia Code follows suit. OCGA, paragraph 19-3, 2A, 3, and 19-3, 5A establish that bigamous marriages are void as a matter of law, and OCGA, paragraph 16-6, 20-A, creates the felony offense of bigamy. See also Gotcha Code Pont 2, Tit 2, Chart 1, Art 1, paragraph 1653, 1657, 1861, bigamous marriages, void pursuant to first codification of Georgia law, GA Code Pont 4, Tit Par 1, paragraph 4415, 4416, 1861. Bigamy a felony pursuant to first codification of Georgia law. Moving past historical precedent, the real-world consequences of the defendants, fraudulent and bigamous marriage suffered by Ms. Strawberry, and indeed the same consequences suffered by any unwitting spouse victimized by a bigamous marriage, should not be lost on this court. Not only did the defendant's actions constitute a gross violation of Ms. Strawberry's trust and create the potential for lasting emotional harm and embarrassment, but the potential legal consequences for Ms. Strawberry and similarly situated victims are innumerable. The federal government has previously identified a total of 1,138 federal statutory provisions classified to the United States Code in which marital status is a factor in determining or receiving benefits, rights, and privileges. U.S. General Accounting Office, GAO 04353R, Defense of Marriage Act. Update to prior report, January 23, 2004. https www.gao.gov, assets, GAO 04, 35ppr.pdf. These benefits, rights, and privileges under state and federal law include, among others, federal income tax benefits, 26 USC paragraph 1 ed SEQ, state income tax benefits, OCGA, paragraph 48.7, Vendicet, family hospital visitation rights, OCGA, paragraph 21.7 Saturni, ASEQ. Next of kin status 4, emergency medical decisions, OCGA, paragraph 21.9, 1 ASEQ, tax-free transfers of property between spouses, 26 USC, paragraph 2056, family violence protections, OCGA, paragraph 4, 6520D, 16521I, 16523F, 16523.1F, 16524G, OCGA, paragraph 9.321, ASIC, and various spousal privileges in court proceedings, OCGA, paragraph 24, 5501A, 1, 24, 5503, 24, 5505A. Simply put, the defendant's fraud operated to deprive Ms. Strawberry of potentially thousands of benefits, rights, and privileges tied to marital status under state and federal law. Moreover, he purchased the Ford F-350 using her funds and registered it in her name without her knowledge or consent, leaving her with the financial burden of an unwanted vehicle that she continues to pay for to the present day. The defendant fully knew he had procured the Ford F-350. By fraud, knew that his fraud might someday come to light and terminate his access to the vehicle, and should have been in constant expectation of intrusion by the authorities by driving such a vehicle procured by fraud on a public roadway. See Burgesson 267 Gate at 10506 as the Supreme Court of Georgia recognized in Brisbane, one in unlawful possession of a vehicle should be a number better positioned to assert a claim of invasion to his privacy with respect to the search of the vehicle than would be a trespasser on real property. 233 Ga at 344-45. In this case, the defendant abandoned any legitimate expectation of privacy in the Ford F-350 the moment he attempted to perpetrate a fraud.
Not
C.Y.
perpetrate.
Kung, 845F, Sup at 1563. It is immaterial whether that moment was when the defendant entered into a fraudulent and bigamous marriage with Ms. Strawberry, when he procured the Ford F-350 using Ms. Strawberry's funds on account of the fraudulent and bigamous marriage, or when he registered the vehicle in Ms. Strawberry's name without her knowledge or consent. The entire transaction from beginning to end was fraud, and this court should not be a party to that fraud by legitimizing the defendant's purported privacy interest in the Ford F-350. See United States versus Johnson, 584 F3D at 1004. Conclusion: for the reasons set forth above, the court should dismiss the defendant's motion to suppress vehicle search on grounds that any subjective privacy expectations the defendant may have had in the Ford F-350 were not expectations that society is prepared to recognize as legitimate and objectively reasonable. As a result, the defendant lacks standing to challenge the search. Respectfully submitted this 24th day of January 2025.
Okay, that's Wooten's part. Any comments before we go over? After that it's Fonnie T. Willis and John, W. Will Wooten signature. Let me see. Hey, Crystal. I'm starting to believe that Hoover is being lazy and listening to Slonia. Slona, okay, instead of giving his due diligence to his case. Oh, listen, this is a nasty game of Chinese chess in my Lady T voice. Listen, I'm just waiting to see what the judge gonna do, because I don't know. Y'all know I don't. We're waiting on the judge. Then we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk more. Then I don't know. I'm unsure about how the judge is going to rule on this. Shirley is gagging. This ninja had me out here uh shacking for 10 years, shaking my head. They were invited by Nestors. Wooten said, "Get the hell out of here with your." I'm not with her. Genius how AI read this. Yes, because I was sitting here. I'm like, listen, I'm like, why did I put this on AI? I pay for this shit every month. Let me put it up there. Yeah, she got mad. Experiencing multiple personality disorder. She like, please, I can stop reading. Not driving a vehicle obtained by fraud on the public roadway. The nerves. Hey, real. Wooten might not have named all the things found in that truck. We don't know who gonna call up to the clink and request a welfare check. Fraudulent and bigamous Nesto. Baby, he gone on just that alone. He gone on that just alone. Okay, somebody going to the hole after their sign and reads that response to them. Hey, cool weather farmer. His ass need to be laid out. They're gonna have to resuscitate Nesto. Hey, sunshine. I don't know, y'all. I am here for the show. If the side hand has any sense, she disappear into the void. Yeah, save yourself. I'm with Lady T-Bug. I want Nestor to get baptized, but I'm waiting for the official response from the judge. Yeah, because I'm kind of biased and I'm against Nestor. Okay, so of course I'm gonna see it one way. All that corn, the judge is going to deny. I hope Wooten did some nasty work last night. And remember that the corn is not a part of this case, too. Hey Anissa Ali, welcome. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to he tried to hide his documents from us, but we got it anyway. We're gonna move forward to Sean, Mr. Tight Pants document and chore. I don't even know what to say. Let me just hit play.
Fulton County Superior Court date 1/6/2025, 4:17 p.m. Che Alexander, clerk, in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia. State of Georgia. Indictment no. 24 SC 01723. Plaintiff, Judge Eric Dunaway. V. Ernest Williams, defendant. Supplemental brief to suppress vehicle search and all. Derivative evidence comes now. Defendant Ernest Williams by and through undersigned counsel and hereby files this supplemental brief to suppress vehicle search and all derivative evidence obtained from the search of the white Ford F-350 and all derivative evidence pursuant to the 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 1, due process, Paragraph 13, search and seizure, Paragraph 15th, self-incrimination of the Constitution of the State of Georgia, OCGA, Paragraph 17, Tar 5 to 30, Paragraph 17, 4 Tar 20, and our other statutory and case law. In support of this brief, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams filed a motion to suppress on September 30th, 2024, challenging the search of his vehicle upon his arrest. The court held a motions hearing on December 18th, 2024, where argument from Mr. Williams and the state were presented. At the end of said hearing, the court ordered Mr. Williams to file a brief outlining which pieces of evidence he believed were derived from said search and should be suppressed if the court were to agree the search itself was, in fact, illegal. In support of this brief, Mr. Williams shows as follows. Mr. Williams was arrested on July 7th, 2022 at approximately 1:30 p.m. by Patrol Officer Fields and Officer Yavtushenko. The vehicle Mr. Williams was driving at the time was subsequently illegally impounded and illegally searched the following day. Ms. Scretchen investigation. During the search of the Ford F-350 on July 8, 2022, a backpack was found inside the vehicle. Within the backpack, a piece of paper with Melody Scretchen's credit card number was located. Ms. Scretchen authorized use of the credit cards for the purchase of home appliances. After finding this piece of paper, Patrol Officer Fields reached out to Ms. Scretchen via a phone call on approximately August 15th, 2022, almost a month after Mr. Williams was arrested. Ms. Scretchen stated she reported her car stolen on June 4th, 2022, with the South Fulton Police Department. Ms. Scretchen also mentioned a report she filed regarding the use of her credit card for items not authorized. Mrs. Scretchen was interviewed again on August 30th, 2022 by DT Gooden and Patrol Officer Fields. During this interview, Ms. Scretchen provided information on how she met Mr. Williams, how the two of them discussed doing business together, and what steps the two of them took towards their business venture. Following this interview, Ms. Scretchen then filed a report against Mr. Williams for using her credit cards for unauthorized items. Ms. Bickham. During the search of the Ford F-350 on July 8, 2022, a backpack was found inside the vehicle. Within the backpack, a check from Wade Ford for $2,850 was located, along with invoices from the sale of a 2021 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. Ms. Bickham was interviewed by Detton Gooden and Patrol Officer Fields on October 13, 2022. During this interview, she discussed how she and Mr. Williams met, as well as their multiple business discussions ventures. Ms. Washington. Ms. Washington was interviewed on August 27, 2022. During this interview, she talked about a 2021 Harley-Davidson that had previously been seized. She further discussed how Mr. Williams helped her pay the down payment on the motorcycle, how they worked together on other business ventures, and how she didn't know he was already arrested when she was trying to get in touch with him. Ms. Delaney was interviewed by Det Gooden and Patrol Officer Fields on September 15, 2022. Patrol Officer Fields identified Ms. Delaney as a previous associate of Mr. Williams. After they searched the residence at 980 Pine Grove Road and located a 2020 Harley-Davidson motorcycle. During this interview, Ms. Delaney explained how she met Mr. Williams through another person and how they discussed possible business ventures. Ms. Delaney also explained how she wrecked another vehicle she had and gave Mr. Williams permission to store her Harley, Davidson and trailer at his residence. Sometime later, Ms. Delaney filed a report with Sandy Springs PD and applied for a warrant hearing in Fulton Magistrate Court. The warrant application was denied, and Ms. Delaney was ultimately charged with filing a false police report. Ms. Delaney was again interviewed by Patrol Officer Fields on September 16, 2022. This interview was specifically in regard to Patrol Officer Fields getting information for the theft of the Harley-Davidson. Afterwards, Mr. Williams was charged with multiple counts of conspiracy to commit a felony. Evidence seized from Ford F-350. 1. White Ford F.
Okay, I'm gonna get into the evidence. Let me get over here and check y'all out. I can't wait too. Did she discuss the multiple rumps in the RV? Oh Lord. And okay, I keep exiting and returning. Okay. Hoover should have been shamed just writing all the scamming foolishness. Yeah. Muttley was very, very busy, wasn't he? And was. Sherry, you have the right one, baby. On the front part. Yes. We read it yesterday, and I wanted I put it on AI, baby, because I just wanted it read to me without this, soccer listen. Okay, we about to get into the evidence seized, and I think after this, that's it. Because of course, the exhibits are more like photographs, you know what I mean? Like the documents from the marriage certificates and documents and the divorce decree. So this will be it. I definitely wanted this part. Woo, this a lot. Okay. She gonna really be frustrated reading this part. Okay, we moving forward to the evidence. All right, I don't see no comments. Just Sherry thinking, like, am I on the right channel? I feel like I'm in the classroom listening to listening to something. Oh my God. Okay. We almost done.
F-350. Search warrant SW030244. A. Item seized. I. A black book bag with multiple documents. 1. 2155 Bent Creek Manor, Vista Ray eviction, case number 20ED167485. A. Wells Fargo letter dated 04/15-22. B. Affidavit of garnishment on a financial institution. I. Don Poplawski, Vista Ray agent. 2. Receipt for Precinct 1 autos. A. Count 26. 3. Paper with Melody Scretchen's credit card number. A. Counts 26 to 30. 4. Check from Wade Ford for $2,152 found in black backpack in F near 350. A. Connected to Gail Bickham, alleged victim. B. Williams traded in 1997 Prevost vehicle that Bickham allegedly purchased and Mercedes-Benz GLE registered to Bickham for 2002 Prevost vehicle. I. Bill of sale picture for 2002 Prevost vehicle. D. Traded in 1997 Prevost vehicle. 5. Traded in 2021 Mercedes-Benz GLE. Ivian seller, Premium Coach Group, Arizona. 5. Invoice from G-Wagon sale. A. 2002 Prevost vehicle and 2008 Freightliner traded in for Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon at Wade Ford. B. $2,152 was the remaining balance owed to Ernest Williams from trade in value. C. Counts 23 to 24. 6. Multiple hotel invoices. Alleged victim. 7. Notice for payment from Palmer Dodge dated 12/22/21. A. Amount $2,774.40. B. For servicing 2012 Black Dodge Charger. C. Payment tendered was returned for insufficient funds. D. Charges. Counts 24 to 25. I. Deposit account fraud. 1. Warrant. EW 0371530. T. Theft of services. 1. Warrant. EW 0371529. 8. Atlanta Fine Cars Buyers Contract. A. 2014 Bentley Mulsanne purchased March 2020 plate. RWE 6632 SATA 2. Silver and black GTAC computer. 1. Relating to case number 2210-001198, pornography. A. SW 0305207 729-22. I. Judge Sandra Witherspoon. B. SW 031091 or 90-9622. I. Judge Ryan Locke. C. SW 032563 12-2222. I. Judge George. Second case. The 3 iPhones. 1. One black iPhone found on his person. 2. One black iPhone found in black bag. 3. One gold iPhone found in truck. A. SW 0305197 72922. I. Judge Sandra Witherspoon. B. SW 0309091622. I. Judge Ryan Locke. 4. Gold iPhone. A. Text messages from Ernest's phone download. I. Between Ernest and Dominique about Thwaites. B. iCloud and Instagram search warrants. I. Esnestos Light Security dated 07-05-2023. Awning 2. Ernestus Buckhead dated 07-05-2023. C. Photos of Dominique and at beach in Destin, FL Piver, scan disk 32GB USB drive. 1. SW 030520 7-29-22. A. Judge Sandra Witherspoon. V. Keys to multiple vehicles. 1. G-Wagon. A. SW 031938. 2. EWW 0408973, EW 0408973, EW 2200, 0408973, theft by deception. Femur 2 storage unit keys, V-Mine 2 black dildos, Fiend black mask with zips, X liquid Viagra, summary of payments. 1. $1,000 social media consulting 09/27/21. 2. Chevy Tahoe $3,000. Payment dates 10/06, 11/12, 13/13. 3. Insurance for Tahoe 511/01-21. 4. Pop-up shop 200 11/12/21. 5. 2% Nesto private security investment 11/17/21. 6. Home repairs $500 11/26/21. 7. Precinct 1 2000 12/01/21. 8. Lara's trucks 1071 12/01/21. 9. Lara's 1000 12/02/21. 10. Lara's 800 12/02/21. 11. Lara's 1000 12/04/21. Subsequent warrants issued based off of the search. 1. Theft by deception. A. EW 0408976. 2. Financial transaction card fraud. A. EW 0408977. EW 0408978. C. EW 0408979. 3. 990 Pine Grove SW 030257 7822. A. Items seized. A. 10 total phones. I. 1 belonging to James Relaford, Erica King's your husband. 2. BQ 3 iPhones belonging to Erica King. 1. iPhones. Black, white, white. Pretty 1 Samsung phone, master bathroom. Ivides 1 OnePlus phone, master bathroom. V3 TCL phones, master bathroom. Finder 1 rose gold iPhone, closet. B. 1 silver iPad, bathroom. C. 1 MacBook Air, laptop. D. 1 Apple desktop. E. 1 HP desktop. F. 1 camo bag. I. Wallet with 3 driver licenses. Tie. 3 credit cards. 3. Checkbook. India Young. G. 1 Fendi wallet. I. Multiple cards. H. Legal stamps. I. 5 found in closet. I. Vehicles. I. 1 Rolls Royce Ghost 2011 white. 2. 1 Cadillac Escalade silver. J. 2 keys. I. Honda key. G. 2 Rolls Royce key. K. Box of money. Fake money. L. 4 notebooks. M. Georgia DL. I. Name and image of Tammy Strong. Bertus paper temporary DL and actual DL seized. Stick D. Found in dock. Tammy Strong interview. N. Copy of GA Secretary of State Professional Licensing Report. For Tammy Strong issued, GA Registered Professional Nurse, RPN, license. I. Found in doc, Tammy Strong interview. O. IRS notification of an employer identification number. EIN. EIN. Tell National Claim Services, LLC. Tammy Renee Strong, managing member, dated 9/21/21. AV, found in doc, Tammy Strong interview. P. IRS notification of an employer identification number. EIN. EIN. D. Portfolio Receivable Partners. C. Tammy Virgil Strong, member listed. 4. 980 Pine Grove, SW030256, 7/8/22. A. Item seized. 1. 2014 Black Bentley, Mulsanne. A. GA plate RWE 6632. I. Issued on 4/1/2022. B. VIN SCBBB7ZH5EC018748. C. Registered to Ernest Williams. I. Address 3005 Peachtree RD Suite C, Atlanta, GA 30350. D. Vehicle has been parked at 980 and 990 PGR. 2. 2020 Black Harley Davidson FLTRXS motorcycle. A. GA plate ENQ 189. I. Issued on 2/25/2021. B. VIN 1HD1KTP 18LB628553. C. Registered to Regina N. Delaney. I. Address 2124 Cheshire Bridge, RD.NE, Aption 2201, Atlanta, GA 30324. D. Count 15, theft by taking. 3. 2021 Blue Harley Davidson FLTRXS motorcycle. AGA plate ERL 153. I. Issued on 5/13/2021. B. VIN 1HD1KTP12MB Box 28553C. Registered to Olivia Maison, Washington. ICA address 1380 Sunny's Halo Drive, Suwannee, GA 324. 4. 2012 Red Pierce TG 33803. A. Temp tag S1179992.
What he get all
I.
these old
Issued on
ass cars from?
5/10/2022. B. Registered to Nestos Elite Private Security. I. Address 1130 Bluffs Parkway, Canton, GA 3/1114. C. Red Ambulance. I. Searched and found multiple boxes with name Christine Mays, possibly car parts per affidavit. Case report PG 202. D. Car parts totaling $1,000 mentioned to potentially be in the boxes. Associated acts and counts. 1. Count 15. A. Theft by taking. 2. Act 36 and count 22. 3. Act 37 and count 23. A. Theft by taking. B. 1998 Prevost Royale. 4. Count 23. A. Theft by taking. B. 2002 Prevost Liberty. 5. Act 38 and count 24. A. Deposit account fraud. B. Warrant EW 0371530. 6. Act 39 and count 25. A. Theft of services. B. Warrant EW 0371529. 7. Act 40. A. Financial transaction card fraud. Precinct 1 auto sales. 8. Act 41 and count 26. A. Identity fraud. B. Use of Scretchen's MasterCard for $2,000 at Precinct 1 auto sales. 9. Act 42 and count 27. A. Financial transaction card fraud. B. Lara's Truck and Scretchen's for $1071.12. 10. Act 43. A. Identity fraud. B. Use of Scretchen's Visa card. 11. Act 44 and count 28. A. Financial transaction card fraud. B. Lara's Trucks and Scretchen's for $800 groceries. 12. Act 45. A. Identity fraud. B. Scretchen's Visa card for $800 at Lara's Trucks. 13. Act 46 and count 30. A. Financial transaction card fraud. B. Lara's Truck and Scretchen's for $1,000. 14. Act 47 and count 29. A. Identity fraud. B. Use of Scretchen's MasterCard for $1,000 at Lara's Trucks. 15. Act 48. A. Financial transaction card fraud. B. Lara's Trucks and Scretchen's for $1,000. 16. Act 49. A. Identity fraud. B. Use of Scretchen's Visa card for $1,000 at Lara's Trucks. 17. Act 50. A. Theft by taking. B. Nissan Altima of Scretchen's. 18. Act 57 and counts 23 and 39. A. Theft by taking. B. 2021 Mercedes Benz GLE. 19. Count 31. A. Theft by taking. The purpose of the exclusionary rule is to deter future unlawful police conduct and thereby effectuate the guarantee of the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures. State v. New 331 G. App 139, 2015. When evidence is obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment, the judicially developed exclusionary rule usually precludes its use in a criminal proceeding against the victim of the illegal search and seizure. The state has failed to adduce evidence in their response to the defense's motion to suppress as well as through testimony at the hearing, sufficient to establish the predicates for the application of any exception. Georgia courts generally view the impoundment of a legally parked vehicle as unreasonable unless there is a specific justification for the vehicle to be impounded. If the vehicle is legally parked and poses no threat or danger, impoundment violates the Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable seizures. Because the impoundment of the white Ford F-350 was illegal, all subsequent actions taken by law enforcement officers the following day were also unlawful. The Fourth Amendment guarantees the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. The ultimate test for the validity of the police's conduct is whether, under the circumstances then confronting the police, their conduct was reasonable within the meaning of the Fourth Amendment. Wren v. United States, 517 U.S. 806, 1996. Furthermore, the state bears the burden of showing that each individual act constituting a search or seizure under the Fourth Amendment was reasonable. United States v. Ritter, 416 F. 3D 256, 3D Surrey, 2015. As stated above, Mr. Williams was arrested on warrant EWW 0328723 out of Roswell for theft by deception on or about July 7, 2022, while driving his wife's white Ford F-350. Afterwards, officers illegally impounded the white Ford F-350 and had the vehicle towed to the Roswell Police Department lot. At no time did any officer memorialize or articulate that they had probable cause to impound or subsequently search the Ford F-350, even with a complete lack of reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Officers still searched the vehicle in violation of Mr. Williams's Fourth Amendment constitutional right, based solely on evidence found because of that illegal search. Officers then secured warrants for multiple properties. When those search warrants were executed, officers secured subsequent warrants for items and vehicles discovered. The state never demonstrated officers had enough probable cause to secure search warrants for the above listed residences and locations before they arrested Mr. Williams and searched his vehicle. Furthermore, the state also never presented any evidence that the inevitable discovery doctrine exception nor the independent source doctrine exception applies here. The state's own police reports show officers started reaching out to alleged victims and swearing out other warrants only after the arrest and multiple searches took place. For the inevitable discovery exception to apply, there must be a reasonable probability that the evidence in question would have been discovered by lawful means, and the prosecution must demonstrate that the lawful means which made discovery inevitable were possessed by the police and were being actively pursued prior to the occurrence of the illegal conduct. Mobley versus State, 307 Giner 59, 2019. This mere fact that the investigator obtained a warrant on the following day is not enough to bring the case within inevitable discovery. The exception involves no speculative elements, but focuses on demonstrated historical facts capable of ready verification or impeachment. Davis versus State, 262 GA 578, 1992. The rule regarding the independent source doctrine exception is not clear. If the second lawful search was not prompted by the prior unlawful search, then the independent source doctrine applies, and the state is in the same position it would have been in if the unlawful conduct had not occurred. Tatum versus State, 319 GA 187, 2024. But if the second search was prompted by the original unlawful search, then the evidence must be excluded so that the state does not benefit from its unlawful conduct. Under such circumstances, the independent source doctrine should not and cannot apply. Wherefore, Ernest Williams respectfully prays that this honorable court exclude from evidence any and all evidence purportedly seized in conjunction with the instant illegal and violative search and seizure, including, but not limited to, any derivative evidence obtained as a result of the search listed above. This 6th day of January 2025, R. Sean Hoover.
All right, we made it through. Y'all want to look at the exhibits again? Ed Sherry, in my opinion, he came in contact with was a mark and he scammed them. Oh. Let me they just done took me over to somebody else. Okay, there we go. Can you go back to my
Fulton County Superior.
okay, right there. Back to my document. Okay, in my opinion, he came in contact with was a mark and then he scammed them. Whether he used that black bag on them or not. Y'all, hey Tanya B. Hey Rat. Hey everybody that came in. Nestor, just pack your little bags up and head to prison, sir. Nestor said he don't lost everything. He don't lost everything, okay? He's broke as F. Listen, he too broke for me. You actually swiping somebody's card for $500, Nesto. I thought you was the man, homie. The Wait For It dealership needs to be investigated as well. Very suspicious how he continued to go there and so frequently. Sherry, Nesto doesn't deserve to have rights. When they was talking about the Fourth Amendment rights, that was my comment. I wonder if he felt rich with the monopoly money since he always calling people fat and broke. Fourth Amendment don't count for not your property and your under warrant, in my opinion. Y'all remember the hen sitting in court with her head cocked to the side while this was being stated? LOL. Listen, Hoover just laid out everything we wanted to hide. Is it he wanted to hide about the case from us? Yeah, Wooten was like, hold my beer. Let me throw up and release it. Okay. He was such a dumb thief. He stole things and did nothing with all those items. I agree. Okay, he wanted to hide. I thought so. That's Hoover's private document he filed. It is. Hoover said, I want to hide. Woo 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 said hide this. He said, tag you it. He still had 3 outstanding warrants. Nesto needs his own episode of The Dumbest Criminal. Period. Current warrant facts. No mention of the dogs either, right? Because in court, Officer Field said, they had a false positive, when it came to the dogs, right? No mention of the dogs at all. Okay. Wooten said, hide these nuts. Okay. That girl showing out today. Y'all so damn messy. See, I didn't have to focus on reading these documents. I could actually be in the chat. And I love that for me. Okay. He had nothing. Everything was stolen. How was Shirley so blind? Who was Wade Ford Connect? He's going there too often. I agree. I agree with all of that. Do I need to, I think, aren't they on the witness list? Let me see. Hopefully I ain't. I'm the type of person when I'm done with something, I would just click the X on it. And it's just a freaking habit. Let me see. Okay. That's okay. I'll put it back up. I believe Wade Forrest was on there, right? Let's see. Because we looked at the witness list on yesterday. We compared it. Shit that I need to close, I don't. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Wait, that'll be W. Let me go all the way to the back. I didn't see Wait for us on there. What's the other name they kept? Laura. Okay. Um, it's a Laura Fernando on here, but I don't know if that's the same Laura that they're referencing. Okay. I just wanted to check. Charleston White not on there. I wonder if Sonya at the jail today. I know she texted last night. Nesto, call me 911. It's an emergency. Sad face. Okay. You know they love to use the smiley faces and the sad faces. Hey, hey, call me, darling. Hey, ladies, is this information about the boys new? I don't recall hearing about boys before. Not shocked at all. The information about the boys is the case law that Woo 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 is referencing. It's not Nesto. And the CP and the great charges, he have not been indicted for those yet, but I guess he's just trying to cover all bases with his response to the Mr. Sean Ukur and Nesto. But that was the case law, not nothing that in in reference to Nesto. It's just the case law that he was using. We wasn't reading the case law on yesterday. I don't know about other content creators, but I left it in here because I wanted to have the entire document on AI. Hey, you thought you were in the wrong place. Yes. Talking about where am I? Who is that voice? Call me, darling. I think that was from the case. Yeah, that was being cited. That's right. Nestor was living hand over fist and was. Yes, wait for it. Is on there custodian records. Oh, it's under custodian records. I just went all the way down to the W. Okay, but who is the person who did his transaction? We don't know, but I just remember you remember all those Lauras? Okay, let me go up to C. Custodian. Oh, that's on here too. Custodian of records for Laura's Trucks Inc. is on here. Okay, that is number 27. And wait for us also. Okay, I just went all the way down to W because it's in alphabetical order. Okay, custodian of records for Wade Ford. So we will see about that L if he goes to trial. I was like, who is this? I left and came back twice. Uh-oh. Call me, darling. Sorry. Sorry, hit the button too quick. Not Nesto's case, right? It's not Nesto's case. It's just the case law that was cited in the documents. Someone was turning a blind eye at Wade Forrest. Trial. We know he probably had somebody up over there. Hey, Shelly C. Maybe Wade Forrest is under law. Perhaps no. Okay. We gotta see. Charleston White, is it creditable? I went in the other room and thought it was an ad plan. Uh-oh. Sherry, he was probably using different checking accounts. I wonder if his office called whoop, 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 whoop. Now, even though they call him nasty. Got it. Thank you all. You're welcome. He was living the straight scrub. Meanwhile, Shirley rubbing elbows at the White House, right? Should have been out there putting in some down job applications. Wooten put the nail in the coffin yesterday at 5:02 p.m. The only thing that Nesto lost was his freedom. Baby, Nesto said he lost it all. His businesses, his children, his family, his wife. His life is in shambles. Oh, yes, good point. He probably had them thinking that he had all those businesses. Call me, darling. I think I was discussing with you on yesterday. The boys were definitely not on Nesto's phone. Yeah, he sure was straight bomb and is. Hey, he was a high profile businessman. Right after 5 p.m. So Hoover has all weekend to sweat, and the bloggers have 2 days with it. Did anyone see C. White TK interview? Any new news worth seeing? I watched it when it aired, but he's done multiple interviews talking about this with multiple people. I haven't watched it as of recent. His fake money and black bag and his liquid V and battery operated toys, y'all. Lord have mercy. Now he's getting effed all the time. He effed all them victims and is him and his bobs. His scamming was becoming very unsustainable, and I'm glad that he got locked up. Nestor has gone straight to the hole because y'all know he done blow his top. I can't think. My mind fuzzy. He should have been like, I see dead people. Okay. Don't play with Wooten. Please don't. Wooten was looking out for the YouTube streets. He knew he needed something new for his shits and giggles. Oh Lord. Can't wait for Wooten to also do the fake Dennis case. Yeah, he is on the Dennis case. I'll drop the link just in case somebody want to come up. He is on that Dennis case as well. I would love to see who the prescription was written for. Yeah, now that's a good one. Where was he getting this liquid LV from? Nestor said he's a motherfucking musician. Gangster magician. Gangster magician at that, right? Oh, my brain hurts. Uh-oh. Well, you can go back and listen to it anytime. I try not to stop it as much and do too much commentary so y'all can listen to it as much as you can interrupt it. Nestor says Sheridan has Shirley against him. Yep, and do. V does not come in liquid form, so it's not legal. Oh, he got that from the black web. Okay, Wu in the real gangster, it is. I'm sure if Nestor had gotten out, he was going to run. Yeah. I don't know how and with what money. He was gonna go underground. Child, he got that liquid weed from the Chinese beauty supply or corner store. I'm gonna have to ask. I said what I said because she said that's where she get that dye from. No, that's what Nestor said last night. Oh, all of that happened for Miss Strawberry rather than to Miss Strawberry because I truly believe Nestor had an insurance policy on her and his end game was to unalive her. Yeah, a few people have said that Nestor was getting the prescription from the RPN. Okay, he asked Cynthia to help him and did. How did they determine it was liquid V? Maybe that was what was on the bottle. You know what I'm saying? It had those them scullies on the side. Poisonous. Okay, Nestor was gonna store away at the back of Dre's truck. I believe Charleston White interview with Tasha K on yesterday. It explained how Nestor moves. Yeah. Nestor said, I'm gonna tell them to put me in the hole and don't come back. Okay, I think it's called Chinese brush. It says it's on the bottle. Okay, he said, take me to the hole right now. Last night. This is equivalent to someone sending you an email trying to tell you off, but you respond, to their email with the entire email chain, setting them straight. Okay, Nesto doesn't pay his bills. If he had an insurance policy on SS, it had to lapse. LOL. Yeah, he don't pay bills. He got evicted out of the barbershop. Maybe that's what the Jaws alluded to. Right. It was a whole bunch of bacteria up in there, not damn black bag. The dogs couldn't help it. And of course, I get what you're saying. The bottle was a legal substance, right? It no, it doesn't come in liquid form, and it's legal, but it has to be prescribed. I'm too tickled. Baby, that one was on the label, child. Okay, take me to the water is now take me to the hole for Nesto. Nesto, mine is yeah, Taya. It's blurred. Now that the truth says don't come for me, no. Okay. Nesto now broke the not the toilet after that filing. Nesto is boggled. Okay, gotcha. True. Yeah, I bet you his mind is boggled at this point. I bet you he going through it up in there. We know Sean didn't have an opportunity to get up there and see him yet. So the Bible lady and Cynthia definitely sent out a SOS. He really should be asking and pleading and begging for a plea deal. I think he should as well. Yeah, Miss Mad about music. They try to hide all the information telling you off, but you set them straight real quick. Yeah, mind boggling. You know his head is not on a swivel today. LOL. This is fun. He didn't sleep much last night. You know he didn't sleep. You know, like how he didn't go to sleep when he found out that Shirley supposedly got that raise. He said, everybody eating off of me. Everybody coming up off of me. Officer Fields, Shirley, the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Everybody coming off of me. Everybody eating off of Nesto. And I looked up that Vista Ray. They are eviction service. Nesto is probably out of character right now. With SS now assisting in the investigation, he's gonna run for a deal. That's for sure. Off to the hole, okay. But we told Cotton Candy he was going to lay down so she could keep her reputation. But will he keep that promise? Listen, I do not have no faith in this man, and I feel like he'll throw anybody under the bus in order to get out. Remember, he said that the warrant in Henry County wasn't even his. That was something Dion did. And that Dion had went to jail for it. It was 5 years old, and they probably was gonna throw it out, right? So if he'll throw his own blood under the bus, no one else is off limits. Yes, that's his word. He is in a world spin, honey. Nesto had a mediocre stroke. He all had another one today. Kidney Punch Ken might be the one getting punched today. He gonna fight back today. Maybe he will ask to go to the hole. Woo 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 ain't offer or accepting no plea with all this evidence. He hasn't as of yet. I don't think he will either, Jay Blake. He stays up all night when Shirley got that raise. What he big? He ain't sleep for 40 days and 40 nights. Whole time should be book running time next up, but we know you ain't writing nothing. He better use AI like me. That Buster is going to tell on everybody, in my opinion, including Dion. Nesto is shying away from the posse Rossi, not the posse Rossi, because he has received the news of this, yeah, subliminal message, okay, from Wooten, and he knows now that this not a cyclical, it's a whole damn Frank Drew, okay, Frank Drew, and it's me knowing what the hell you talking about, okay. Jay Blake woo 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 want a show. He wants a trial to showcase it all. Okay, it will be spectacular. The only deal for Nesto is $3.99 instead of $4.99. Get him the Walmart discount. Okay, this is some. Uh-oh, we got a guest, guys. Hello, guest.
Hi.
Hey,
I
how you doing? It's Janetta, guys. If you didn't recognize the voice, how you doing?
I missed everything yesterday when the shit hit the fan yesterday. I was busy. But this is great. I was anticipating Wooden maybe he was gonna make a counter argument because there's some exceptions to the fruit of the poisonous tree, but the standing argument is outstanding.
Uh huh.
I don't know what Sean Hoover's gonna come with, but Wooten is using the hell out of that bigamy. It was brilliant to add that as a part of the RICO. It's brilliant.
I think so as
It's
well.
it's brilliant. I mean, he's good. He's really good. He's awesome. So, but I mean, Sean Hoover, he's a good lawyer too. But in reality, he really this is all he had.
Yeah.
You
Look at
know,
what you
yeah, it's
work
all
with.
he had.
He don't have much to work with when it
Oh
comes to
no.
Nesto, in my opinion.
Most defense attorneys don't. Let's just be real with it. A few weeks ago when I was over the criminal court, because I do some criminal cases as well, we were back there working out deals and everything. And this one lawyer is a white female. She was so frustrated. She said, "I'm not Jesus." I like to die laughing. She said, "I'm not
She
Jesus."
said she ain't in the miracle work business.
That's what her client was gonna. That's what a lot of her clients are gonna need. Yes, but they think that we can do so much, and a lot of times if they like this, so they have a long history, left a long trail of evidence. They got breadcrumbs that's basically leading to them. What are we gonna do? So so yeah, he's. But you know what? What I was about to say, the fact that this bigamy is a part of RICO.
Mhm.
Shirley is really blessed because it may have taken her years to get a divorce. If he would have objected and there had to be see some kind of testimony solicited from him, if he
Mhm.
if, she's fortunate that all he did was just shut his mouth. I'm glad because yeah, if it would have been any other problems, they would have had to do a stay on that divorce and they would have had to wait until after the criminal matter was resolved because he has a constitutional right not to testify against himself. So it would have taken her years to get a divorce. And that's why she couldn't do the annulment because she would have had to prove fraud. And in order to do that, he would have had to testify. And that testimony that was in a divorce could be used in this criminal case. That's why Sean Hoover was there taking notes and making sure. He probably said, "Keep your mouth shut up, whatever." Because
Mhm.
because they could be used against him because that bigamy is a part of RICO. So she's very fortunate she slid by on this divorce situation. She looked relieved, but and it wouldn't have been anything her lawyer can do about it either. Because he it's his constitutional right trumps whatever arguments that her lawyer would have been able to make to speed things along. Because I kind of sense that Shirley was pressuring her lawyer hurry up with it, but if she's lucky things worked out because it wouldn't have been anything that lawyer could do is because I've had civil cases that's tied to a criminal matter, and they literally went on for 3 years or longer.
Oh yeah.
So she's very
Wow.
fortunate, but she's gonna have. It looks like she's gonna have to testify now. Like it's looking like a definite possibility because I know that long list of witnesses. And some of them they may use, some they may not. But it's looking like. But I don't. I mean, it's going to be a challenge because I see a lot of you are making reasonable arguments. I think I heard this phone calls. I think Shirley is a scammer's dream. I think she's gullible. She's full of herself.
Mhm.
I really don't think she knew much, but other people are making some good arguments that she did, and they could be right. And so, how do you convince a jury that she just knew nothing? She's just this innocent victim. I mean, how do you? I mean, I don't know. The jury is gonna be made of people like you. It's not gonna be made of. I mean, I guess every now and then they sneak a lure on a jury, but it's gonna be mostly just people just working their regular jobs and they're coming in there citizens and doing their duty. Um, and they haven't heard all the phone calls and everything that we've heard either. All that's
Right.
not going to come in. They're going to most likely find people who don't have the knowledge about the case that we do, because you don't want people to have knowledge of the case and sit on a jury. So I mean, we have the benefit of the phone calls and how she was sounding in the phone calls, some of the things she said. I mean, they may use some of her phone calls, but I don't know what they're going to use. But they're not going to have everything that we've had. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a challenge to make sure the same because that Charleston White guy was saying that, oh, she knew. I mean, I can see why he would make that assumption. But to me, Shirley's an airhead. She was just like a prop that he used to me. He drove her around town and she looked fancy and she's sitting up there just as happy riding in the back because Charleston White don't have a bit of sense. He's an idiot. But
Hmm.
he had sense enough to be like, what the hell? Why she riding in the back of the car? Like, he's chauffeuring her friends around. Who chauffeurs their wife around? That was so he had sense enough to know that that wasn't right. But Shirley is just, and then he did that at the barber shop too. He would have her sit like they said she really didn't go in. There's one photo I saw of her with nephew Tommy, and they took a picture with the barbershop staff. That probably was just something for him to give appearances. But most of the time that she was there, she was sitting in a car outside because one of the young ladies that worked there said they waved at her and spoke to her, and she just was got an attitude. Like, why are you commenter? Why are you talking to me? I'm all that. So I think she was just put herself up such high regard. She's not on earth with the rest of us. She's above us. So that was part of the scam, how he was able to, because she's not going to talk to just like regular people and, get in from, that's why she disregarded what was in those instant messengers from like people reached out to her on social media. She ignored all of that for a reason because she's not going to listen to what regular people say because she said she's not regular. So
Right.
she really and truly was a
I
scammer's
don't think she was
dream.
handling her social media.
Hey,
I don't think she was
that's Miss
handling her.
Boogie down.
I'm sorry.
Real quick, like,
I'm
thank you,
sorry.
That's
Queen Black.
possible.
Oh, we got an echo. Is that you? Okay.
I hope not.
Say something
Yeah,
again, Miss Boogie down. Oh, okay. Thank you,
Is it
Queen
me?
Black. When they read this to Nesto, he's going to say, woo, 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 I'm coming home, Elizabeth, in our Fred Sanford voice. Okay, go ahead, Miss Boogie down. Vicky was
think
up here,
that-
but she dropped down. Maybe she'll come back.
I think what's going to help Shirley is being in the city of Atlanta and this fake ideology of Black Hollywood. I think she's going to be more revered and admired than she is going to be despised. That's probably what's going to help her with the jury. Just speaking on what Janetta was saying, and Jim, in terms of how she going to convince folks that she didn't know anything. It's very blindsided out here, and I've only been out here for maybe about a little over 7-8 years, and it's just the Hollywood connection that people feel like they have. It's sad, but it's definitely like overrated. But I think it's gonna work in her benefit out here. I think location is what's gonna save her, where people will fall for she really didn't know as much as probably a lot of us may think. Overall, she did know. I think it's going to work in her favor.
Well, the thing is, it's not really Shirley's problem whether or not they believe her or not. It's Wooten's problem. So it's not Shirley's not facing any criminal charges or anything like that. It's whether or not Wooten can convince a jury that this is what happened, because he's going to need to rely on that basically to get
to prove his
yes
case.
he needs her to be credible and believable. And I can see well, of course anybody would, a decent attorney is going to go after her on cross-examination, like, you really know all this stuff that's going on.
Right, that's why I put that in the chat. It's gonna be Sean that's gonna be coming for her. So she would, if she does what she did on these calls, for me, if I was a juror, I would not believe her.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a tough one. It really is, because it's kind of hard to believe anybody was this dumb. But and I'll give Miss Boogie Down made a good point.
He has to prove that, though. I don't think he's going to have to prove that. I think the one thing that this man is proving right now, I think that's got all of us like, okay, he's here for it. I don't think Sean Hoover, like you said, Janetta, is a bad attorney. I don't think he's any form of fashion a match for Wooten. I just don't. Like, Wooten seems like he's like a hidden genius behind all of this. This man's got tricks that we ain't even seen yet. Because the mere fact that he was able to like kind of release documents and kind of let people know what the heck they were
talking about. We're talking about Sean cross-examining. That's what we're talking about.
Sean is an idiot. I mean, I don't think he's going to be.
Don't think that.
I don't think, like, and when I'm saying like I don't think he's going to be able to outplay. I don't think he's going to be able to out-lawyer. Let me rephrase that. The prosecution. I just think that whatever Wooten puts out there for him, I don't think he's going to be good enough to be able to combat it. I think that
we're not talking about that part. We're talking about Shirley being on the stand, being cross-examined by Sean. That's what we were talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think that the focus is going to be on him trying to like discriminate her, I guess you would say, or
Right.
like
And that's it. That's the case because he wants this evidence thrown out. So he's definitely going to attack her because that's his main goal. You
I,
think he's gonna just abort that and
I
go
don't
with?
think it's necessary. I just don't think. I could be wrong. Like a lot of
Mhm.
times I have been. I just don't think that that's going to be because they with this truck being hers, right, and not his, and them trying to suppress this evidence, and now coming to find out her marriage wasn't real. So, two things I wanted to ask, actually, Janetta, are you familiar with the Georgia law when it comes to marriage? Is
What's
Janetta
your
still
question? Are you
there?
talking about the privilege, or what's your question about
Yeah.
Georgia's law
So
pertaining to marriage? Are you saying whether or not they acknowledge common law? What's your question?
right, like in that, I was just asking, like, are you familiar? So, like with this bigamy thing, that's the one that's kind of throwing me off. If so, in New York, it's different. I was married in the state of New York. Georgia, it seems like the reason why she had to still go through the divorce proceedings is because Georgia has a law that states that if one of the parties believes that they are, a married person to this individual, even though it's proven that the other person was a bigamist and entered the marriage under false pretenses, you still have to go through the procedure of a divorce. In New
Okay,
York, she was
I get what you're saying. Okay, so most
right.
states, Georgia included, they have what's called a no fault divorce. So Shirley
Mhm.
filed a no fault divorce. So the
Mhm.
language in a no fault divorce basically states irreconcilable it was a irreconcilable differences. It's basically that language, but basically you're not pointing a finger or blaming the other party, because when you have a fault divorce, I'm divorcing him because he's drunk, he cheats, then you have to basically have a trial and there's testimony. So most people go with you see in all the celebrity divorce petition, they always do the no fault divorce. So they have that's what she did. Because if during that divorce proceeding, if it was some kind of fault involved, if they had said, well, his lawyer was saying that he's a bigamist, but basically it wasn't like a issue in the case because they did a no fault divorce. And she said she thought about doing the annulment, but in reality, had she done it annulment, it may have taken some years for her to get
Mhm.
Shirley get rid of
Right.
that guy,
Right.
because
Right.
he can't testify against himself when he's facing criminal charges.
Can
So,
I?
would she have qualified with Georgia having that
Oh yeah,
type?
she could have gotten an
Oh,
annulment, but it would have
okay,
taken her a while.
that's what I was a little unclear of in terms of, I was like, was she even ever really eligible for an annulment, being as though he was a bigamist, but she was still entering into the marriage that she was actually the only wife that he had.
Oh no, she
Can I?
qualified for an annulment. Her lawyer even said that. But she said she looked at case law and decided it was better to proceed with the divorce. And then also with the criminal matter that was out hanging out there, Sean Hoover sitting up there making sure his client don't show up and say anything stupid. Because if he would have gotten up there and testified and said, well, they were supposed to divorce me, all the stupid stuff he said on the phone calls,
Yeah.
then they
Yeah.
could turn around and Wooten's gonna use it.
Okay.
Can, can I say something as a professional divorcee? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh
Okay.
no, Gloria, you a professional divorcee?
Girl, I done been through a few of them. Uh, now let me just say this. I kind of I knew what the question her question was, but it is my understanding that they went through the procedures of the divorce basically for contractual reasons, because it was the assumption that they entered into several contracts as married couple that would have to be dissolved by dissolution of the marriage, even if it was ceremonial. So that's my understanding. So even though their marriage wasn't valid, considered valid in the eyes of the law, they had to go through a contractual dissolution of the marriage because they entered into certain contracts as a married couple. You
Got
understand
you.
what I'm
Yes.
saying? So that's why they had to do it. It would have had to have been a divorce,
even though they weren't married, or an annulment would have served that, in that capacity
That's
as
a
well.
sham too. I mean, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate because on one aspect you're telling me that something that I entered was not real, but then you're making me go through the hoops of if it really was real. Like
Yes.
it's just crazy to me. But that's why I was asking because I really didn't know because I know by each state when all of that was being mentioned about the bigamy, when I was reading, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Well, wait a minute, why does she have to go through this when
Mhm.
technically her marriage wasn't legit? But I know like each state has their own rules and regulations
Right.
of what constitutes as a
Well,
marriage,
she had
divorce,
to
all that
protect
other good stuff.
herself. She had to protect herself because, in theory, someone could have come after her. I'm just saying, for an example, someone could have come after her saying that, okay, I entered into a contract. They didn't have nothing, but I'm just saying, what if they had a mortgage? I entered into a contract with these two people based on their marital status, or the federal government based on their marital status, and now that contract is
Null
not,
and void.
yeah, it's not authentic. So I'm going to go after the person with the most money.
Hmm.
So she
Based
basically,
on him saying that his little pitch that he used about his wife, that was a part of his sales pitch.
yes, yep, yep, and it could, you're right, and they could have come after her, or come after both of them, in that way. So she did it to protect herself, and I understand. So she had a great lawyer. I mean, I just got to say that she had a great lawyer
Oh
because
no, kudos. Like I said, I'm more
yeah.
sympathetic that she had to go through that.
Hmm.
That was my whole thing. Like I don't think that part seemed like it was fair because on one aspect, the state, you're telling me that my marriage is null and void, and then on the other aspect, you're telling me, but since you thought it was real, we want you to go through the process, which means hiring a lawyer, dissolving this, making sure there's
Hmm.
no assets and all that. It's just crazy to me. That's just insane
Well, they have
right
a
there.
marriage certificate filed with the county, and so even though it's not a valid marriage, it was
Right.
recognized at one point by the state of
Exactly.
Georgia. So she did need to go to some kind of proceeding,
Yep.
whether it be a divorce or an annulment. And since he facing criminal charge, I would have wanted the annulment that we were never married. But in this case,
Me
you got to
too.
get rid of them
Yeah,
fast, and you
she
got to do
had
what
to
you got to
get.
do.
Yeah, we talked about that. This was her best result to get the hell
But
to get
can't
away
she
from
still
him.
do that? Can't she still have an annulled even after a divorce?
I mean,
I,
you can't annul something that's no longer, they're not married, so you can't annul a, it's pretty much moods.
I think she can do it, is for, and maybe not legal. I think she can do it in the church.
Right.
she can do it. I think she can do it in the, but
Well, what's the
that,
benefit of her doing
yeah, that's
doing
what
it?
I'm saying. It's not. It's
Oh,
not. But
okay.
I'm just saying, like the Catholic. I know a Catholic. I was a former Catholic, so I know Catholics are real strong on that. So even if you get a divorce, you also have to get, if you're a practicing Catholic, you also have to get it annulled through the Catholic Church as well. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but
yeah, it's different.
Shirley is also
Man, what's
saved.
your name? Say, I'm like, who
It
is
say
this?
because I'm on my phone, I don't have on my
Oh,
glasses,
okay.
and I'm in the car. I'm in the car, so I
Okay,
can't
I
see
didn't know who you
nothing.
were. I'm like, who is this? Okay,
I'm like,
it's my boo.
hi guys. I only came up
Hi,
because
Jan.
hi. I only came up because there's two things at play with this marriage, and it's a civil and a criminal issue. Marriages are civil unions, and the criminal issue is the bigamy and what's going on there with all the fraud. And Shirley actually divorcing him legally in the court will help her further on, because Lady T Bug said it earlier. Once this case is over, she can get rid of that truck. She can go back and say, hey, I only took it on because I thought I was married to him, but come to find out, we done went to court. I was never married to this ninja. I was being
Hmm.
defrauded. So it's a lot of intricacies going on here, and you have to have seen it at play before, which I have. And when you have to do one thing A to get to B. Her divorcing him was something, like everybody say, something quick to get unattached, like right now. So he cannot get his girl no more access to me because of that POA and all that kind of stuff. That's what I see that as. But Shirley can come back and get rid of anything that comes her way by way of being fraudulently married to him with him being convicted later.
Mean in
So
terms
no,
of the garnishment, Shan? Are you
yeah,
talking about her
yeah,
garnishment?
the garnishment, the IRS, because we don't know if she's ever filed taxes as a married. So there's a lot that goes
Yeah.
in with that. So
Hmm.
she needs that paperwork to say, okay, this is the situation. But she had to get unattached real quick because of other legalities. Like she need to file her taxes now. She need to do all that kind of stuff now as a single person instead of fraudulently married, because she can't say she's fraudulently married until the criminal court tells her she's fraudulent. Somebody proves, like Janetta said,
Guilty.
somebody proves
Okay.
that she's fraudulently married. So
Mm.
it's like a bunch of different things working here against Shirley and being with this ninja, because he has her tied up in a bow with how she can move until she unattaches. She unattached partially. She's still not
Mhm.
fully unattached until they resolve the bigamy issue. Because I feel like she can restore her credit as far as the things that he got in her name while they were married. And people are under the assumption of because they were married, he was allowed to do certain things. Married
Mm-mm.
or not, you're not allowed to go into somewhere and swear out a car and have some fictitious person or some
Yeah.
fictitious POA signing her name
Mm-hmm.
and getting a car in her finances. And this just like I said last night only solidifies for me that Shirley was not looking. She thought she had somebody that was just taking care of her. She was not looking at anything. And that just is a lesson for all of us, even though I'm not the type that wouldn't look. I look at his stuff. I don't look at just my
Yeah.
stuff.
But why
I
do y'all
look at
think
his
she's
stuff.
holding on to the truck? Why do y'all think she's holding on to that truck though?
Credit.
Because she has
Credit.
to right
What's she
now.
gonna do?
She has to right now. She
I
has to
think I
wait.
think I think that I may be wrong, but I think that they
Credit.
are compelling her to hold on to it until the case is over.
Well, they
No,
can
she
pay
doesn't
for
have
it
to.
like they did with the cars. They got the cars. I mean
No,
the other
she
two
doesn't
vehicles
have to. I
in the
think
RV.
like Lady T Bug said, I think she's paying for it because she's trying to make her credit better so she can
This
resolve
is
this
why I
stuff.
don't think Hoover is gonna come. I could be wrong. This is exactly why I don't think Hoover. I don't think it would be a smart move for Hoover to draw too much attention to Shirley being scammed, because the way it seems like Wooten is like 10 steps ahead of this dude.
Yes.
So even with him knowing, having her testify, if that's what it comes to, there's a risk, right? Because once you put your witness on the stand, the defense has a right to cross-examination. If Hoover is a smart man, because with them tight suits he's wearing, he's obviously not a well-dressed man. I hope he's not dumb enough to open up a can of worms, because Shirley could be bait. We don't know. Wooten
That's
just
what I'm
seems like
thinking.
he's like a little hidden genius. He may
Hmm.
Yeah.
want Sean to come for her just to
Hmm.
open up a can of worms that's going to further make Ernest guiltier, like,
Yeah.
and show that guilt there or whatever have you. If this man is smart and he doesn't seem like he's a
Yeah. I
dumb lawyer, I
disagree.
like the moves he's
Yeah.
doing.
I think
I
I
I
think he's
like the
disagree.
moves.
compelling. I think he's compelling Shirley. I think he's compelling Shirley. I just think so. And I think he's
Right.
compelling Shirley not to move, not to make no sudden moves. Keep the and you can sell it. You can get rid of a car even if it's not finished paying for. You can get rid of that car. You can take the loss and you
Yeah,
can
but it's
pay off
upside
the debt.
down and she
Yeah.
don't want to do
Yeah,
that.
But
She
see,
don't want to do
it's
but
that.
it's not
different
worth
too when
anything. It's not worth anything. So why would
different
she?
when you don't need that. Like me, I'm in my house, so I don't have to go fill out an application for a rental property. I don't know what
But
her car situation is, but
but why keep the car?
she's rebuilding.
But why keep the you don't you still got you're
I
still
will keep
responsible
it
for the
for my
loan.
credit. I've already answered you. I will keep
No,
it for my credit because
but
at
no,
the
I'm
end of
saying
the
make the
day,
payments for your
I
credit. Make the
cannot make
payments.
move. I cannot make a
Yeah, but
move.
if you turn the car in and pay on it being upside down, that's a hit to your credit as well, because now you're paying a write-off instead of paying for the car you actually have.
Right. And
So
she need her
I
credit
don't
because her
think they're
credit is
compelling
busted.
her. The court can't compel you to keep a car and make you pay for it. They can't do that. But
Only reason I
also,
think
I
I
don't,
say that is because of what he said with that response. That response was is that I mean I just felt that way when he said that, and she can testify.
She
they're
can
done
still
with the
testify.
car. They're done with the car. If they gave it back, they're done with it. But this is my thing about Shirley testifying. I want to respond to Miss Boogie Down. He would be dumb not to attack Shirley and put her on that
Exactly.
stand, get her on that
Oh
stand,
yeah.
because
But I
the
think
main
it's
reason,
bait.
the
Hold
main
on.
reason why he would be dumb not to do it is because of what you all are saying. Shirley is complicit. Shirley did this. Shirley know that. Shirley, if he can get up there and make people believe what you guys
Reasonable doubt.
believe,
Mm-hmm.
boom, we knocking some stuff down. I mean, I don't think he gonna ever get rid of the bigamy, but he can get rid of some of them fraud charges, because if he can get up
Mm-mm.
there and
Mm-mm.
make the people believe that
Yep.
Shirley knew what he was doing with ABC, he didn't fraudulently do XYZ, he may win some charges. And that's the
Even
whole
if
goal, is to win some charges,
Yeah,
because when
not
you're winning, they'll come back and say, well, now we can plea out. Since
right.
but
you
even if she
winning,
knew, it's still fraud.
it is fraud. However, this is a jury. They taking it to a jury.
Right.
And we all know, anybody that's in court, that's ever been in court, know that juries are thinking like we thinking out here in these streets. They not thinking, well, the law, that's what they
Yeah.
supposed to do.
Yeah.
But we know, if you've ever spent any time in court, you know, you'll
Yep.
go in there, see something being presented, and the jury come back and you be like,
But
what?
his fraud acts against other people.
But
No,
no,
we're
Shirley
talking
is
about the
also,
truck.
yeah, and they're
No, no,
That's
no.
also
his
But
saying
that
that,
main
too. That too.
glorious. The main goal is to get the evidence thrown out the truck. If he could fight Wooten's what he put in his documents by saying that Shirley is lying, that he wants proof,
Mm-mm.
only Shirley can be the person to provide that. And
Oh
he
yeah.
will be a fool not to do that. He will be a
And you
fool
don't
not
think
to do
he
that.
has records that Shirley didn't go up there and purchase that
I
truck?
don't know what he have. I'm just going by what's in the documents and what I feel. If I was defending Nesto, that I would attack anybody that coming in here. I
Oh,
don't care if it's
and see, you
Melody.
know
I
what,
don't care who it is. You're gonna
and
have to
you know what
prove
I
it.
would use as Hoover. What I would use is, Nesto has ran everything in Shirley's life for however many years he's been doing it. So what makes you think that she wouldn't allow him? He the only one withdraw money out their bank account if it
oh,
ain't done with
I
her
agree. He's going
debit
to go
card.
Doesn't
after her
that give
No,
allowance.
her the
see,
out? But then
I'm giving my argument. Hold on, y'all. I'm giving my
I
argument.
agree.
I'm giving my argument. My argument. I'm giving y'all what he can go in court and say, and I would believe him not knowing the other things of this case, but knowing the things that we already know. I
Hmm.
think Shirley, like we all said, and I watched Shirley for years, so I just think Shirley is an airhead, in my opinion. That's just
Oh yeah.
my thoughts from watching her over the years. She's a little dingy, and she thought she had a man that was taking care of her. And if he proves with this custodial records that Shirley has, he has been the only one withdrawing money, and Officer Fields said it. He been running that bank account, but Shirley money the only one been going in it. So if she's allowed him to do that, what makes us think that she didn't allow him to go get a car? Because that's minute compared to him running all the money. So just
Still ain't
as
his.
and it's not, but as what we're trying to do is, we're not trying to say, okay,
You
we
just
finna
trying
throw
to
it all out.
create
We're
doubt.
trying
You
to
trying to
recreate, exactly,
reasonable doubt.
and reduce the charges, because if we could get most of these charges gone, because I believe in this indictment,
Yeah.
because we don't really know, because they haven't really spoken on it yet, but I believe, watching and listening to these documents and reading them, I
Hmm.
believe that Shirley has gone in and talked to them at this point, and
Yeah.
Yep.
now Shirley is intertwined in the case, and if
Yep.
we can make Shirley look bad, we
Yeah.
got a
Oh, they're
shot,
going to try
buddy.
that. Of course,
That's
they're going
it.
to try that. But the
That's what
car is
I've
still not
been
his.
saying. What y'all saying, y'all think
No,
he
no,
will
no,
be
no, no.
stupid
I
to do
agree.
that.
I agree. I agree, but I also agree that with the attorney just said that the fact that by attacking her, they're going to cross-examine. Oh yes, by
Yeah,
attacking,
I don't care about her being
villainizing.
70. I'm trying to win my case. Y'all thinking
But no,
somebody was up here for murder or whatever?
they just
The
have to be
next step,
careful
they
on
gonna
how they
let them
do it.
slide?
But you
No, I'm
can't
bringing her.
paint her as
I'm
a
bringing.
damsel in distress
I'm
and then
bringing her
turn
all the
around
way
and say that
down.
she was part of the scam.
I never
It,
I'm
said
it's got
that.
bringing
to be.
her.
I
It's
never
got
I'm
to be
said
bringing
that.
one or
her
the
in
other.
all.
That
But see,
no,
y'all
that
don't
doesn't. It's
understand. Once you
opposite.
get
It's
her on the
opposite.
stand, you bring her all the way down. She's not a damsel. She let me do this stuff. Let me do it don't mean you a damsel. What I was saying
Yeah,
was my opinion of her. But what I'm
No,
saying
no,
as
no.
a
I got
court,
that.
you bring
I
her
got it too.
all the way down. You make her a part of the RICO. Because that's, in my opinion, if he was my client,
You're
that's
not
what
going
I
to do
would
it.
do.
That's what I'm saying.
I would attack her and bring it all the way down and make her a part of the con. That's
You're
just
not
what I
going to
would
do it
do in court.
Oh
He
wow,
because
what
you
you
should.
can't
got?
change the facts.
You
You
gonna
can't
turn
change
I
the
Shirley
just
facts.
into
don't
You can't
think
Ma
it
give.
would be
Barker?
smart of him. I'm not saying that you're
Basically,
not right.
Janetta. Yep.
I don't think it's gonna be smart. I don't think that's a smart move for him
You
because I
don't
think
think that,
she's
but
gonna come
I
across
do.
to that jury more likable than his
Yep.
client. When they're not when they start revealing what this man is known for doing, I think that's
Mhm.
going to hurt him more than it's going to help him. I understand what Shannon is
Yeah,
saying. I think it's genius. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think
I
overall,
get what you're
I hope
saying.
Sean is
Well,
really,
just
really
like right
prepared
now, if
because
me and you was on the jury, we would be on opposing
right,
sides. So you know what I'm saying? So you got to think
And
about
that's
that as
all we
well.
right,
need. That's all we need is
right.
Because
to hang this jury or to
yeah,
get a not guilty. We need one or two things. We actually need one, we
we're not
need two
saying,
things.
hold on. We're not saying we want to put Shirley on the RICO. Because personally, me, I don't care. I don't feel um I don't feel maybe the same way that some of y'all feel about Shirley. I'm really kind of neutral when it comes to that. I didn't grow up with Shirley. I've never listened to her on the radio because they weren't even playing her here till as of recent. She's not a role model to me. So she's not someone that's off
Me
limits
either.
for me discussing both sides. I think we're discussing both sides of it. I care like anybody else that's on trial. I really wouldn't care either way. You know what I mean? If she's at it, she's at it. I'll still say what I feel. You know, maybe I say I don't think she should be or she shouldn't. But it's not personal. We talking aggressive because we aggressive any damn way. But
Yeah.
I think she's
that's we
I
complicit.
think
passionate
everybody
about
up
what
here
we stand.
aggressive.
We
I think she's
passionate about
complicit.
what we stand, but we listening
But
to
you
each
can't
other.
add, and you can't
It's
add her
not
to a
personal.
RICO now. It's just
No.
us talking on the front porch because you can't add her. It's
Mm-mm.
too late to add her to any of these charges. She got to pass on this. So this RICO is not. I'm saying add her to the RICO as in why y'all didn't charge her too. You got to
Right.
make people. What you do as an attorney, and Janetta can back me on this, is you got to make people think like you want them to think. And that's why I almost became an attorney because I can talk you into some stuff now, okay? Because my daddy was on the other side of Nesto and he finessed a lot that I saw. And
Mhm.
you learn how to read people regardless to what kind of profession you're in, especially when you an attorney, you in law enforcement, you the police, you a CEO, you round people every day, all day. You learn
But
how
that's why I
people
say,
are.
Shan, you're confirming what I'm saying. That's why I said
No.
I just don't think Sean has it up against. My money is on Wooten. That's all I'm
Mine
saying. I'm
too.
not saying that
But
these aren't
that's
great
what I'm saying.
ideas.
We're not
I'm
talking
not
about
saying that
that
these
part.
aren't smart ideas. I'm just
Yeah.
saying I think if Sean comes that way, he's got the answer. He's
Yeah,
Allen
he
Iverson on
crossed
the
his
court
head.
with this
Yeah.
one. He's
Yeah.
the answer.
Yeah,
And
he
that's
would have
all
the
I'm saying.
final
Like,
say.
I just hope I hope he don't back himself in a corner with Wu and underestimating his opponent that he's not going to be able to not come from under. Because I think personally, coming and
Yeah.
attacking this woman,
It's the
I
wrong move
get
for
what
her.
everybody is saying. I haven't disagreed with that, but I'm saying
Yeah.
I don't think he's a strong enough chess player that he's going to be able to combat whatever Wooten comes with. That's where I'm going with it. I just don't, it's not about him like necessarily. I think he needs to just try to focus on the fact that the women in itself willfully were giving up their credit cards. The wife thing, you
He
start
won't
playing
win
her.
that way.
Huh?
I don't think he'll
He's
win
not
that way.
I don't think he's going to win. I think
But
he's going to definitely get
see,
some charges knocked off. I definitely agree with
thank
that.
you.
I hope he
But
don't. I hope he don't. But I'm
I,
just looking at both sides.
I
Because
know
I'm
Lady
not
T.
biased, and
If he can,
I
if they
don't
can,
want Nesto to get off on anything. But I'm looking at.
I think he's gonna get away
I
with
don't
some
have
of the
my
stuff.
feelings into
right.
this. My feelings ain't into this. Okay, the way that I feel like Wooten is just gonna come in and this man just gonna stand there and just let him.
No, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
see that happening. I don't see that happening. I feel like he's going to come from whatever angle he could come from, period. And I have not seen Sean in action yet when it comes to fighting the case. So I'll wait and reserve my feelings, then. And I think if I wanted my client to win, I'm coming for whomever,
Right.
period.
Me,
Well, see,
I
the
don't blame
thing
you.
is, you
Right.
got to
But
understand it.
what if Shirley lies though? That's just what I'm trying to say. All I was going to say is that's
Mhm.
where it has to be careful as well. If she actually said that she did not know about him buying that car, and it is proven in some kind of way that she did, so you're right. It can backfire on her. I mean, it can backfire because she would have to be. It's either the truth or it's a lie.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's either
Well,
and
she
it's gonna
also
be
didn't
one
know
of
about
the
or
the
she
two.
notary
didn't.
either.
Go ahead,
Huh?
Janetta.
Oh,
Go ahead.
she also didn't know about the didn't notarize the affidavit that
That's true.
Ansoga said. She didn't know
Right.
anything about that either. So
Right.
she has a trend of not knowing about stuff she should know.
Right. Either you lying or you telling the truth. Now, see, she can't get up in there saying, even playing damsel, she can't get in there saying that, okay, saying that I didn't know. But if he, like you said, if Hoover come at her in a way saying, okay, what?
Yeah.
You didn't know, but blah, 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 blah.
Well,
So
he's still gonna have to, even though Shirley doesn't, I mean, she looks amazing for 70, or a lot of people think so. He's gonna have to be careful how he attacks her,
Yep.
because people will look at
Mhm.
like, or this poor little innocent old lady he
Yep.
took advantage of. So if he goes
Thank
at
you,
her too
Janetta.
hard,
Yep.
It
he's
depends
gonna
on the
turn
jury.
those people on the jury against him. And
Ooh.
that's the same thing
Yep.
like with the R. Kelly case. Jennifer Bonjean, she went out hard after those victims and started crying. I don't think he was going to win anyway, but I think that kind of rubs some jurists the wrong way. So you have to be very careful with,
Mhm.
you still need to kind of go after them, but you need to go after them in a, you need to be very strategic how you do it.
But you can also, for me, I don't think Shirley gives off innocent old lady, regardless of her
Mhm.
age.
Mhm.
So
Okay, so Dr.
for
Charles.
me, if you can convince a few people now, and I think I would be capable of that, convincing just a couple people with my mouthpiece, as
Because
Nesto
I'm
like to call it.
convinced, and I mean, I'm, because if
I
he plays some of these old calls,
Yeah, that's true.
Especially with her sounding all snobby and, oh, yeah, definitely.
and that would
Or what
sway
about if him
people.
playing the ones with Job? Like the prosecution can
what
come
calls
back.
are Joe on?
I'm saying in
No.
terms of, if we're gonna go with her sounding snobby, I'm talking about her also quoting scriptures to her husband. The prosecution can come with
Oh,
that.
Joe. Oh, I would personally, if I was on the jury, I would not be moved by that. And then you got to remember, it may not be some Christians on the on there.
That may
You
be a
know what I'm
turnoff.
saying?
I would never use
Yeah,
that
because if
because
you
you
the only
may
thing, oh, I ain't see
turn
my boo
somebody
down
against you.
there.
I
Because
tell
if
you
the
what.
only thing I keep hearing you talking about Job, and I do know the Bible, I'll flip that. I know the Bible, and I know that she's interpreting it wrong. I'm just saying, if I was on the jury, that could hurt
What
her.
it
And
could.
if I'm an atheist, like Lemonhead,
But not in the
I
sense
wouldn't
that
care.
she's trying to lift her husband up. There's nothing in those calls, whether she's misinterpreting the Bible or not, is
Yeah.
nothing
Well,
in
that's what
there
I'm
that
saying.
I
That's
don't
what
think
I'm gonna
any
be
of us
looking
would
at, though.
think. But let me finish. I don't think any of us would say the interpretation is not where I'm going with. I'm talking about her believing in this man and trying to build him up. Right. So she may be misquoting a whole lot of things. Clearly, she misquoted a whole lot of things. But at the same time, she still looks like a victim because he, basically, huh? I think I'm thinking out here in
Yeah.
Atlanta, she's definitely going to, she's going to win the court of what you call it, popularity over him.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I
But see,
absolutely believe that.
But they pull in her past abuse
when
too,
you're
and if they pull in
picking
her
a
past abuse, yeah.
but when you're picking a jury, and see, they probably won't do all that, because that's
No.
something that's a different level. But when you're picking a jury, the art is to pick certain people. And if I was picking a jury, I'll be looking for people that are very skeptical. I will be looking for people that are not objective, that are very emotional, because how we feel is a big issue. And I've been up here, I have not once told y'all how I feel about nothing, because how I feel ain't the issue. I'm going off what I did in school, what I saw in court, and what I've experienced in court, and what I've
the
experienced
instructions.
yeah, I'm not going off that. So anybody that's listening to me probably thinking like, dang, she ruthless or she heartless or something. But no, I'm going off the system. And see, that's where we get messed up at. And that's why I don't watch First 48 no more. Because when we try to explain stuff, and you're explaining to the wrong person, because there's a lot of things that we don't do in court, and Janetta probably can back me on this, and bringing
Was that
in
Janetta
God
talking?
is one of them. Bringing it, no, it was Miss Boogie down. Bringing in God is one of them, because it can do you more harm than good in court, because you never know what background these people come from. Even if they are of the church, they could feel like Miss Lady T-Bug and be like, she interpreting wrong, because church people is real. A lot of church people, I'm not gonna say all, but some church people are real judgmental. And then you can have some people that say they always got to bring up God. So you got a myriad of different people. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like I'm
What does Miss
looking at it
Janetta?
from
What did
being in court. And when you in court, you don't the only time you want to bring God in is when you put your hand on that Bible and swear in. Outside of that, unless it's a religious crime or something like that, you don't really too much want to be bringing up God. And I've never really seen it happen in court a lot unless it's a part of the case, because your
Is this Janetta
jury,
talking now?
That is
no, this
shame.
Shan.
That's
Oh, okay.
Shan.
Okay.
Because your
Okay.
jury is going, and I only say it because I was in court daily, and your jury is going to be regular old folk like us out here, and they feel a way. And I learned that a long time ago, where I learned to be objective, because I did what I did for decades. These people ain't really objective. They coming from, I feel like this about her. I feel like that about her. I even gave my opinion about Shirley a minute ago, because I used to listen to Shirley in the courthouse. I used to listen to Shirley at my desk every morning, 6 to 10, every morning. But guess what? When it come to that courthouse, once I get in there, my whole change. And normal people aren't like that, because I was taught and I learned and I was that way because I had a job to do. Regular folk ain't like that. They come in there with their feelings. Listen to those jurors from
Yes.
YSL. They were talking about how they felt about stuff. And I said, ain't now one of them said nothing about no law. They talking about how people
So
was
Shane, you
looking.
have experience in the courts. You have experience.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't you.
But
Okay. So
look at
with
the
two attorneys.
YSL case, right? The YSL case fell apart because that prosecution was not properly prepared,
They
not
wasn't
because
ready.
they was innocent. There's a
You know why
difference.
they
I
wasn't
just
ready though? They wasn't
why
ready because Steele asked for a speedy trial, like your boy Nesto was speedy trial, speedy trial. But see, Steele asked for a speedy trial because he knew they wasn't ready and they didn't have nothing. So he ran up and said speedy trial. So you got to come at me right now. That's why their case was so dysfunctional. You got 90 days to get me up in here. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. So if people go back and figure out, first of all, Love, in my opinion, is not a good prosecutor, first of all. Second of all, you don't have a good case because multiple people wasn't trying to prosecute it for the last decade. But then you trying to move up. This is somebody who was really trying to move up. So you gonna tell your boss, I got it, I can do it. And when he stepped his foot up and said, okay, you ain't got time, speedy trial. Oh shoot. We got a list of 215 witnesses. We got all these
right, but that's
Instagram
what I
hours
but
of stuff.
we're saying the
Wooten ain't
same
like
thing.
that
What I'm
though.
saying is, I
Wooten
don't
is
think
ready.
that's going to be Wooten's case. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I keep going back to with my opinion with Sean. I'm not disagreeing with anybody. What I'm saying is this. The YSL versus their paid attorneys or whatever have you, that prosecution didn't stand a chance. I think Will Wooten is very much up for the assignment, and I just don't think that Sean is going to out lawyer him. So yes, they may get Shirley up there, they may shake her up or whatever have you. I just think, unfortunately, because of who his client is, that's what's going to be the demise of Nesto. Nesto is going to be his own demise. Even if they get to trip up and confuse us with the whole Shirley part. I'm telling you, I just do not feel like this man can out lawyer. I think he looks more like the prosecutors from YSL, and Wooten looks like those paid attorneys that those guys had, because Wooten is he's here for it. He's here for it.
We
The sad
agree
part
with
is
you,
too,
but
with
we weren't saying that wasn't true. We were not talking. We weren't even. I think we talk about two different things, but we agree with you.
Right.
We agree with you. We feel like Wooten is the better lawyer, but we weren't talking. We weren't comparing it. We were just saying we think that they will put Shirley on the stand. That was
Oh
it.
yeah.
right,
And they
right.
will
What
We
does
be
And I
try
able
Janetta
to
say?
to
and
right.
come
not.
for
And I
her.
still think
And he
he's
gonna
not,
come for her. Yeah, he
What
gonna
does
come for
Janetta
her.
say?
I
I'm
don't.
just
Oh,
oh
Go
I'm
ahead. Hold on. Let Janetta
just
go.
trying. Oh,
or
I was just
Janetta. I'm
trying
sorry.
to list. I guess for me, it's not about. They're not on equal playing field here.
Hmm.
So I don't think it's easy to make a judgment of who's the better lawyer. I think they're both doing a good job.
Me
A lot
too.
Yeah.
of times the defense, you just have, you just have what you have, and really and truly, this suppression motion, that's all he have, because all that comes in, this so is done. So that's why
Hmm.
he's fighting tooth and nail, because that's all he has. And a lot of people think he's listening to Sonya. I think that's giving Sonya too much credit. I think any
Yeah.
lawyer would try to get this evidence suppressed, because once it comes in, your client is cooked. And so your biggest fight here, which Nesto is entitled to a adequate representation, because he can also appeal and say ineffective assistance of counsel. So we want him to have a good attorney. We want the counsel to do a good job for him, so he won't have that argument on appeal. So even though we, we're afraid that, oh, his argument is going to work, because I think most of us do want Nisto locked away,
Yes,
but it's still
we do.
important. It's a part of due process. So I think what,
Fair.
what Shan
Hmm.
was saying, if I was the defense, this is what I
Yes,
was arguing. So I think
yes.
most people are on the same page that
Hmm.
we all want this dude locked away. He's a scary guy. He's dangerous. And so I think when all this started, what got our attention was the animals and the children. So, and from there we just learned more and more. So we definitely don't want him to, be free. But it's interesting to look at the other side to see, okay, what would they
Yes.
argue? Because I was when I saw Sean's motion to suppress, Sean Hoover's motion to suppress,
Hmm.
and I was anticipating that Woon was gonna argue one thing. He came back with the whammy, like, no, you have no standing. But if you
Right.
remember, I did say when he wanted to suppress what was found in Erica's home, I did say he had no standing for that. But I wasn't expecting him to say you have no standing, because I didn't think about the marriage aspect of it. So that I think that's brilliant. You're not
Hmm.
married. This is fraud. So that wasn't, because anybody will have a reasonable expectation of privacy if they're driving their spouse's car. Because if I'm driving my husband's car, he had a car
Hmm.
before we got married and it's solely in his name, and I'm driving it. That becomes my car too. So I could tell the police, no, you can't search this car. This is my car, even if it's not in my name. So I think people were hung up on the fact, oh, it's in Shirley's name, not his name. That didn't matter if they were legitimately married. So, but when he came back and said they're not married, this is fraud, and he cited all those cases that stated that you don't get to
Hmm.
basically you don't get the benefit of this exclusionary rule, or however, because it's fraud. I mean, that's just brilliant. He did a
Yep.
really good job. So
I agree.
hopefully, I don't know which only argument I think that Sean could make, which he probably would come up with something else. But in my mind, what I'm thinking, maybe he's gonna argue, well, they held themselves out as being married.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I was thinking too.
that's the
Yeah.
only thing that I could think of. Maybe somebody else could think of something since they held themselves out to be, which Georgia doesn't recognize a common law marriage.
Mhm.
Mm-mm.
But that's the only thing I could think of to counter that.
Yeah,
Janetta, but
that's what I think too. Oh, sorry.
how would you deal with Shirley though? Like how? Because I basically I'm thinking if you can get one or two people on your side with Shirley, you might have some charges dropped. But
Well, I would.
how would you deal with Shirley?
It's kind of hard to say because we don't know what evidence will come in, what's going to be allowed. But I know I would want her real personality to shine through. I would want the jury to know she's a snob, and I would try to make her as unlikable as possible,
Yeah.
and then basically try to take the Charleston White approach. She was there, um, and
Hmm.
she knew what was going on, or she should have known what was going on. Which I honestly don't think that she knew, but that's how I would make it seem as though she wasn't. Make her look a little bit less of a victim. But
That,
I would be kind of careful not to like really attack her. But it's the
that
way it's like how you use your tone of voice when you question. You just wouldn't be going like you would like really use your attack voice with her. But you would do a very very subtle way
that
of just kind of pointing a finger that she's not innocent.
That's what my
Yeah,
issue is
and
with Shirley. That's where my issue is with Shirley. My issue is I think she has had a responsibility to know what's going on. I don't think she has an excuse to exalt herself of all of these things that's happened. So I want y'all to please understand that I don't think she's innocent in this. And ignorance is not a defense to me. I'm sorry, it's just not a defense to me.
I
I
mean, I
think
think
it's
that's reasonable. That's true, but we got to keep in. She's not a defendant and everything
right.
too.
That's true.
So it's
That's
really
true.
all she got to do is go up there. So it's really
That's
honestly, it's
true.
not her problem whether they believe her or not. It's Sean Hoover's problem. So he's gonna have that challenge. He's gonna have to, and the same thing with the other victims because I know for months people were saying as far as Melanie. I believe it was a guy that was on the other show. Another show was saying, was it Joey? He said, "How do you get how these women get all this money?
Yeah.
How did he get them to give him all this money?" That's a
Yeah.
very valid question.
Right.
So he's facing that challenge too, but I'm pretty sure
Right.
he knows how to handle it, and he's gonna do a good job. But it's not gonna be that easy.
Well, with the ladies giving the money now in defense of them as
Mhm.
well, I think we forget, like, doesn't he or wasn't he coming in on the premise of of having like some type of credit repair type of thing, or
We will
helping
have
them
to see.
level up and stuff
Yeah,
like that?
yeah,
So
that's fine. But they kept giving him money, and they saw no
Yeah.
results.
because they were
Yeah.
also intimately involved with them too, right?
Yeah,
So
they can
with him
face some
too, right?
judgment, but
Anybody can
it
get
could. Well, it couldn't have been that good if he had to use AIDS and everything. So
That part.
I don't understand how he could use that to fool them either. But I
Yeah.
I don't understand that. So I understand that they were defrauded. I believe them, but I just don't understand how. And then, Charleston White did kind of explain it. He felt like Miss Tolia, he could talk to the old, the young. He
Mm.
was very used very disrespectful language, but the young women, he could do this. And so he said he had this swag. But notice what Charleston White said. He said, but he didn't hardly talk. Erica did the talking. So he probably, told them a little because I don't think Erica was involved with him with the women because I haven't heard Erica be involved in that. But he
Yeah, I
probably
don't
used
think so either.
some kind of charm. He listened to them, so he probably talked less with them as well. And told oh, I could help you with this, and then he turned it over. My assistant can help you with your social media, Dominique. So he did have her. Maybe she did the talking. But he did. Charleston White said he didn't do that much talking because when he opened his mouth too much is a problem. Because I know even Shirley, she probably was like, hun, just don't talk. Just smile and you look nice." Because there's no way I would have been embarrassed if he opened his mouth.
Yeah.
Don't embarrass me in front of Steve and Tommy, hun. Can you imagine the joke,
Just
Steve and
hush.
Tommy and
Just
all
sit
of
in
them?
the corner. Just sit in the corner, Alfredo. What?
Alfredo.
Sit in the corner, Alfredo.
Just don't say anything. So I think that's his skill right there, which Sonya needs to learn. He knows when to shut up. And he let her do most of the talking too. And like he doesn't do as much talking on the calls either. And then when the earlier calls with Shirley was just fussing and they did this, and she was so angry. He didn't even have to tell too many lies in the beginning because Shirley was convinced. She had convinced herself that the police set him up, and she was doing. And he said, and they
Yeah.
made all. I remember he said they made all of it up, and this basically he just
And he
repeating what
was
she
and
said.
he was a black man that everybody was attacking.
A black man with a
She
Bentley.
didn't understand why they hate him. So I'll play all that in court, because I'm trying to win for my client.
Yeah, but she pretty much, she convinced herself of all that, but I don't she must have been I don't know how he did it.
Me
She just was
either.
lonely. And then the fact I think he used each woman as a stepping stone. That's the only way I
Yeah.
can it made sense with Shirley because she was with Ebony first, and Ebony was they were I won't say they were because Shirley works for the bigger star than Ebony did. Of course, then Ebony ended up losing her job. So I wouldn't say they were but they were in the same industry. So
Mhm.
surely, if Ebony had worked at McDonald's or something like that, just an average person,
Mhm.
Nesto wouldn't have looked as desirable to her. Like, he got he gained some kind of clout by being with Ebony, so what Shirley would consider him like, oh well, she was dating him,
Mhm.
that he may not be so bad, but I think that's kind of what got him in the door. He used each woman because he had not what's the lady that owned the Carol probably got him the stepping stone to where he looked like
Yeah.
something to get Ebony because he said that he moves up a level or something. He said something to that effect. That he because Dion said he levels up with his relationships and things like that.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
he,
That's
he
true.
was looking for something like he was going to use Shirley to go to get somebody bigger. So he wasn't really worried.
Big to the veil. You've been so patient.
I have. There's a lot of stuff I want to say, and
Uh-oh.
I want to jump in, but I lost my train of thought. I was just listening. As far as like the jury selection goes,
Mhm.
um, I've read a little bit about jury selection. I would tend to, if I were doing jury selection, I'm sure they have, the state has jury consultants. They have, more resources available to them. I and Nesto does not. He has a court appointed attorney, or I'm sorry, a public defender, and I would get people who are a mixed bag ethnically,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
who are more come from like middle class people who work hard. Now, I mean, like, and they some of make not middle class and upper class, so
Mhm.
they can kind of view things from a lens of um this he's not it's not just because sometimes people who when you come from the bottom you see somebody scamming you sometimes you can be like, yeah, man, well, you got to get it where you get in where you fit in, as opposed, and they don't look at the law, whereas somebody who's probably educated a little bit higher in status in America would be able to view place the law where it needs to be placed and understand like what the impact that he's had on these people. Yes, these women kept giving him money, and what's her name did not cut off her card. I don't know why she didn't have on credit card alerts after the first large transaction up $1,000. That's just bizarre to me. But that's neither here nor there. It is what it is. Um, as far as Shirley goes,
Mhm.
yes, I do think Mr. Hoover is going to put her on the stand, and even if you make her look like a snob, and make her look, stuffy and whatnot, she I don't see a way where you could make her look
Like
like
a
less,
thief.
like anything
Right.
But
less.
they're not trying to make her look like a thief. She's
But
not
what?
actually
We're
on the
trying to make her
case.
look like a willing party. You
Well,
have to make her
We're
look like a
trying to
thief because
create
he's a
reasonable
thief.
doubt. That's the part you keep
That's what I
missing. They
was.
just
That
trying to They're not trying to make her do nothing,
What
but
I'm
they
saying
only
is
see
No,
the
you're
goal is to
creating
make
reasonable
the.
doubt implies that she knew more
No,
than
they
what
don't.
she's saying she's
well,
knowing.
what I'm trying to
No,
say, what I'm trying
that
to,
mean
because
that they can't convict him based on her testimony.
well, that part is necessary to, like, based on what she says. It helps. It's evidence. Like whatever she says is evidence, obviously.
Hmm. Hmm.
But I don't see a way that even whatever she says, even if it's something minute, that she does not, that he doesn't come out, like she doesn't look discreditable. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Because she is, whether she doesn't seem like she was a willing participant. We can hear her on the call. She's still rah rah sis boom ba, and they're going to use the phone calls as
Mm.
evidence. They've already stated that. She's very much backing him up. Now you could say, well, you were hyping him up and saying that you were going to do better because you knew he was going to come out and scam some more. You could, that could be an angle to go to. I mean, but as far as him putting her on the stand, I really, really don't see it. I mean, him as far as cross examination, I'm sure that one of them is going to call her if it goes to trial. If Nesto just doesn't tap out and say, "I plead guilty," because
Yeah.
I tap out by this time. It's like,
Yeah. I would
mm,
too if I was
I
him.
I tap out because I mean they're giving out deals. They may not give out a good deal, but they're giving out some sort of shortened sentence, like 10, 15 years. I mean, you might get out early if you do good. If you do good, But as far as Shirley goes, she's just a sympathetic witness. Regardless of, I don't see any way that they can make her look. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm driving because it keeps connecting and reconnecting.
Yeah, I saw
Um,
you kept dropping down. Go ahead.
um, I don't see any way that they can discredit her. I really don't. Like, and she's not on trial. But she's evidence, pretty much. Whatever she says is evidence. I just don't see how anything that she can provide, that she's gonna provide, will be something to his benefit. Because she's not, we don't have her on. We have Sonya more and giving more incriminating evidence than Shirley.
Yep. Agree. I agree with you.
Yeah, but
Um, Go ahead.
she's the one who said that she didn't authorize the truck, and that is the focus
She
for
right.
Sean to get that thrown out. I'm not even on this. I'm not
Oh,
even talking at the level that you guys are talking of. I'm talking
okay,
about basic,
so
basic.
let's
If
talk
you
about.
was Sean and you wanted to find another way to get this evidence thrown out, what are you going to
Okay,
do? Because
so let's talk.
he has to attack the truck. He has to attack the truck.
He's attacking the truck. I don't know I know he gave a bunch of case law and all that. I'm not going to look all that up right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. He gave us footnotes.
That's why I said basic.
And I'm
Don't
just,
think
but
high
basic.
level. Bring
So
it
what I'm
down.
saying, because that both of them have said on, red light. Both of them have said that, oh, we are still married. We're married. We're married. She was under the impression that she was married.
I ain't
There was.
talking about that. I'm just talking
No,
about the truck.
I'm talking about the truck. I'm getting there, Lady T Bug. Let me cook for a second. I've been waiting. I've been
You
simmering.
have been waiting. You have, sister.
Um, I so she thought she was married, and the based on the case law from what he said. Now I'm partial to believe Mr. Will Wooten that you don't get to claim your benefits from fraud, and you are allegedly defrauded this lady out of a marriage. You used her money I mean, according to her, she didn't know that she wouldn't have given you the money. Obviously, maybe she knew that maybe she was giving you money to put money down on the truck, but she would not have given it to you had she known that you were still married to these other one or more of these other parties. So you don't get to like claim this, and it was ill-gotten. So you don't have ownership over it. Because look at they took back what's her name's truck? They took back Shirley's truck. That was but then that was in Nesto's name, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, the
He had
company
read.
I'm
name.
only asking you if
I
you
know
was
that, but
Sean,
I'm just. If I'm,
what
oh,
would you
oh, okay.
not? Do
Am I
you
looking?
yes or no
Oh,
want to
I'm
get the
sorry.
evidence
I got
thrown
you.
out
I was
from the
thinking.
back door?
I have no way to defend him. Sorry, I could
Or you
tap
gonna
out
you
on
gonna
that.
let your point loose? Okay.
Cause he ain't giving me nothing to work with. You know what he's giving me to work with? A chick in booty shorts and high heels. That's what he's giving me to work with. And then
That's not what I'm asking you. If the
I'm
person that's saying that they did not authorize him to use their name or give him the money to get this truck,
we know it's a.
that's
I mean, I don't. I as a to me.
you're saying you
Okay.
if you was him, you would not say nothing to Shirley at all. You would just go along
I,
with that is true.
no, I'm not. I mean, I would try to find. I don't. You'd have to dig up some probably some antiquated law. Ooh, I'm sorry. You'd have to dig up some antiquated law to kind of try to combat what Will Wooten's saying because I don't. He doesn't really have much of a defense at this point. He's talked so much. I mean, I can't come up with anything for
Okay.
Sean right now. I can't. So
Okay.
I'm a bow out gracefully on that one.
Okay. Because that's what I'm talking about. I get where, and I don't want Nestor to win. I want his ass under the jail. But y'all going way too high, and I think me and Shan just at basic.
Oh
Like
no, I'm just. What I'm saying is all I'm
we
saying
just
is
talking
like
about.
for
Well, Shirley is pretty
Maybe you
much
and Shan ain't high enough, Lady T.
no. I'm sorry, because
Well,
I'm
I
looking.
agree. I
I'm
agree with
not
you.
biased. I'm looking at from both sides. I
I'm
don't
not.
feel like this person brilliant and this person dumb. I'm just looking at what
No,
I
I didn't call
actually see.
anybody. I never
No,
used
no,
those
you
words.
didn't. I'm just it's just my response.
Okay.
This
Okay.
is me. I didn't say you said I'm just saying I don't feel that
Because I
way.
don't think
So
Sean is
I'm
dumb at
looking at it
all.
from both
I think he got a
sides.
dumb client. And I think he
Yeah,
has a
I
liar
agree
of a
with that.
client.
I
And I
agree
think
with
he
that.
has a big
That's what I.
liar of a client. And I don't think he's going to be able to go up against Wooten because of
Yeah,
the
but
fact that his client is
His
a
client
liar.
has
I
fumbled the
don't think
bag.
his client has
I
given
give
him
up.
all of the
Because I'm not
information.
talking about that. Yeah, I get all that, but I'm not talking about that part.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lady T Bug,
Yeah,
about the
thank you.
basics because I
Yeah,
think what we were talking about is not necessarily any case law, but
yeah,
basically, if she's on the stand after Wooten does the direct and he asks her questions, she tell her story about how she didn't authorize him to purchase his car and all the things that happened. Then Sean Hoover cross examines her. How would
yeah,
you do that? You don't necessarily need case law to,
thank
or
you.
you
You asked a
don't.
question.
Yeah, but you may be asking some
Yeah.
questions based off so you can establish that this law is, some kind of law, whatever. You ask questions based off of that, but not necessarily where looking up case law. So I wouldn't get too lost in the case law, but the case law is going to
Right.
be more important in when you're making the arguments, like to suppress the evidence. That's why
Yes,
that's so
with the
case law
judge.
heavy.
Right.
But if we're talking about her on cross-examination, unless we're arguing over whether or not something's hearsay or evidence rules, we're not worried so much about case law so
Thank
much. We
you.
want to get to the facts. So
Yes.
what did you
It,
know? What did
okay.
he
Yes.
tell you?
Yes.
So if you're asking just about like cross examination, if
Yes,
you
yes,
had
yes.
your
That's what they were
okay,
talking about.
okay. So if I you buckled up, if I got her on the stands, like so during your 9 years, like you always were under the impression, just asking her questions about the marriage. At any point in time, did you have any clue, an idea that you may not have been legally married when I ask her the questions regarding like their marriage because that's related to some of one of his major claims in his case. I would ask her those questions. And don't get her to the point where she gonna cry, but ask her those questions. You said it's been said that you had some Instagram messages. What when people were telling you things about him? Did anything
I'm
come up
only asking about
about
the
him being
truck.
married?
She only asked about a truck, but it's
No,
either a lie or the truth.
but you're trying, but I get that, but you have to ask those questions to kind of get there. My assumption is like you want to know about the truck. How do you get the evidence thrown out? You want to be able to prove that he didn't do this fraud.
So you want to
So
get into her
I mean, there,
mindset of what she knows, and that does kind of go to where her mindset was. What does she know
Profit.
about him?
Is she saying that when like the truck was initially purchased, she didn't know it was purchased in her name? Is that what she's saying, Lady
That's,
T? I'm not familiar with that
yes, that's
part.
what she said, and that she
Yes.
didn't give him the money or nothing like that. But I guess the money was taken out of her account
Okay, that he was
without her
managing.
knowledge. Without her knowledge, all this was without her knowledge.
But then they have a
And
joint account. That was his money too. Then it was in a joint account now.
that's
So
what I
Right, that's
want
what
to
what I'm
talk
money?
asking. Is
about.
it
Cause
her
y'all
account
want to
that
go all the way around the world on me.
that's his money.
All that.
because then it does become both of theirs, right? So like if it's like asking me as a married woman, did I know that my husband put the cable bill in my name? Now the bill is coming. I don't take care of the bills. I've already established that my husband takes care of the bills. So the bill is coming in my name, but I may not see it coming in my name. And right. So now something goes wrong with the cable or whatever have you. And then I'm saying, well, I didn't know my husband put the cable bill in my name. He pays the bills.
Well,
So
Well,
that's
you
what
therefore,
I
can't do.
was
You
I
can't do
trying to
He
get
that.
had no
to.
right to
Y'all
put it
want
in
to
your
talk
name,
about
though. He had
that's
no
what
right
I
to
was
put it in
trying
your
to
right,
get.
name.
but maybe that's the sword that she's trying to fall on to get to where Lady T-Bug is with the truck. I'm just saying it could very well be on whether we want to call her dense or whatever. It could very well be that she really didn't know at the time of purchase that this truck
Yes.
was being purchased in her name. And then when she did find out, because that would be right, the next logical question,
For
okay,
me.
when you found out, well, he's my husband, she
Yeah.
probably didn't make a big deal out of it.
Right.
But she could use that defense as well, and on ignorance, right?
Right.
He did it, and then by the time I found out, well, no, I didn't make a big. You didn't think nothing of it. You didn't say anything to him. Well, no, I'm not going to have my husband arrested. You know what I mean? Or maybe they did have words, but at the end of the day, the damage was done, and she left it the way it is. But she can say, I really didn't know in the beginning that the truck was purchased in my name because my husband handles the financial affairs.
And so you're arguing
That's
on the
what we
side of
me and
Wooten,
Shan was
right?
talking about. Thank you,
Yeah, I'm
Miss
arguing
Biggie
on the
Downs.
side of Wooten.
Okay, because they don't help this though.
Right. No, I'm not
No,
trying
I'm
to
not
help
trying
him.
to help Nestor. That's what I was
Well,
trying to say.
I thought we were saying if we were Sean Hoover, what would we do? Okay, so got
That's
it.
what I'm trying to
Right,
say.
but she was,
They're saying it.
and now I'm just saying, like, that would be my
Yeah.
response to Sean. Sean's coming at me. He's defending his client. He's coming with the daggers. That would be my defense. My husband handles XYZ. I did not know at the time of initial purchase or
Gotcha.
whatever have you that it was done
Gotcha.
in my name because my husband handles the affairs. That would be my question. That's what I'm saying. I didn't
Okay.
understand what
Yeah.
Lady T was saying in the very
Yeah,
beginning
that's
because
why
I didn't
Shan
know.
came, but to try to break it. Shan was
Right. And when y'all
understanding
would,
what
you
I'm
see,
yeah.
I kept going all over the place
I'm
because I didn't
like,
know what
no,
the hell
I
y'all
ain't
were
talking
talking
about
about.
that. Because I want Nesto
No,
and
no,
Jet.
no. I definitely know you're not a Nesto fan, but what I was just
No,
trying to say is I couldn't understand what y'all kept saying about him coming after her
yeah,
on the
not
stand.
just
Then
like attack
I
her
don't
or
think
beat
it's
her
gonna work
down.
for him. Then I go
Yeah.
back to what I originally said. Now with
Okay.
knowing a little
Okay.
bit more, I don't think it's
Can I
gonna
have a
work because she can say he handles the affairs. I just put the money in the account.
Yeah,
so the
that's what I was
scenario?
going to. Thank you. Thank you,
Mhm.
honey.
So the scenario is I'm Hoover and I have Shirley in my. I'm cross-examining Shirley,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's
Well,
specifically
we
about
kind
the.
of got into the part that we kind of was talking about, and then we went all left. Now we bringing it back. Was
Okay,
that
paint the scenario
if
for me, please.
Sean would come back, what would he say and how he would handle this, and if Shirley had to
And
take the stand, you know what I'm saying? What would
so
be, you know what I'm saying? Okay, you got it.
I got no, I don't, because I deal with very specific. So the scenario is if I'm Sean, am I writing a motion or am I just like
No, we just talking
okay
No,
about
no,
in
no. This is
general. That's why I said it's
cross-examination.
in general.
cross
Yeah.
examination?
Yeah, he's now questioning Shirley about her level of knowledge of what her husband had going on, or
How
her
long did
alleged
you know?
husband.
How long did you know your husband had the truck? What day did you find out your husband had this truck? So
So
you mean
I'll
to tell
say,
me?
let's say 3 months in. I find out 3 months
Well,
in.
Vicky, the whole purpose is to get her to admit
That's
to
what I'm trying
what
to
she's saying.
establish.
But see, what the other purpose is during the trial, the truck can get thrown out at any point. It don't have to
Yeah,
just be before. So that's what
I know.
we're
right.
trying to get the truck thrown out as
Period.
lawyers during Shirley's testimony. That's what we was talking about Sean gonna have to do if he got a hope. But that's all. That's it.
So, what bills were you and your husband's name? How were things established in your household?
My husband
Did you
pays the bills. We have an account that
who
the
made the
money goes
decisions
into.
who made the
My husband
decisions?
takes care of all the bills.
So you never made any decisions about what bill goes to whom.
Nope. And I can tell you, as independent as I am, and I feel like I'm more independent as Shirley Vick, I'm telling you, that's how it went in my house. That's how it went in my house. Did I learn from certain things? Absolutely. But I'm telling you, I can see wholeheartedly Shirley on this one. I can see it. Now, my only defense is I was much younger than her. But at the end of the day, we had a system. My ex-husband, now husband at the time, was better with finances. We had a house account. Now, I was always smart enough to still have a little stash for a rainy day, but the house account, he took care of everything. So there could have been bills that were in my name. The only thing was there was no creditors coming for me. So therefore, I can see her saying, I didn't know that the truck was bought in, was put in my name. My husband had access to my Social Security as I had his, and my husband had access to the account as I did. So that's why I was trying to get clarity on what Shan and Lady T-Bug was saying.
That's why I was like, we're not even
Sean.
we ain't even talking about who better than who, we don't care. We just saying, I feel that he is going to come back and try to discredit no matter what point he's going to try.
But even with me having that knowledge now, I still don't feel that would be smart of him, because if she has the defense that I'm telling you was my own story 20 years ago, that's not gonna help Nesto, like Janetta said. I don't think it's gonna help more what Wooten is trying to prove about this dude being quote unquote a Tindler swindler, if you will. Like, I don't think that truck is gonna get thrown out.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Even though I'm just looking at both sides.
No, I like the devil advocate's point. Like, I'm not,
because we're not going to be on the jury, so it's still like going to be up to, like you said, the jury, things that they've been through, and all of that. For example, I've never been married. I've never had a joint account with anybody, so that's never going to make sense to me, because I'm not going to give anyone full 100% access to my money. Even my daughter don't have a account. If something happened to me, she can get into it. She's the person that I have on there. But so that's not gonna win me over. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's not gonna win me over. But I'm just saying, if that's the defense, that if he's coming for her and he's going to play on for his defense, for his for his client, that can blow up in his face. That can blow up in his face.
Anything can blow up. Yeah,
that can blow up in his face, because it is. But what I'm saying is, just for us on the panel or as well, and none of us know either of these cats, obviously. But the one thing that I can lend defense to Shirley, the only thing, like I said, is I was much younger than what she was at her age, but that was the arrangement that we went with the better person. Now, I didn't have. Come to find out, my ex-husband is not my ex-husband because he was a fraud and a con man and then this and this and that. That wasn't our story. But as far as the finances hand down, like, that was the smarter person in our union, and he took care of everything. So like I said, it is very well possible bills could be in your name that you're not aware of. And then when she found out, probably I mean, what was she gonna do? Like at the time, she really believes that she's married to this dude. I'm not gonna have you arrested. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but
I'm
they
not.
had eviction after eviction. They had he was
She,
being
but she's
garnished,
under
all
the
that stuff.
impression that they were moving because there was roaches, because there was this. Again, she let this man take total control. I agree. I'm just giving you the other side of that.
What about the
Yeah, but when we
garnishment
try to
though?
give you the other side, you
The
don't want to hear
garnishments
us.
didn't come
That's
to
not
when.
gonna pass
She
for us.
didn't. The garnishments didn't happen right away. She's now getting garnished. The garnishments didn't happen right away. So I'm not talking about where we are in present day. I'm talking about she started finding out a lot like the rest of us when it was, in her case, unfortunately, a little bit too
He
late. But I
was
think she
the
definitely was
garnishment before he
naive to
got
a
that was
lot of
before
things.
he got locked up. That garnishment was before he got
It
locked up, but
was.
she was
They
still
also were separated at that time. We don't know why they were separated. She doesn't talk,
she
I
was
don't
on the
right?
think they
She
phone,
were
said,
"Hun, I'm gonna
separated.
pay for your lawyers, hun," and all. They didn't sound very
okay,
separated, but I
I
guess
think
it's
they were
No, I
just
don't feel they were
living.
separated
I
either.
think she was just, they were living how
well, they
they
were
normally
displaced, right?
live.
She was displaced.
Hold on, Miss
Yeah.
Boogie Down. Go ahead.
I think they were living like they normally live because we know, listening to the calls, they never spent a lot of time together. So Shirley was in a hotel 80% of the time, and Nesto was still D-dashing outside. But I'm, and I just want everybody to know, like, we were just given the opposite side or what could happen or what we
Yeah.
was thinking about.
Right.
And also, I'm married, been on my husband all my life, basically, except outside of 15 years of my life. But
Hmm.
we've never had anything joint. Never, ever. Taxes as close as it come.
Hmm.
And that's just me. So if you got somebody like me, and that's
Hmm.
even worse than I am, as far as thinking about, I'm not letting nobody else touch my money. If I'm gonna go down in flames financially, even if I ain't good with it, that's gonna be on me. So I'm not letting you run my money. Now you can let me run yours, or you can let me run the house money, or we could just do what we do and come up with a plan. See, everybody thinks differently. That's why it's good to pick. That's why both sides get to pick out the jury, because you're gonna have people in similar situations, but they are different. Just like we're not a regular married couple. So always people might say, are you married? And ask some other questions beyond just are you married? Because are you married just mean, okay, you married to somebody. That don't mean y'all live together. That don't mean y'all sleep in the same room. That don't mean
Mm.
y'all spend a lot of time together. Because when you ask a juror, are you married? Do you and your husband spend 80% of y'all free time together? You can ask that. And for this case, that's a question that I would ask, me personally, because that means a lot. If you
Mm.
spend a
Right.
lot of time with your mate, because I do with mine. If he ain't at work, he normally with me. And my friends
Right.
and everybody laugh because he be in the background chirping. So, you know, it's really funny because everybody has a different perspective. And that's why juries kind of make me mad sometimes,
Yeah.
because they're not always able to be as objective as the people who work there are. And that's why most defendants, and you can ask Janetta, want a jury, because we want you to feel. We don't want you to look at this evidence against my client.
Not at all.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Not at
you
all.
think that the marriage aspect? I mean, I know the marriage because they're using this motion to suppress, and it's a big part
Hmm.
of Wooden's made it a bigger part of it. But initially, when this RICO was first filed, it was just kind of there, okay, the bigamy charge. It wasn't like a big part of the case, and so I don't really see this being a big part of the case once you get past all the evidence issues of if I don't see it being a big part of the case to where it's going to come up in voir dire where I'm gonna ask. I mean, yeah, you may ask the jurors if they've been married or but I don't know. They may get offended if you go too deep into asking them personal questions about their marriage. A lot of times with voir dire,
That part.
you're gonna try to. I know with the defense, they're gonna want people who don't the people that who don't trust the police and prosecutors. That's who you're gonna want as the defendants. And a lot of times, those
Yeah.
people tend to be Black and Hispanic people who
Hmm.
don't trust. They're not, so you don't want somebody that's gonna take a critical eye to the police because Detective Fields' testimony is gonna be important. So you're
Yeah.
gonna want them to look at like what's going on there, whatever. You're not gonna want them to just automatically trust what she's saying. as far as the state goes, you're gonna want people who do trust the police. So I think that's gonna be a bigger part of our dire versus the marriage, because you can go either way with that. Because I don't do joint accounts either, and I'm married. And then
But I
there's
think
people
for the
who
defense, that's for the defense. I'm talking about for the defense. The state, no.
Yeah,
I was
I
just talking
think
about.
Wooten
what?
good.
I was talking about for Sean. He wants to try to get married people that's unorthodox because I'm looking at getting one person to change their mind
I don't see
versus we want
how
12
okay, how
people
does that help him? What and how does that help him?
because they
How
don't
would it
spend a
help
lot of
Sean?
Yeah, how does it
because
help
he
him?
trying to get rid of the truck. He trying to get rid of the truck by
Oh,
saying that
okay. I
Shirley,
thought we
yeah,
were past that issue and at the trial or whatever. Because I don't see how
yeah,
if he can't
you
get
can
it
get
eliminated, how he
he
gonna get eliminated?
he can get it in a criminal trial. You can get something eliminated midway through. You don't have
I
to
mean,
just.
I don't think it's likely though.
I
I
It
don't
think
will
it's
have to
either.
be
likely.
based off of some circumstances I
But
don't
that's the
even know
only way
yet.
Nesto wins, though. That's what I'm saying.
That's
That's
what
just
I
my
think.
opinion.
That's why I
Okay, so
think
we
too.
That's why I'm saying that because that's all I'm thinking about is because to me
That's right.
that's the only way Nesto gets some charges knocked off. Other than that, he gone.
yeah,
In
so
my
it's
He
That's
ain't gonna
opinion,
get charges knocked off because him getting out of those 39, him getting a few
and that's why
charges
I
knocked
say
off.
charges
Is he
knocked
still
off.
winning? Because
Well,
I
But
don't
if
yeah,
he
see.
could get
because
rid of the truck, he could possibly get rid of all that evidence that came
well,
along
because
with
they
the
said
truck.
they said didn't say it was derivative, so basically all the other
Yes,
evidence came
yes,
yeah,
from that
yes,
yeah,
illegal search.
yeah.
yes.
That's
Yeah,
what me and
but
Lady
even if
T
that's
was
the
harping
case,
on.
though, he can't suppress Erica's and James' relevant cell phones. He don't have a right
Yes,
to
he can because
privacy.
they said that if you
That's a
listen
part
to
of
He
his
what
don't
the
have
judge
claim.
just
standing.
said,
He
That's
don't
a
have
part.
standing. He don't have
if you listen
standing.
to what him and his case law just said, that's
Well,
fruit of the
who's Sean?
poisonous true. Yeah,
Yes.
it's fruit of the poisonous tree.
Yeah,
If
but
he can
there's
get,
exceptions to the fruit of the poison tree. And also,
Well, that's what
he
we
got to have
waiting to hear
standing.
about.
but Wooten
That's what
didn't
we waiting to
argue
hear
for
about.
that. Wooten
Yeah,
didn't
he
argue
He
for
said
didn't.
that though.
he said he's gonna file a second response though. He gonna
Oh, he
respond.
did?
He hasn't responded to Sean's motion. He filed his own motion basically to dismiss the initial motion that was filed back in October, I believe. He hasn't filed a response yet.
Oh,
Because you remember he said a response was for.
his deadline was has passed. That the
Oh,
judge gave him.
you talking about Wooten? I know Sean filed
That's Wooten's response.
no,
Yeah, this is his
that
response.
wasn't a response. That was just his
The
motions. It was a motion to dismiss. It wasn't a response.
the judge told him his response had to be in. That's why it came in at 50 whatever because it
That
had to
that
be in.
Yeah, if you
Because if you listen,
go back and read it, he said that he was gonna he said a response was forthcoming. He's gonna file something else.
but he came out. The judge gave him what
He
time?
can't
I
he
thought
can't
the judge
I
gave
thought it
him
was like the
time.
17th. It was
no
around
he
the other time frame. What
no
day?
he's Wooten's gonna file a response. He's gonna respond. He hasn't responded to Sean's motion yet.
Okay, but
He just
Janelle, do
he
you
filed the
remember
motion to
the
dismiss.
deadline when it was in court
What?
that the judge
I
Yeah,
don't
gave
know
him?
anything about no deadline, but I know
He
the
maybe he has
judge
to
gave him
extend.
a timeline.
Yeah, but he
yeah, he
said
said that.
he
I
may have said.
remember
Do you remember
he
Wooten said he's filing a response? He said he's filing a
He can
response.
follow it all he wants to,
listen,
but if the
Janelle.
judge gave him a timeline,
I
I
don't
He
don't
know
even
what
did.
have
he.
to
I
read
didn't hear
He
that.
anything about
gave
his
both of
timeline.
them. He gave both of them, and I
He
what
gave
I
them.
don't hold on. I don't understand why he would attach Sean's response that was submitted by the deadline of his deadline, January 6th, if he wasn't responding to him.
No, that was the motion to dismiss. But we'll just see what happens. 'Cause it don't make any sense to go back and forth about it. But I know I when he said that he was going to be filing a
Okay.
response, so
Okay.
he's going to file a response. So he hasn't filed one yet.
Because he only had 2 weeks now, and he's 2 weeks
Yeah,
up.
because he said he wanted to hurry up. He as in the
I
judge.
I don't know nothing about that. I just know, and when he Wooten said he
It
was
was
going
in
to file a
the
response.
video. You don't
That's
have
what the
Well,
no part of
judge
that
said.
video?
he said he was going to, because he said I remember the 2 weeks pertaining to Sean, and he really didn't put a hard deadline on it. He said be mindful that your client is still locked up, and he told Sean 2 weeks to get your
And then he
list of
looked
evidence.
to Wooten and said, "What's a good date for you? Because I want to have this wrapped up by April." That's what he said. And then he said,
We'll
can you come back in blah 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 time? And he said yes.
we'll just have to see. But that wasn't a response though. He said a motion to dismiss. That's not the response to what because he didn't when he filed a
Mhm.
response, he's gonna address Sean's arguments directly. He's gonna hit him head on. He didn't do that. He went with the whammy and said, "You don't even have any standing anyway." He said that I will be filing a response to what you know. So in that response, most likely he's gonna argue those it's exceptions to the fruit of the poisonous tree. He's going to argue exceptions to the rules, and then he'll probably hit him again with the you don't have standing argument. So he will have to have standing to be able to challenge Erica's cell phone and James Rutherford's phone. It don't matter. He don't have a right to privacy in their phones, just like. If you, I'm standing next to you, ladies, he book. We're in the Walmart, and I just snatch your phone and start going through it. You're gonna be like, "Girl, are you crazy?" And I start going through your pictures and stuff. You have a right to privacy. You have a reasonable expectation that somebody's just gonna go through you in your phone. You may have pictures in there you don't want me to see. And so that's the same thing. Nesto does not have a right of privacy in Erica's phone. That's her private pictures or whatever messages and things like that. That's not his. He
I
cannot challenge. He doesn't have standing. So they found something that
That's what the
incriminates him. He
judge is
just
gonna decide though, from
yeah,
what
But
the
he
judge.
that's
got
I
not
mean, yeah,
going.
the judge will have to rule on it, but
but that
you have
wasn't
to
his
have
argument
standing.
though. His argument starts with the truck. He never
That's why I keep
you
asking
Yeah,
about
missing
the
what we said.
yeah, you're right about that. And so
I w-
He's saying anything he's saying everything in this case came from the start of the truck.
right.
And he wants
Okay,
the
y'all.
truck
What
dismissed
was the
because of
warrant before the trucks? What was the warrant before the truck?
The one in Henry, the
I
one
think it
in
had something to do with the rent, right?
no,
They had the part.
he
no,
don't have no warrant for that rent.
the financial warrant. He already had a financial warrant.
Yeah, from the
Janetta,
veteran,
yes, Vicky.
I
from the
have a
veteran.
I had a
Uh-oh.
situation that happened to me,
Mhm.
where a man was in Walmart recording under ladies' dresses, and he
Oh
tried to get
No.
Lord.
he I didn't I am not good with my surroundings. I kind of tune everybody out. And my ex-girlfriend, she was in the back of the store, Walmart and electronics, and then some lady came chasing me down. I felt somebody get close to me, so I just stepped closer to the aisle, trying to give them space. And long story short, the lady said that man was trying to record under your dress, and I had on heels too, so he could have got me.
What a creep.
And it was an old white man too, girl. He must have just got learned how to work a smartphone. So my ex-girlfriend, she chased him down, snatched his phone out of his hand, and started going through his pictures. Then the cops came, and the cops started going through his pictures. There was no warrant, whatever, and they still brought a case up on him. So I'm just curious, like with even with
Mm-hmm.
how can I word this? So even if if the truck magically gets thrown out, the witness statements can't they those like the victim statements, all the stuff that he
He
was
said that's
doing.
the part
They're
of
saying
the
anything that
poisonous.
came out
That's
of
what
that,
he's
But
saying.
anything that came out of the
but
legal search can be thrown out.
didn't this
No,
Mel
what Hoover asked for. I need you guys to pay attention to what he's
We paying
asking
attention.
for. What he's asking for, and we talked about this when he first asked for it in court. He's asking for if the truck is a if the truck
Illegally.
illegal search,
Mm-hmm.
then everything in this case is illegal because
Right.
without that
But he had
search,
to be
it
able to
would have
connect
never.
everything back to that legal search, and
And
that's gonna be
that's
hard for
what
him to
he
do.
That's what he
did
just
And
did.
what
in
about
He
his
and
in
what
his
about no?
motion
What
on
about
the
the before the
6th.
truck?
what about
What
Melody?
about
Like
before the
did
but
truck?
see,
The
but
reason for the
see,
stop.
Everything.
I'm
Everything.
trying to
Mm-mm.
make it as clear as possible because we all
Everything.
saying different stuff because I
Not
think
me.
most people don't conjoin or attach what he's asking for. Everybody like, okay, he want to get rid of the truck. How can he get rid of he can't get the air conditioner? Okay, so the thing is, without Sean is saying, without the search of the truck,
Mm-hmm.
you would have never went to search Pine Grove Road.
Right.
That's what he's trying to say.
And
So
that's
you
yeah,
would have
that's
never
true.
gotten
I'm asking a
Erica's
question.
stuff. That's what
Hold
I'm
he's
on,
asking
hold
saying.
about
on.
what
So
before the
all
truck.
that
I'm asking about what
Talking about the
before the truck.
before, what was the
We
purpose of
trying
before
them
the
we
truck,
arresting
we
is
all
what
he
trying
she's
to
had,
asking.
explain. We trying to
Yes.
tell you. That's what
I'm
he's
trying
Okay.
to
saying.
get
Thank
to
you.
it. That's what I'm trying to get to it all because before the truck, all
Mm-hmm.
he had was the financial warrant, the
Mm-hmm.
warrant out of Henry County for the check that what he blamed Dion for,
Mm-hmm.
and
In
the
California.
California warrant.
Mm-hmm.
California wasn't coming to pick him up. Henry County, it was a misdemeanor. They wasn't even coming down the street to get him. And the financial, they ended up no late processing that and bringing it back later because they was in violation moving through that. That's the one thing that all throughout all this they did mess up. They didn't give him a bond or a hearing as soon as they should have on that financial. I forgot what the name of the crime was.
But
One of his.
that's not even on the RICO either. I would like to say.
No, it's a whole separate docket. Nesto still
Mm-hmm.
has at least five other active. I think it's
Right.
five, but he has a bunch. We got it listed somewhere. He got a bunch of different. I'm in my car, so I can't look it up. But he got a bunch of different dockets that's still active that has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with this RICO. But what we're speaking on is just. I think everybody else talking about broader situations,
Yeah.
and me and Lady T Bug is just speaking on one issue, and that's what Sean asking for. And what
Yes.
Sean is asking for is this search of this truck was illegal. And just like he said in court, he just put it in writing that the search of the truck was illegal. So anything they got, everything they only got it because of the truck.
Yes.
So if you say the truck is illegal, I want to get rid of all this. And he specified it written like the judge asked him to. He did it right there.
And I understand that part, but I'm saying is that when it comes to stuff that he doesn't have a right to privacy in, that doesn't matter whether they got
Yes,
it
it does
illegally or
because
not.
it's
That's
fruit
what
of
the
the
judge is
poisonous
going
tree.
to. Yes.
It's
But
fruit of
but
the
he
poisonous
had to have
tree.
standing though.
He
He
But
has
just
to
that's
have
what
gave
he
standing.
it.
that's what he turned in, and this is Wooten's response, which of course the judge is going to rule on all of this. But
Well,
that's
we'll
what
have
I
to
was
see what
trying to.
happened, but he don't have standing
Yeah.
to check. If they come and search my house and find evidence against you, then you just gotta look. You can't challenge the search on my house. So
But they would have
that's
But
never
that's
went to
what
her
Sean
house
is saying.
but
it don't
for the
matter.
truck.
He had a body warrant, not a
Okay.
search warrant. That's what he's saying.
Well, okay. I guess we
That's
just
what
wait to
he's
see
saying.
what happens to
And
say.
he
But that's
also
That's
saying
you
what
gotta
the
have
the
judge
standing.
said.
charges that y'all pulling my client for, they're not even a part of the RICO. They're
So
not even a part
so
of
I can
it.
sum it up and drop it down. So Lady T and Shan are saying that they had right to search the truck. I mean, well, they didn't
No,
have right to search the truck,
I don't
no.
know. Yeah, I
right?
don't.
We're
Yeah,
saying what Sean is
Okay.
asking for.
yeah,
That's
that's
what we're
it.
saying. We're just trying to put it in layman's terms because I don't think everybody, even looking at some of the chat when I could read it if it's big enough,
Well, I understand
that
what you're saying. I'm just disagreeing when it comes to somebody else's house and their private affairs. That's somebody
but the
else's private
judge
affairs.
said
But
it.
that's what
But see,
the
that's the
judge
He
didn't
said the
thing.
throw it
truck.
out.
He didn't say anything about Erica's house
He
though.
said
Yes, he did.
everything in this case. He said everything. When the judge
I
Yes,
heard
asked him
the
to
truck.
specify, when the
yes.
judge asked him to specify what he said came from the truck, he said
Yes.
everything.
Because
Everything.
Wooten would agree with him. That's what Wooten said. I'm
Wouldn't
good
even
with the
care about the
truck.
truck.
We can throw the truck out. But that's not what he's saying. That's he said he want everything because they was building that case while my client was arrested. And the chart and what y'all pull my client for, he's not even been indicted on those. That's why I don't get in my feelings and I listen because this is why I said I
But
wasn't
what if?
saying
Well, I'm
nothing.
just curious. But what if Shirley gave him permission? I'm just curious. I know it's after the fact, but I'm just curious. What if
That's
Shirley
why
gave
I
him
was
permission?
Don't matter at
that's
this
why I was
point.
talking about Shirley. That's why I wanted to talk about
What
it
you mean it
because
don't matter?
Because Wooten said she didn't in his paperwork.
she said she did.
No, but the thing is, if he hold himself out to be just say they were married, she couldn't really give permission if he says no if
No,
they
I
were
meant
married. So Wooden is gonna he's arguing that it was a void marriage, and that he doesn't have standing to challenge the truck anyway. So if he can see everybody agreed with that argument was saying how great it was. that's the same thing I'm saying when it comes to the Rutherford's cell phone in the house. He don't have standing is that he so that's the same argument that Woon's making on the truck. So, but as far as Shirley giving permission, she can't, get her lit back and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
He don't really need her like that to just say, well, you don't have standing. He's basing it off the fact that it was fraudulently a fraudulent transaction. The marriage was fraudulent, so that's going to be his argument. He'll have Shirley to testify to kind of back that up, but she can't. She just can't after the fact say, "Well, I'm going to give them permission to search," because the search has already been done. If it was illegal, her going back after the fact saying that it's now, she can't do that.
That's what I was asking a whole hour ago, y'all.
Yeah, no, but I don't understand why people can't understand that you only have a standing, and you can only challenge something you have standing in. So that was like they had like a whole bunch of case laws, and that's the same thing. He can't challenge Relaford's and Erica's house. That's not his house. Now, what they found in the other house that he was supposedly renting, he's going to use that same argument on that was fraud because they committed some fraud on the lease. They put Sheridan's name on the lease, and they had those court cases where they said that the hotel room was fraudulently obtained, and they used a credit card that was stolen. So they're going to use those same arguments when it comes to those
They've
places
already
too.
used them. They've already put what their responses are in these what we just listened
Well,
to.
yeah,
And now
not
we
for the.
waiting on the judge to say yay or nay.
Okay, well, we'll just have to wait and see. We won't beat a dead horse, but he said he
That
was. I'll see if I can find it. But he said he was going to be writing another response.
this is it right here. That's why he attached
Okay.
the state's motion to the defendant motion. Defendant motion is
Okay.
was submitted on the 6th to suppress vehicle search for lack of standing. That's what the title is. That's what it is. And that's why I'm like, I don't be want to listen. I'll be cutting everybody off because I'm trying to listen to what the people talk about. And um that's why I said when they saying that he's stupid.
Who's stupid?
No, not stupid. Them my words. Them my words. You said I know you like Mr. Tight Pants. But if you really listen to what he's saying, you may not think so. Read the footnotes.
Who like tight pants?
I thought you said you thought he was a
Oh,
good lawyer.
I think, yeah, I think he's so. Oh, yeah, I mean, I
No,
guess so. I mean, I just respect lawyers and the work
yeah.
that we do. That it's a struggle. I respect his struggle. I'll put it to you like that because his client hasn't made things easy for him.
Right, he doing what he
Yeah,
can. It ain't
for
much he
what
can
he
do, and
has.
he
Yeah,
Yeah, what
trying.
he
He
got to
trying
work with.
hard. He trying
and
hard.
I admire that. Cause this fool right here, he's stupid, and on the jail phone calls,
Yeah, yeah.
those interviews with the Bible lady and
Yes, I
with
agree.
Tasha K. I'm an MFing gangster. Oh, and I believe that's a part of the evidence. Wasn't that a part of the list of evidence? The discovery.
Yep.
Yeah,
The
Um,
intrinsic. Yep.
yeah, but again, if the judge rules, we don't know how he's gonna rule with what it could potentially not be a part because that's what
He asking
Sean is
for.
arguing. That's what he's
you
arguing.
talking about the interviews or what?
He want it
Everything.
all
He
gone.
want everything
Everything.
thrown out. Period. Ain't that's what the
Oh, they're saying the arrest was illegal too.
He want
he's not been
everything.
indicted for nothing he's been arrested for. He has not been indicted for that. He
He
had
want
been indicted.
everything that started with the truck gone.
Right. Right.
Everything. That's what he asked
Right.
for in court. And I was wondering, like, what is he asking for? Why is he asking for
Yeah.
the truck? I was confused about why he was asking for the truck because it ain't even on this case. But once he said what he said, I was like,
Yeah.
oh my,
Yeah,
oh
it's a
my
good
God.
strategy.
That's
Yeah, it is
something
because that's all he got to
interesting.
work with.
That's
Yeah.
That's
that's
all
that's
he,
that's about
that's
it.
all he
I
got.
just feel I feel as though it's gonna be hard to connect everything but that truck.
He already did.
He
Go
are,
back. You
yeah.
got this document, Janelle.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. I feel as though it's gonna be hard to convince a judge and make strong arguments connecting everything. Some of it is kind of weak. you can make weak arguments. I can connect anything to anybody making a weak argument. Some of those arguments are weak, so I'll put it like that. That's going to make strong,
And
compelling
that's why he
arguments.
attacking the truck, because if he could get that thrown out, then everything else that attaches, to the truck will be thrown out too.
Well, I don't think Nisto can say that he's not good in getting good representation. He really
Yeah, because that
is.
man is trying his hardest with
He
what,
fighting for his life.
and
Yeah, and is.
he windmilling hard.
So
Because
yeah,
I don't want Nesto to get out, because I feel
No,
like
hell
he's a
no.
danger. He's a danger to society, because you're
Somebody
a
gonna pump
danger
some lead in his
to
ass.
to women that don't have the wherewithal to understand your kind. Because everybody don't got the street smarts or common sense to understand, and they not, and some people are just naive, men and women, because he done got men and women to your con. So I feel like he's a danger to society, and I don't think he should be out, because you can't do no my people like that, sir. We
Yeah,
have
yeah.
it'll be some chairs, furniture moving,
That's
and
why I
slow
said
singing
he
going on.
gonna come up on the right woman, and he not gonna be so successful. He gonna get some hot grits thrown on him or something, because he too comfortable with this shit, And
yeah,
he need to be under the jail.
and
And
it's so many women, and all of them are young too.
Right.
Youngish.
yeah, oh, did y'all peep when AI was reading it? I heard something.
What?
Dominique was in contact with Leilani Thorpe.
Yes, that's what
Yeah,
that's why I
I
was
put it in
asking.
the chat. What do you think they was texting about? Because it was something about a text message. Let me go to it.
Yeah.
I don't
That
know. I can't
leads
even
me
begin to
forward to
speculate.
Dominique is that unindicted co-conspirator, bro. She got fingerprints all over this mess. Like, she all up to it. Man.
That's Elijah Alexander, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, because she was named as one of the people he can't contact too. Elijah, he said Elijah Alexander.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That means to me that she is the
She is
person
singing
as
like a
well.
canary. She's
Because
singing like a
Erica,
canary.
yeah, because that was a mixture of victims and co-defendants that was mixed in that no contact list. Because you don't want
Yes.
if they're cutting deals, you don't want them contacting, the
Yeah.
one that's going to trial. So she could be, or she could be both, or maybe a victim and a co-defendant. Co-conspirator.
She the next Woody. She the next little Woody.
You know who I was thinking? Who's well, he could have been Woody, but they don't have him on a witness list. I was thinking
Ooh.
Charleston White. That's
Yeah,
a
he is not
fool
on the witness list, which is
because they
odd
don't
to
want another
me.
Woody. It wasn't
Well,
odd to me. That's a fool. I wouldn't put him on the stand. That's a fool. He'll get up there
no,
talking. I put that coffee D on him.
no. Charleston White knows how to code switch very well.
He
And
do.
I
y'all,
don't
y'all,
know enough about him. I'll put that
I,
word in there.
I have a love-hate relation.
You got a
Is it
FOB.
me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, damn it! Can you
I
still hear
don't
it?
know. I
No.
can still see
You
him
Okay.
up
sound
there
good
acting a
now.
fool like Woody. Oh.
No, Charleston White is he knows very well how to. You have to watch some of his interviews with the white folks. He code
Oh.
switches very well. I mean, he really does. Like, it goes from I got them. I love hoes. To, well, yes, sir. I started community service after I got out of juvenile correction facility. He code switches very well, so I think he understands what they're looking for, so he could play it up and play it down. He is a chameleon when it comes to this, and he'll take that eyeball out and be looking at the jury. Yeah, she tried to get me from my eyeball too.
He a liability.
I
Because I
think
don't
that
know a lot about him, but I do know a little bit, and he seems to be a clown and a troll. So I wouldn't believe nothing he say just right off rip of seeing him publicly. You know.
and they talked to him too, so they weren't too impressed by what he had to say. Oh, and I'm pretty sure, like the evidence. I mean, the information that he gave them, they investigated and it led them to information that they didn't have. I'm sure they used what he gave them when they interviewed him. But as far as
Yeah,
putting him
because
on
didn't he
stand or on a
interview
trial,
somewhere and say that he was actually trying to scam her. Like he tried to make it like a joke, but he was saying that he was trying to scam Erica. Like he
Well,
did an interview with somebody. Was it somebody Charles or something like that? Or
I
Yeah,
know
he
he
said,
did one with
yep.
Say Cheese. He said it on a few.
maybe that's who it was. But on one of those interviews, he specifically said, like, like he was comfortable in his talking, and he might have been, capping and acting crazy. But he said, like, shoot, I was trying to run game on, like, and I got the hell up out of there because I was going to
Yeah.
run a con on them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see them
He's
using him as anything.
no.
Like
He's not a. He's
Shan
not
said,
a.
he's a liability. Like,
He's not a
why would I put?
reliable narrator when it comes
Absolutely not. I mean,
to
I do
retelling his
agree that he
stories.
knows how to throw on the professional voice versus the hood voice, but I wouldn't even take a chance with that. That would be just crazy right there. Like that dude right there is gonna get your whole case thrown out and a whole bunch of other
Yep,
charges.
I
He
agree.
doesn't have any thing anyway. He doesn't
But
have any charges or anything, so it wouldn't even.
how I
I mean, it's
interpreted
no need for him.
how I interpreted the retelling of his story was that Ernest may have been there, according to him, may have been in and around, and he brought Shirley around as a prop mannequin or something to show off that he's married to this woman. But I took it as Erica was the one he was mainly dealing with, and I don't think he thought he was conned until maybe the police told him that yes, this is a con, because he probably thought it was the street game. Because they had, from what he said, they had switched his YouTube account and got his YouTube suspended, and she was filing paperwork to get like it was false marriages. It's changed. His story's changed a couple times from the retelling of his story, like what it is. But I know he was consistent with Erica. He says Erica tried to play that she was pregnant with him, and he said so. He didn't care. And then she kind of went crazy on him, and that was like the end of their dealings, so to speak. So, but he's not a reliable narrator when it comes to all this, and she's already pled guilty. So really, you don't need him at all in any of this, like anything that
Yeah, but
Nesto.
he doesn't have any charges filed anyway, so he's not even a victim. According to the documents. So, yeah.
I don't know what y'all last were. Y'all still playing the what if game for Sean Hoover? I had a call, so I missed the last piece of
No, I
it.
think we've been just talking about the documents.
Oh,
We've just been talking about whatever now.
I I don't know about this whole thing getting dumped or getting thrown out. I really don't. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if it's a good argument. I mean, I'm not I'm not a lawyer.
If
I'm
it's
not gonna.
a good argument, then the judge would have just because this was presented at the hearing. This is what they were
Right.
talking about at the hearing. So if the judge was going to agree with Wooten, he would have. He could have.
No, what I'm
then.
saying is,
That's why I'm nervous.
what I'm saying is, I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know if it's a good argument or not. I'm not. I didn't go to law school. So I'm as far as I went, taking law classes was evidence search and seizure, and I'm like, oh, this is too much. So I don't know. It's I mean, he's doing the best that he can for his client, and that's what Ness was supposed to receive: a zealous, competent representation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if
And
you believe that, then he made a decent argument, because otherwise you'd be like, well, that's not gonna work.
Okay.
So yeah, he
I don't think. But from what I'm reading, I'm like, okay. It seemed like from what he put in there, it didn't seem like the list out of things. Okay, great, and then but what he was arguing about, it didn't seem like it seemed like rushed, and he did the best he could. I'll put it that way. He did the best he could with what he has to work with. Nestor has not been a forthright, upfront client. He has thrown a lot of stuff into the fray when it comes to just evidence. He has not listened to any of his
I
lawyers.
don't
He has
think
not.
he's had bad representation. I think he's been a bad client.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
getting.
think
So
he's
yeah,
had bad representation.
He's a bad.
and prior to Hoover. I don't think Chopra or them. I don't think these people were bad. I think Lady T-Bug had hit on one of her commentaries a couple of days ago, where he just keeps getting charges, and I guess that's what we're deciding, like whether or not all of these additional charges, that were they fairly, placed on him, because now at this point he was incarcerated. But what his level of expectation was for these attorneys, like Lady T-Bug has said a few days ago, if I'm taking on your case and I'm telling your wife, hey, I need a 10,000 retainer based on these 5 charges, and now it's up to 39. Well, wait a minute. I asked for the 10,000 based on the 5. Now I got 34 more coming.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Like, he's not a good client. He's not forthcoming. Like, you don't want to lie to your doctor or your lawyer. Those are 2 people that you don't want to lie to. So your lawyer may know that you're guilty. You may confess to your lawyer, but like, they're still supposed to, go out there and defend me and do what you can do to get, represent me in a way that can like get me off, possibly, present some reasonable doubt. That's what I need you to do, because that's what the jury or the judge is going to is going to work with. So I need you to do that. He has not listened to anybody. And even, wasn't Sean representing him before he got on the blogger's interview?
No,
I don't remember.
No.
Sean
I think
came after the
Sean
Rico.
came on, because somebody did that. I don't remember if it was Nyla or Fran or but somebody started looking them up after. But that was after like the interview, I believe. Like Sean and them came on, because at that point everything started getting to a halt. I think Sean was very smart in having a conversation with him, because that's when he was like telling Sonya, don't talk to this one, don't talk to that one. Like, it seemed like Sean was like the only one who came from that side of it and was like telling him to stop talking. But I don't think Sean and the other, it's another young lady, I think, with Sean, that I don't think they were on. No,
Joy.
It wasn't Hannah.
Oh,
this was
lady.
a Black woman.
Joy.
I think it is Joy.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't Hannah, but I know, because I think she's Spanish, but
Hannah on the CP.
Right. The other lady that came with Sean, that was after, I believe, that Sylvia interview where he was breaking down nothing, where he thought he was breaking.
He just wanted to talk to the bloggers. Is like what whatever is going on in his head, he wanted to get it out. That's all that was.
Trying to build his team, remember? He said get in bed with some of them bloggers so he could change the narrative.
So, but the point I was trying to make is that he makes for a horrible client, because he just lies to everybody. He's not honest. He ain't, he's not forthcoming. He's not going to give you any more evidence in what you need. Like, he won't tell you about, hey, we're going to court today. Is there anything I could be surprised about? He's the kind of person this is sitting right in front of you. Yeah, he's gonna lie and say that's not mine. His hand could be in the cookie jar, and he's my hand's not here. No, he's he makes for a bad client, and then it doesn't help that he has an assistant who makes things worse.
Miss T-Moon.
Yes.
When's her new deadline?
Huh?
I forgot when's her new deadline to respond to this opinion.
29th is the
29th,
is to turn it in
on the 31st.
If she don't turn what they want in, it's just the 31st. Now, I think she just might as well show up on the 31st with her hair braided, deep condition.
Waste her paper.
Vicky, not with the hair braided. Okay, Miss Mad About Music said Sean came on when he got the Rico, because that is his specialty, ain't it?
Yeah, he got the Rico 2 days later?
He got it was the day after he did the interview.
The day after, okay.
Right?
That
Wasn't
next
it like
morning,
the day
it was
after?
like blah. Because he was supposed to come back for part 2. We waiting on part 2.
Yes, and he got hit with the Rico, baby. He was paralyzed when he got hit with that damn Rico. He couldn't even think or see straight.
I want to know, I really want to know how he feels about Shirley is like testing.
I bet you he mad as hell. That's why I don't trust his ass anyway, but he the vindictive type to me. You know what I'm saying?
I do think he's gonna throw Shirley under the bus. Like I did all this shit for her. She's the one who
That's why I
she
said
wanted.
that's why I said that was gonna be the sneak attack.
He
Because
was always saying that she was with me during this, and guess who was
yes,
with me?
yes. She
Because when
bought
Sure,
she
me
met the father and the daughter of the victim and her father, guess who was with me?
but
yeah.
he's a liar though. That's the thing. He could tell Shirley, "Oh, this is my friend from from XYZ, and this is his daughter," and
This my daughter.
yeah, and but yeah, exactly. Like Shirley, she didn't even know. She could. I would go up if I was Shirley. I'd go up there. I didn't even know how many kids he had because he
That's
kept
what Miss
bringing.
Boogie Down said.
Right,
He kept
exactly.
bringing daughters around me and wanting me to mentor them. Now I find out he was sleeping with
Who
them.
this Hoppo?
Yeah, that's what Miss Boogie Down. I don't know nothing about none. He handled this. I just rolled in the back seat. Ain't that what you said, Miss Boogie Down? I
Right.
said,
But
yeah,
he's
Yes.
a
Yep.
he is the
Yep.
type.
Yep.
He speaks in code. I mean, all I can't give him no defense. All I could, do is if I,
oh hell no, he can go down with the
he
Titanic.
he speaks in code. He has a nickname for everybody. I couldn't keep up as a wife. He said he knew how to handle everything. He knew this person, knew that person. I just figured he was an old school good old boy and he knew how to handle things. And so
If I
it
ever meet Shirley in my life, I'm gonna hug her because I could have been her. I'm serious, and I'm not gonna call my ex-husband everything other than his name going forward because I can honestly say I had a good ex-husband in the sense of like honest with our affairs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We had other issues, but boy, this is a nightmare. And
Miss
I
Boogie Down,
just
one of my
see.
friends said that she was gonna leave her damn husband alone because after listening to Nesto
Yeah,
shit,
no.
he
I'm
don't
gonna be
care.
nice to this man the next time he calls me. You know what I mean? I keep telling him our son is grown. Please stay the F off my phone, and I use the full profanity.
The
But
full
at the
F.
at the end of the day, like this could be my story because, like I said, I can identify with her. And my only saving grace is, like I said, it may have been 20 some odd years ago, but I can identify with her trusting and I don't even want to call it being lazy. In my case, I had somebody who I felt like, first of all, was 6 years my senior. And when we met, he already had his own apartment, everything. I'm finishing up college. He was already established, started his career and everything. Like this could be my story. It's crazy. It's crazy that she's going through this and
Yeah,
then to be
it's a lot.
70.
Yeah,
yeah,
It's a
we
no.
not
lot.
saying it. It's a lot. Like
It's a
Georgia
lot.
P saying I bet within the bet on everything that she lost in that storage unit, she paid $2K a month to be able to keep it. Right. He had
But
two keys. But
he had
that's why I said I wish she would have went down there because she could have got them damn keys.
she didn't. Again, trying to be a faithful wife. I miss Boogie Down. I wasn't married to him, but my boyfriend, rest in peace. He wasn't great. He wasn't a great partner, but like he handled a lot of our business, and he did a lot. But he also did a lot of vindictive things that I'm still finding out about it. Like 3 years. Well, now it's 4 years after he passed.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
Wow.
I mean, at least you go through it younger. Well, 30s and 40s or
Yeah,
even
because you
20s
can
is
bounce back. You can bounce
yeah.
back financially. You can bounce back, property wise and stuff like that. But I can't imagine, and my hat goes off to her. I know, she gets a lot of flack, and I'm one of those who I believe in and holding her accountable for being naive to a lot of things. But it's just like you put your trust in these people, and that's the only reason why I say
Yeah.
on that part I'm very sympathetic to her because you put your trust in this man and you don't even realize how much power you just gave. That's why I said I'm gonna be nice to the ex the next time I speak to him. If
He's gonna
I'm
get a
not
real good
initiating.
Father's
I'm
Day.
gonna be
Miss Boogie
nicer.
Down,
You
he
know what I
need a
mean?
real good Father's Day gift, okay?
He's a great, he's a great dad. He's a great dad. When I had to put
Some
the kid out, he's a great dad. You know what I mean? And I give credit where credit is due. But like I said, even down to finances and me now owning my own home or whatever have you, a lot of the things that I watched him do is how I did things or whatever have you. And thank God, you know, I've been in my house now 7 years. And it's so I had a good one in terms of who I trusted, and that's nothing but God. God put the right person in my path because again, I trusted the fact that when I met him, he was established and he kind of had it going on. And I'm finishing up college, so I'm trying to learn. And I learned from a good teacher, if you will. But in Shirley's case, this dude is a disaster. This is a disaster of
On
what she's
wheels.
going through. You know what I mean? Even down to having to go to court
Yeah.
and even having to defend as your husband at your age why I trusted this man. Like this,
Right.
if Hoover comes at her in a negative or whatever have you, and that's why I said I don't think he's going to try to bash her because I don't think it'll make him look too good, but maybe he will. And if he does, the mere fact to have to defend, well, damn, I trusted him. You know, on one
Right.
aspect, you know, as Black women, we get, and I'm going to take it there, we get this harsh, you know, like we're tougher than nails type of thing. We don't, you know what I'm saying? And we're not submissive and we're not this. And then you have somebody who was. She was just what we claim, what these men claim that they want. She was trusting, she was submissive, and she trusted the devil. Like she trusted the devil. And now look at where she's at, to the point where she may have to get on a damn witness stand and actually defend why she trusted this man, why she didn't open her eyes sooner. You know what I mean? Like that's deep.
Right.
We get those those accusations of being tough. I mean, some of it's true, but we have to be. And like she did something a lot of people. Well, we first of all we're kind of told we're given contradictory instruction. Oh, you ladies you don't want to give guys with a record a second chance, and you know a good amount of Black men have criminal records, you know, from when they were younger. So you give them a second chance, and then they do stuff like this. And then you get bashed for like, I don't know why y'all want to date these scrubs. I don't know why y'all want to, you know, lower your standards to this. But it's like, you know,
she damned if she do and she damned if she don't. If we go by Sonya's philosophy, every Black person on the planet, every Black woman who's with a Black man should expect the fact that there's been some run-ins with the law. Meanwhile, I have 2 brothers, never ever been and my dad was law enforcement. But again, let her tell it. Both my brothers have been in prison, and you know that's what we're supposed to expect from, you know, our Black men or whatever have you. My son has never been in prison. His dad has never been in prison. His dad has 3 brothers, never been in prison. These are all law-abiding citizens. But let her tell it, and let her go by what we are supposed to conform as a society. It's this. Again, Shirley basically is guilty of being naive and maybe not questioning enough or whatever have you. But on the same note, she would be the same woman that's criticized for being too tough. So like a Lady T,
like me,
who's never been married. Yep, it'd be like, that's why you're not married, girl, because you don't trust no man. You know what I'm saying?
You're not. I can't get up and go to work every day and hand my check over, and you just do.
No, and I get that. You know what I'm saying? But again, the way that I was raised, my parents before my mother passed was married for over 40 years. I didn't have that type of example. So I went in trusting God and trusting the man that he placed in my life. And on that note, I don't have any regrets. I would still do it again. Now I know my regret is more so like, damn, when I ended my marriage, because I felt like I was just consumed with this person. And it was just, I was losing my own identity. Again, I didn't get divorced because I had a nesto or a womanizer or anything like that. I outgrew our situation, and he wasn't growing with me. But needless to say, that's a little bit of my business. My point is, then when I had to start over, oh my God, I like to die for 2 years. I had to see a therapist. I was deeply depressed. I didn't know what the hell was going on because I had somebody who did everything. You know what I mean? And I had to retrain myself, and thank God I did want to know because my ex-husband is in law enforcement. So it was more so like, listen, let me show you this, because if something happens to me, you got to do this, this, that, and the third. He had a son when we got married, and we had one together. And he was like, you got to make sure the kids is good. You got to make sure they go to college, da, 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 da. So I knew on impulse, because I had a good man in that sense that made sure I knew what was going on. If I had a Nesto and I'm turning over everything, my God, at 51, I would be having a very different conversation with you ladies. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think if again, the jury is going to be made up of different people, different colors, whatever. But I wouldn't think to use the bashing point. If you get jurors like me, especially if they're going at the women, if you get a juror like me, that's not going to work for you. If you get a juror like my ex-husband, for Sean, that's not going to work for you, because my ex-husband was not that dude. He was not a cheater. He was not a liar in a sense, or at least nothing was ever proven, right? I don't know what the hell he was, but nothing was ever proven. That wasn't our issue. So therefore, you would have, you know, a bad outcome if you come with that approach coming for her, because I trusted somebody, and that was not our issue for the demise of our marriage.
Have you been on the jury before? Have you been on the jury?
I have.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
I've served,
when I was
but
on the
not
jury,
in
I
Georgia
didn't.
though. I
No,
haven't
I'm
in
in
Georgia.
Florida. I'm in Florida,
Okay.
but I didn't use anything personal to determine whether the person was guilty
What
or
kind
not.
of questions did they ask you on voir dire when you did jury selection?
So I did jury duty twice. I had a grand jury, one, and then I also had what you call it, murder. It was a vehicular homicide.
So what kind of questions did they ask you?
They
asked
asked
the
me
jurors.
like they asked you personally, like in terms of cops, do you have any cops that you're related to? The first time that I served, I wasn't married yet, but my dad was law enforcement. So I was like, yes, you know, my dad, they asked, do you think that cops lie? I was like, yes, of course they do. You know what I'm saying? They were like, you know, they asked and again, I guess it depends on the case, but for that case, they were like, do you believe in second chances and stuff like that? And do you believe people can be rehabilitated?
Is that the
and
defense
stuff
asked you that? Which side was asking what questions?
that I don't remember, to be honest with you, but these were the questions that I remember being asked. Like, do I believe? I remember for the defense, they were the ones who was asking me, do I believe that cops lie?
Okay, that sounds like that's a defense question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I remember. And I was like, of course they do. You know what I mean? They were, you know, they were asking a lot of like moral questions. You know what I mean? Do you believe, you know, like things happen by chance and stuff like that. And I was just like, well, I think it depends on the circumstances. I said, I also believe, you know, people can be creatures of habit, and they asked me to elaborate on that. And I was just like, if you're used to doing a certain routine, right, by human nature, we have a routine. When you go to work, you have a routine. When you're in school, you're going to classes, you have a routine. And I was like, so I believe that you can get caught up in being, you know, in your routine. And in Nesto's case, if they were asking me, yeah, I would believe that he could be a habitual criminal. I think it's less likely, especially with his age. Personally, if they ask me, do I believe he could be rehabilitated? I don't.
Hell no.
I don't.
No.
I don't.
But you won't know the case. But at
the
time that you do jury selection, you won't even know the case. You're not.
No,
you
don't really know the case.
You wouldn't know.
I saw voir dire years ago
with the vehicular homicide. Oh no, I saw the defendant and everything. Because
yeah,
they
you saw them, but you're not
objective?
supposed to look up anything here in Florida.
Oh no, that is correct. Yes, they definitely. Yes,
I won't know all this information about him. I will only know what the charges are, and that is the person.
That is correct.
That's it.
Yes,
I saw a really interesting one with a voir dire where they were asking, who's your favorite Atlanta housewife? And so, and this was when Nene was on the show. And so
Okay.
someone was saying Nene, they was like, how many of you Nene's your favorite? How many of you Sheree's your favorite? Whatever. And so I thought that was a very interesting technique. So you look at the personality needs Nene very strong will. And for people who want to who can identify with her, they're very opinionated. Me personally, I probably itch them off my. I would want them on the jury. So I think that's what they
Hmm.
were kind of getting at with that. You want people who you can kind of train and who will listen and things like that. You're not getting that from a
Hmm.
Nene. So I thought it was real cool, and they were engaged. People love to talk about their housewives now. So I thought it was great.
Yeah, with the
Yeah, yeah.
vehicular homicide case that I was on, I remember specifically wanting to tell them that, at the time I was like, my boyfriend is law enforcement or whatever, and my my dad, because I was trying to get off of that case, it didn't work because
Oh
I guess,
no.
morally, I felt, I think morally, I answered as honest as I could or whatever have you, but I was hoping that by them seeing especially when the defense was acting, but he was just like, "We'll keep her," and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like,
No,
what?"
that's gonna feed right into the defense wants. They want people who yeah. And
Yeah,
then you
and
said that
and
the
that's okay. They'll probably
yeah.
be asking, "Have you ever been scammed?
Oh
Have you ever
yeah.
had someone steal?"
Right.
They'll probably be asking those type of questions, and because
Yeah, or has
because when I'm
anybody in
in the
your
one that I
family?
was in, they asked me if I ever owned a pow pow, or if I had anybody in my family that had been unalive, like because I was on a unaliving case. They asked me stuff like that, but one thing they do tell you is not to bring personal relationships and your personal feelings into the case. You're supposed to only look at the evidence.
Now if you have a
Yeah, but
black
everybody
person like
can't do that.
Yeah,
some
I
Go
somebody
ahead,
can.
said that
I
they
Nikki.
don't
did.
trust the
Yeah,
police. They said
yeah,
the
yeah,
police lied. Then that's the person you want as defense. When she said that they do yes, said the police can lie, and then you're African American, then you have all the things that's going on that's happened with us. That the defense is gonna snatch you right up. So yeah, that's
yeah. They
definitely
would,
you
cause
definitely.
It
I'm
got
not
me,
talking
Janetta. You're
about that,
right.
cause
It was the nail in my coffin. They got me, and I
Oh
yeah.
thought
yeah,
it was
that
going
I would
to.
have snatched you right on up. Like, yeah, you
God
the
damn
one.
it! I was just like, of course they're liars. I'm dating a cop. Of course they lie. It
Oh
was just
yeah, I
like,
would. Yeah, I would have loved you
yeah,
too.
yeah. They
They
did. They
they took
did.
me off the jury selection list because I got one call. I went in once. They asked me what I did. I told them. They said, "Okay, bye."
You don't want
And
people
I
that have
ain't
like a legal
gone back
background
yet. I ain't gone back yet.
because they'll tell the other people what they'll basically take over the deliberations and tell
For
everybody
real,
else. Yeah, and
y'all
then
can't be
even
thinking
if they
about
even
this
but even if they don't take over, everyone will be asking them questions like, "What do you think?" And they'll lean on that
Yeah,
person because they
Lady
have a
T
legal
and Shan, they're
background.
gonna be the daggone what you call it. They're gonna be the Madam Four person.
for a
Like
person.
I didn't even want that. Like when they were like throwing their hats in the ring, I was like, absolutely not. I'm not doing all
I
this
wouldn't
crap.
ask to be the four person, but I'm gonna give my opinion. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
this,
but
I
that
would.
y'all
but
already
that's what
know
I'm
Yeah,
that.
saying.
cause
That's what they're looking for because even
yeah.
with me, when we were selecting our four person, it was a guy, and that's what it was. He was just very matter of fact. He seemed very detailed. We were just like, "Yep, you the one right there. That's gonna
Mhm.
be you, sir.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
I
you."
wasn't it, but I had some tips because people was trying to say, "What if that was my kid and this is not your kid?" Okay, that's no kid. It's somebody else's kid is unalive, so you need to focus on that and not your kid. Okay, because I'm not gonna let him walk when somebody passed away. He did it. He just said it was an accident.
Right, right,
And you got
right.
a question? I think was it? Yeah, I'm like, nah.
Yeah, because I think, and I'm actually, it might be good for me to not be on the jury because I'll be in there asking them questions. Like I'll be in
We'll
there
be like,
like,
"Is
Exactly.
that
so
in the
Right.
instructions, Miss Shan? Is that in the instructions?" That's not in the instructions, ma'am.
because
I
when
never
you
got an
because
opportunity either.
because
Huh?
when I've asked,
I never
what
got a
you say?
chance to be on. I never got a chance to be on a
They never
jury.
called your number?
I was in the. They tried to called me, but I was in the military. I was in another state somewhere. So I think I got called
Okay.
twice. I just heard about it, but I wasn't in Alabama to 'cause I was stationed in Wyoming. So that
Okay.
excuses you if you I was active duty. So, and I haven't been called since. I haven't received anything. I'm a registered voter, so maybe one day, because I would like to experience it.
I've been
Me
three
too. I
times.
want to
Two of
see.
mine was domestic violence. I've been picked 3 times.
Oh
The
wow!
listen,
Y'all don't
I
have no
asked.
people.
No, we do. We do. We do. The last time with the unenlivened one, they had like 5 or 6 grand jury trials that week, so everybody had to say. But I guess it's just the way I answer the questions. But I mean, over my lifetime, and I'll be 50, this year. Not it was, but when I did the unenlivened, that was the last one. And
Oh wow!
I got called back again, maybe like 12 years later. But my number wasn't, they said I can go home.
Just want to
Oh,
see because I think people do a lot of feeling back there than they should. Feeling like you
It
said,
was
Lady
like
T
that.
Bug, how
It
they was
was
talking
like that.
about my son. No, that's no,
We
no.
already know he did it, but he's just saying it's an accident, right? So why are we even talking about that? You know what I mean? Like we need to just be focused on what degree he's going to get. Um, he did it. He did it. Shit. And the parents out there, you gonna look the parents out there and let this man walk like he killed it kid. But the domestic violence one, when we showed up for court, he had took a plea deal. He
I
had kicked the
mean,
lady door down and all that, and
dang.
beat it
Yeah,
down.
mine, I did 2 days with the grand jury and they did a plea deal, but the vehicular manslaughter one, we voted on that one.
You was a
oh.
foreman. We had a few people in the chat that said they've been a foreman. Who was
No,
the
I didn't
Shelly
want that
C
role.
and Call Me Darling. I wasn't, but shit, I'm talking.
What
I
it like
just
to
feel
been in
like if
there
you
with
gotta
Shelly
call
C?
somebody guilty, that they gonna remember your face. They may not remember them other 11 people, but they gonna. What say you, madam, for a person guilty? And it's just like I feel like they gonna remember.
For real. I'm like, he shouldn't have been playing. You, even if you didn't intentionally do it, you did it. You did it because you was playing with the pow. So you
Oh
gonna take
God.
something.
I think
Oh,
if I don't get a chance to go see any of the Nisto case, I want to see the Vordaer. I want to see them do that jury selection. I just want to know what questions they're going to ask. I'm always fascinated about that, by that kind of
Some
that
of
by
them
that
do a
proceeding.
questionnaire, Janetta.
I'm sorry, which they a questionnaire?
Yeah, some people do a questionnaire.
Yeah,
Like
they
they
do a
go
Oh,
to the
questionnaire
but
here,
don't they
and
don't ask them
then
questions too? In Georgia don't ask them questions like poll everyone, like, because that's
I don't know.
fascinating.
they
Yeah,
And
do
I
a
know some of them
Georgia
do a
I've
questionnaire and
never
then
questionnaire.
sit
served.
you in the room. Here, they don't
a
actually
mock
bring you in the
jury.
courtroom.
Oh,
They
here
they
they have
they
everybody
do a
together and they ask them questions, and people will raise their hands, and then the ones that raise their hands to a certain, then they'll just start asking them questions, and they kind
Mm,
of like they did with the housewife question. They got people engaged because it wasn't boring. I thought that was a good way of doing it. So because it's like in a way you're getting into people's minds as best you can,
mhm.
trying to figure out their personalities, and there's certain personalities you don't want on the jury. So it's just always a fascinating process. I like to watch it.
oh, Janetta, since
I would-
C19, they send you a questionnaire in the mail and you could do it electronically.
Really?
And then, yep, and then they give you a day to report. You report down there and they tell you if you stand or not.
I'm gonna have to see if they do that
Oh.
here, because I don't think we as advanced around here. They're
I
still
just
doing the
thought about
traditional
that
way.
because my husband he did his questionnaire and he
What year
didn't
is this,
go
Shan? What year?
L- in
From
July
what?
of this year, last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
He
haven't
did his
served since
questionnaire
2012. That was when
he
I
did his
served.
questionnaire and didn't go on the day. And I was like, bruh, and I knew he had jury duty because I'm like, dang, they ain't calling me. Why they ain't calling me? You got a job. Like, I ain't got nothing to do.
Look at
And
her
he was,
jealous. So much. You got a job. I'm just home, retired. So
I ain't got nothing
she,
to do. This is right
yes,
up
toy.
my
I
alley.
couldn't let because he did do it. The question was, was it,
To what
was
Was
it
it
degree of
intentional?
guilt?
intentional? Was it intentional? And he was playing with a pow. And this kid was unalive. Like it wasn't.
Oh,
You gotta take some time. He gotta take
Yeah,
some
you
type of
got to take some
responsibility.
responsibility for that. Yeah.
so was it like involuntary or voluntary manslaughter, or was it second
It was.
degree?
Oh God, I can't remember what the charge was. but he could have got up to 15 years because I mean, in the
Oh
way
man,
that the
it was manslaughter.
in the way that the his wounds were, it seemed like he was close. I think he was just playing, because we had one of those here too, where like the brother was playing like Tombstone. I've not watched Tombstone. Vicky may know what I'm talking about. And spinning a pow pow around and it shot his sister in the head.
Oh,
Oh, I seen that on the news in Florida, right?
Yeah,
Lord.
Florida.
Yes, I seen
Chairs.
that. I seen that.
Last
Yes,
name Chairs. So
Well,
I
y'all find out
seen
how they do Vordaer in Georgia, because I don't want to waste my time going up there if they're not gonna open the
let me
pool of
see.
questions.
LC say a lot of mob jury. Anybody from Georgia know how they do it there? Well,
I've never been
YSL. I
called.
was
I've been
trying to
here for
remember.
7 years or 8 years,
Oh
but
man.
I've never been called. I don't, but I can look it
Oh
up.
no, B Williams. I wouldn't have been able to do that one.
Because I don't think that trial is gonna start until probably maybe the fall anyway. I don't think Nisso's trial is gonna start until the fall.
You gonna act like Shirley? Well, just yeah.
I thought they would.
She
I
gonna have
thought
to
they
have a
would try
good.
to
She gonna
aim
have
for
to
before
convince me. She just will
the
have to
summer.
convince me.
Well, they said the final plea is in June, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish it
So
was before then.
I would think it would be sometime in the fall. Maybe, I could be wrong, but I don't see if the final plea is in June. I don't see it being before the fall, but they could
Oh,
do
I thought it was
July or
Yeah,
April.
something.
I thought
and
the final plea is in June. I thought it was
yes,
April.
so it was at a family cookout, so the
What?
kids and everybody was there. They all saw it happen.
Oh, that's terrible.
that's awful.
That is terrible. Mm.
Last name Chairs, in Tallahassee, Florida. Y'all can look it up.
Yeah, no, that was
Oh,
a
wait a
terrible
minute.
Horrible.
Juju D, Janetta, when I was
Hmm?
called in Fulton County, they just asked us questions and we had to raise our hands. So,
Oh, okay,
they
good.
may be able to answer your question about,
Oh yeah, yeah. They do it in traditional way, like they do it here. They have to go in, they ask them questions. Okay, that's the part I want to see. Okay, awesome.
See,
Yeah,
they
so
lazy here. You just get a questionnaire and come on in. We call your number. We call you in.
I mean, that's convenient for the jurors. I mean, but if I was a juror, I probably want it that way. But somebody is observing. I want to see what kind of questions they're going to ask. That's always fascinating how they, because it's one man I was talking to at a conference. He said that he wanted a trial because he picked jurors that think like him, and he was, people that's similar to him. That he didn't really elaborate. I guess in his mind, he knew his strategy, but he wasn't sharing it. So I was just like, okay, that sounds great. But what questions you ask him? I just
yeah.
but stuff that I'm interested in.
Okay.
You can ask anything, even personal invasive stuff. I was like, wow, I
You
didn't know that.
can, because yeah, you can, but
Yeah, and then they do
Well,
both have to agree too. Like they gotta meet in the middle some kind of way, because that's what I learned too when I was doing it. Like they
each
both
side
pick.
has something they can strike.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Let me
you know,
find
I'm
this.
from Detroit. They asking ninjas anything.
So you from Detroit?
Yeah.
Are you gonna go see the Jarvis Butts trial?
No, ma'am.
It's
I
too
don't do
much.
those.
Yeah,
And
that's
he
horrible.
did it. But you know what? They're not mentioning he did that. I'm gonna say one thing. I don't
Uh-huh.
know, Lady T-Bug, I know she don't like this kind
Is
of
it
stuff,
too
but I'm gonna
bad?
no, it's not.
Oh, okay.
He groped a
Oh,
girl years ago and got beat up by her family.
Oh yeah,
And
good.
that's why I was like, how they didn't know? Because he got beat up by the peoples and it made the news.
It made the
So
news.
yeah, it made the news because they beat
local news. Remember, she local.
They should have had a
yeah.
GoFundMe for the bail. I would have bailed. Those supposed got in trouble. I would have bailed them out.
They ain't had to bail him out. They got him before he got there, before the police got there,
No,
and they
some of
didn't
the
bail.
people that beat them up,
Oh
I
no, they
bailed them
didn't
out.
arrest them. They
Oh,
didn't
good,
arrest them.
good.
Detroit kind of do their own thing. It's
I
a
would have
hit and
looked the other
miss.
way too.
Sometimes you never know. It's like a hit and miss. But they whooped his butt. They lumped him up
Good.
pretty well, and he still got charged. That's why he was on the sex offender registry.
Oh,
But I don't like talking about that case because there's so many rumors out there, and I live here, and it's so many rumors. that you don't really know what's true. And they harassing the grandma. She can't go grocery shopping. Some lady just hit her with ketchup and some other stuff. She done
Yeah,
made the
I just feel
shade
like that
room.
poor girl. Everybody failed that girl. The system, the family, everybody failed this young lady. This is heart wrenching. Like
Yeah, they
I feel
did.
sorry for anybody that's got to be on that jury because I don't, as a parent, I don't know how you're gonna get through it. But I could see me looking at grandma kind of sideways and that auntie. Absolutely, I'm for that ketchup throwing at her head. I'm
But it's
sorry.
the only for me. It's I don't know if I'm kind of desensitized a little bit to stuff, but I don't react like that. Only in my personal life do I react like that. But for me, I feel like I've seen so much traumatic stuff and so much toxic stuff that I wait and see. I need to I'm going to watch because if it's not televised, I might go down there and just have to leave out because I'm able to get in. I still got peoples down there. So I'm able to get in, but I may leave if it gets too graphic because when I worked with those people, I done did a few jobs throughout, moving throughout the law enforcement community, and we actually used to supervise sex offenders where you had to go in their houses and check and stuff like that. And you had to know what they did. So you had to read their files. So you had to make sure all this stuff that they didn't do. So for me, now I'm skeptical with everyone. I look at everything, I look at everybody. And anytime my nieces or
Mhm.
anybody meet anybody, send me a picture of their driver's license. And if they can't do that, I don't think you should go anywhere with them
Oh, the
because
grandma was cursing the kids out.
yeah, and that the girl's mother was also a victim of
Did you
SA at a
see the
young
aunt that he
age.
was dating though? They all look like they come from that. Like that's why I said I approve grandma catching them that ketchup upside her head because they look like I don't know, it just seemed unnatural. It just seemed like that's them old hidden, secrets like was done in here. You don't go outside and tell. Like that looked like generational. Like that, like
Because
they
that's what I was
like,
about to say too. Because you don't know what kind of traumatic or trauma the mom had
yep.
to. Because she had her daughter. She had Nazia's mom at an early age. Not as early as they saying in the rumor mill, like 12, 13. No, but she had her at a young. I believe she was a teen mom. But I personally, I can't. I'm not. I can get up here and talk about this stuff because we got information. But when I don't have information, I don't really like to speak on things because the streets don't always tell the truth.
Yeah.
So sometimes you hear stuff about people and you be like, that's not true. And I just turn off at that point because I don't want to be the one out here spreading stuff that's not true. That's why I'm not really talking about it because a lot of the local stuff is big time rumors. Only thing I know for a fact, and I was a little bit confused on, is her mom is on Facebook 2023 talking about this man and how he XYZ but never called the police. And I'm like, well, what was really going on? And at that moment, I turned off because this has layers to it. And now you want to come out and get back on social media and my baby going up. But back in 2023, this is 2025, January when your baby came up missing. But in 2023, why was nothing done by all of y'all? Not just your mama, your sisters, but you too, ma'am. I don't care what kind of DRUGS you out there on. You should have done something too. Like that is still your baby. That's still spit up out of you. Like, come on now. And that's why I stopped
No,
because
because
I
they
don't want to get
started victim
wrapped up.
shaming, saying she was a runaway and she was this. Now they started victim shaming and stuff like that, putting it on this young lady. And that's why I said I personally, my heart and my prayers go for anybody that's on that jury.
Yeah.
Um,
I just backed
that's
out
just because
because
that,
this started
as
back
a woman,
years
y'all
ago.
didn't notice that little girl physically changing. She didn't look different. You didn't see certain
Yeah.
areas like My mother used to be on it with me and my
But
sisters, and
she
boy,
didn't
I mean,
have that. You got to remember, she didn't have that. It don't go too far because I cannot do this type of
right? No,
things.
no, no. I'm
Period.
saying, and I'm not, because it bothers me too.
But she
What I
was
was
in,
just talking
but
about was
see,
like the physical part of her stomach growing and stuff like that. It's
no,
not
because
about.
they don't pay attention to these
Yeah,
kids,
they
Miss
don't
Boogie Down.
care. Yeah.
Like you would, I and see. This is I worked and I went in these people's houses too, because a lot of them had cases. Like we would go with the child protective services and all those in the houses here, because you have to now. Ever since we had a CPS worker get unalived back in the '90s,
Mm,
now you have to go in with
Yes,
police or
it's
whatever.
double. They did that
So
in New York too. Yes.
yeah, so when you go into these situations, and even when they coming into the courthouse and you seeing like the younger boys, the younger girls that's coming in there for these cases and stuff, and you like, well, how is this at home? This, that. It's sad because I'm like, dang, I thought I had it bad, but these days it's a lot rough,
yeah.
and they're not paying attention to these kids. I know when my daughter had her cycle, even now when she home, I know when she on her cycle or whatever the case may be, they're not paying attention. And then you got to think this is not really her mom, and this is not the grandmas of our day, because our
Yeah.
grandmas paid attention to all that stuff. Both mine did, but these parents and these sub parents, it was what I'm gonna call them, because they're the adults in the house. That's what I'm gonna call a sub parent. They are not paying attention to these kids. They busy out here twerking, out here where we hitting up tonight, what we doing this. I need me a man. I want to do this and do that. Cause that's a lot of it's just sad because that's what I see in my community here. I
Mm,
see it. And it's so sad because when we go to like local stuff,
mm,
we have a lot of stuff here. We go to local, like what y'all would probably call fairs, festivals, and stuff like that. You
mm,
see these people and you like, okay, but you up here half naked and there's six kids behind you. You ain't even looking at them. They could be in the street doing whatever, but you up here, hey, how you doing? All that kind of stuff. And that's what you see a lot of in these houses. And I could tell by the aunt having five kids, as young as she is, that something ain't right there anyway, or something is
mm.
not going as we would call normal. So it's like,
Yeah, I haven't
it's,
watched anything when it comes.
yeah,
I
I
see
feel
little
like
clip
that
now. I do
whole,
see the clips on the shade,
yeah, they
like
failed
stuff
that
like that,
baby.
but
That
I
whole
don't watch
family
anything
failed that
that's
baby. The
covered
whole
because
family failed that
this
baby.
is tough. This is very tough. Oh, no. Yeah, she went missing in 24. Yeah, she was saying her mom is back on social media in 2025.
Yeah, because in 2023, she was talking about this same subject and didn't do nothing. So why are you? For me, I have a problem with that. So I just step back and just want to see what shakes out, because whatever happened, the police will find out, because the police do follow the streets enough to see if they can get evidence to if it's
Mhm.
more involved, because the rumor mill here is
Crazy.
rampant. It
Yeah.
is wow. I'm not even gonna repeat some of the stuff that you see if you follow certain people in this city on Facebook or Instagram or X. It's real weird. So I have to click on off. I just
Oh, her phone
respectfully move
died.
on. Yeah, Miss Boogie down.
Her
Look
phone,
down
yeah,
on
her
us.
phone down. A nigga can't touch whole conversation. Yeah, and these people don't care. Like they just get, the people that get people for a check. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep. We
they
got a
had
lot of that
6
here.
kids in the same home, probably more than that. Hell.
No, it's more than six kids in that house. The aunt only had five. The aunt had five, and there's other children there as well. But the aunt had five. So
Do you know if they took the kids out of the house yet? The kids are still there
no,
after all
No,
ma'am.
this?
they're not
The
doing
kids are
nothing.
still there. The kids are still there.
Yeah, see, I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But see,
You should
that
have them.
tells me it's more to it than what I mean, and I don't feel like they do removal quick enough like they should. They still don't. They never have done removal properly. Any state, anywhere I've ever seen, as far as CPS is handling child protective services, I don't think they do removals well enough for me anywhere. because it's some stuff I see where I be removing kids all day long. But
Yeah, they'll
also,
be like, damn, she's so like Toy said about me. I don't want Lady T-Bug for my damn caseworker. What is this? What
right, because I be
this
removing kids left and right.
this
They'll be
food
like,
look
what?
freshly brought. So that mean you didn't go grocery shopping till you knew I was coming.
To
That's how
you
I be.
exactly. And they don't even do pop-ups no more. A pop-up ain't a pop-up, a random ain't a random no more for CPS too. And that's why I was like, huh? How y'all don't do randoms? Because we gotta make sure they there. Girl, bye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just collecting checks.
Mm-hmm. But back on around to no nasty. I just want to see him get
Me too.
baptized.
Me too. Me too. I was just thinking about, y'all know I said this from the day this documents dropped, that I'm thinking about, damn, because he really want all this stuff. Like, I was really listening to Sean, and I was like, is this what he really saying? Shan to tell you, I called her. I was like, Shan, I don't know nothing. I'm not legal, but is this what he's saying? She was like, yes. I said, oh, okay. And I wish the judge would have ruled in. No.
Me too. He would have
My
saved us a lot of heartache.
yes. Because I'll be talking shit right now, but I ain't saying nothing. They said February 3rd in the chat. The date February 3rd. So I
Yeah,
mean
I'm hoping that because Wu's argument is good, and I'm hoping
yes.
that it suffices. But I just, you never know. A judge is like a juror to me because they get too much power because it
Mhm.
ain't nothing written that tells him he
Right,
can't do it because they
right.
both gave case law. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about, at this moment, it's all about how the judge feel.
Yeah,
So it's
that's what I
like,
got from
shoot.
YSL too. Even though I can't stand Glanville, and I don't think Judge Donaway is like Glanville, but shit, Paige was letting them get away with shit for a minute. I'm
Yep.
like, I'm about to bash up.
Paige was Judge Whitaker was funny. She said, "Are y'all for real?" That Southerners came out when she was trying. She was getting frustrated
Oh,
when
you gotta
Kayla
be
married.
kidding me.
Are y'all for real? Because she said it doesn't matter, but I take that back. It does matter because it's gonna make this trial last any longer than I already had. I mean, she was over it. I was so tickled.
In the beginning, she would look like she was. I said, "Oh, I can't watch it no more." She get on my nerve.
I like when she told them, "Well, you want me to give a mistrial or
Yes,
you don't." I was like, "Oh,
baby. When I tell you egg on the face, then yes, needing that stove needs to go all the way down. Yes, I want to see him slide down the damn wall when they say guilty. The kids are
hey,
still in
you
care
know
about
how
mom.
they be in court when they say they guilty and they just slide down in their chair."
Yes,
That's
yes,
what I want to see. I just want to
yes.
see him just
Faint.
go
How
limp.
about faint, Shan?
So we're gonna have a camera there. I mean, we depending on Dennis or Pam or somebody keep us in the loop because I know I'm not
I
gonna.
wish I could hire my own damn person.
Cause I can't do Dennis. Dennis, I don't know what he be recording. It be too much background noise. I can't hear.
He
My
talking
hearing's
and a
bad.
damn air blowing in the back. I'm like, oh,
He got his earpiece
I
in. And we can.
appreciate
He taking his
him, but
picture. He taking his
Yeah,
own picture.
I had to know what's going on. I definitely want to see this trial. Well, the Bible lady may bring her camera out.
She need to, so she get her views up. She better get up. She want her views to get up. She better roll on down there.
She's trying to come on back. She's trying to come back.
well, we done went all around the world like we normally do, Glorious. You know how we do to go start talking about something else and bring it back.
Did y'all see her new Don King?
Uh
Oh,
uh.
Paige,
No.
who we talking about? Oh, let me go look. I didn't know who you was
Only
talking
in
about.
America.
Oh, sorry, Vicky. I forgot that quick. Let me go look.
I hope I do hope that Pam or maybe we can crowdfund somebody who I don't know who lives there. Out of the the content creators who do this full time who lives there, I'd be willing to donate, like just to see. But I personally think he's been so quiet. I think he's looking to plead. I don't think he wants the public humiliation. Like he's already been humiliated. I don't think that some
I
That man
don't think
said
he
he don't
wants that
have nothing
child
to
plea on
lose.
there. If he could get a
Anything
plea
is a
without
death
that,
sentence for him.
he could get that plea without that child plea on there. I think he's gravy. I think he's
I,
to a certain
He
that's
degree.
hasn't been
He's
indicted for that, so he ain't
well
got to worry
that's
about that.
I think that's his biggest concern is having those nasty charges on his jacket. Like I think he'd be willing to take a time served plus
But
a
he
couple
could
of
take
years.
a
He's
plea
not
But
been
what?
and
indicted for that.
dismiss it.
No, I know, but I'm just talking. So what I'm saying is that I think that he can do a time served because he's already been in there 3 years. So he's looking for like a something like that plus maybe a suspended. We know that he'll be back in prison eventually because he doesn't know anything else but what he's accused of as far as making money. But I think he just doesn't want the other stuff on his jacket. So he kind of he that's the serious that's why he's so whatever, trying to get that other stuff thrown out, the truck thrown out because that's how they that's how they located what they claim they located. But he had these other warrants out. So if he were able to swing it and get the truck thrown out, he still didn't. Okay, I thought, and maybe I'm backtracking. I thought that Melody had filed a police report before he officially got arrested.
She
Right?
did.
Okay.
she
Yeah.
did.
So, all right. So maybe something like get something on that time served on something like that. I think he's looking for a time served plus maybe 10 or maybe 10 total, and then he's already served time on under 3, and then just throw the rest of that stuff out. That's what I think. He'll be willing to plead guilty. I think he probably would have got that a long time ago if he had gone in there and tried. His attorney. Sonya had he had communicated effectively with his attorneys instead of letting Sonya say no deals. He probably would have gotten that. I want to see a
Mm-mm.
trial. I want to see a trial. I do. I know he's not going to take the stand. We know
I
that
don't agree
much.
with that because the
Well, I didn't
first
want to see the
prosecutor said
specifics.
they wasn't offering any deals. He
Yeah,
said
they never
Well,
at
offered
what
that
it.
hearing he said we're not offering
I
any
understand they're
deals.
not offering, but
Hmm.
throwing yourself at the mercy of the courts and pleading, that's something different. They're not, they may, well, I understand they're not offering anything, but going to them and saying like, what is the best you can get my client for this? If he were, I'm saying, and if this is what if he were able to get the truck evidence thrown out, because he still had warrants.
But do you
But
think he'll take a
none
plea
of
if he
them
could get
have.
that
He's
truck
not been
stuff
indicted
out?
on any of those warrants that he
Right, because if he gets the
got.
truck stuff,
That's why
if
I
he
keep
gets the
trying.
truck
But
thing,
the but
if he
He's
gets
not
what
the
I'm
been
truck,
indicted.
what I'm saying is that okay, if he were in like let's
He's not
say
indicted. So if he
I
get this
I
thrown out,
understand
he'll
that,
be out.
but the other stuff he hadn't been indicted on it yet. He still had warrants for it. If the other stuff is thrown out, the other ones can go away too because he's served 3 years.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I don't
He
know.
got 5 open dockets. That's not. We're
Oh,
not
I didn't know
talking
it was that
about
many.
the.
Okay, I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah, that's what we keep trying to tell
No, what
you.
I okay.
You see,
Yeah,
you
because
saying,
So
I
Vicky?
I'm just trying to get my point out before y'all cut me off. So I
Oh,
didn't
go
know it was that
ahead.
many. No,
Cause
I was
you
trying to get
saying,
my because I'm
go
trying to
ahead.
gain I am trying to gain clarity. So
Uh-huh.
okay, I didn't understand. I thought he had been indicted on all of the rest of the stuff. So
No,
please
no.
no,
explain.
no. He has not
Well,
been
he
indicted on nothing that he was arrested for at the time. They pulled him when she tapped him on the shoulder. He has not been indicted for any of that. That's one of the things that Sean is
well the
saying.
California warrant. They threw that in there. The
Yeah.
California crime. That's it.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
only
Oh,
one.
that's the only one.
let me ask you this. So you said there's 5 open dockets. So with the grand jury where he's that they have
I
now,
got 5
is it
years.
related to those, or is he doing a
No,
super seat? What was that?
No.
So he
this
doing a
is just purely
No, no.
superseding indictment is pertaining to this particular
Georgia.
case?
Georgia. Well, what he's doing now is he's convened a grand jury specifically for Sonya. It really has nothing. It has something to do with this case, but
Mm-hmm.
it's focused on Sonya.
Yeah.
And that's where I think everybody is missing the fact you can't reopen a
A
Well, you can
Rico.
do
RICO,
a superseding
another grant.
indictment.
You can, but they're not gonna do that on this because he has 5 other dockets. You wasting money and time. So that's why
Okay.
I'm. And see, the only reason why we know this is because back when we was trying to do the timeline, me and Lady T Bug got together and he got like 30 docket numbers associated with this. And
Yeah.
at the end of
Which
the
is
day, we
why the
found
judge
out.
asked him to put the warrant numbers with whatever evidence they got from wherever they got it from.
Yeah, and once we went in the computer and we looked at every individual docket, and there's still 5 of them that have no movement, and they got 5 years to do anything with them. He's not been indicted on them. The one they know lay pros back in September of 2023, they brought it back, or 2022, they brought
Mm-hmm.
it back and started doing it. And quite honestly, if he wasn't lawyer shopping and letting them do their job, that was his only he had 2 little windows to get out, but didn't know it because he busy listening to side hand,
Yep.
and she was giving him bad information because the Nole Pros case was the other I call it conversion because that's what it is here. The other conversion charge, and he could have got out on that because they did not give him a hearing within time. He could have got out on that, and that was September of 2022. The 90-day window had passed. They had not given him a hearing. Now, has she been tell your lawyer to follow? They haven't given you a hearing, blah, 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 blah. They gotta let you go. They did. She wasn't doing that because guess what? She did not know because she hadn't caught on, YouTube hadn't caught on, so nobody was able to tell her because that's where she get all her legal advice from YouTube.
And do.
So that case, they know they processed and they brought it back the next year. They brought it back the next year. That was the case he was indicted on. They know they processed. They brought it back the next year. They haven't re-indicted him on it, but they're letting it sit. And this is why they letting it sit. Because if we don't get him on this, we got 5 other dockets to play with. So what Vicky, I think, was trying to say, and I'll rationalize it for you guys, is what they could possibly do is make a plea with him. You take some charges on these RICOs and we'll dismiss the other 5 dockets and won't come after you with them. But you got to take a plea on this and we'll dismiss those. We won't come after you. I think that's what Vicky is trying to say. But it's not likely because unless they get rid of that truck, they got him dead to rights. He ain't no movement unless Sean got some other genius thing coming about them tight ass
He
pants.
don't.
Ain't, ain't nothing they can do. I mean, it's just, and that's the thing about Nesto's case. And I have never heard other bloggers or other reports or other anybody's talk about the other 5 dockets
Well,
because you have to go into them
they over there cracking
individually.
on the people. I'm trying to figure out what the hell going on. Bigamy alone, get them jacked up in the RICO. They just need one conviction.
Yep,
Just the
10
RICO is
years.
by itself, yeah. But if they get everything thrown out, then that RICO is gonna go away.
But if they can get him on the RICO and the bigamy, I mean, good night.
Bye, Nesto. See you in the
Right,
pine
because I
Good.
box.
was about to say, does
Rock
the
the
bigamy
bye,
one go
baby.
away? Because the bigamy is part of the RICO. So if they do get the truck thrown out, isn't the bigamy still on there?
Nope.
Yeah, because
Everything
that was
gone.
yeah. That's why
Because
I'm
the
nervous.
RICO is gone. The
Okay.
bigamy, the RICO is gone, and when the RICO goes, it all goes. They may just be able to, I think, recharge him with the bigamy because you would have to do some maneuvering to get the bigamy back on the table to say you would have found out about it when Shirley divorced him or something. But I don't know if, because see, there's the one word that I always hear in my head, but for. And when I used to be in school and when I was in court, I hated when they said but for, because it's almost like, yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, that's the problem. But for you being a dummy, you wouldn't have all these other cases to go after you. So it's like, come on now. But it's just Nesto did not play the game right.
No.
He was supposed to actually divorce. I think had he actually divorced these ladies,
Mm-hmm.
he might have had a chance because they might have been able to do some finagling with everything. But it's almost like you guilty of the bigamy, so you knew you wasn't. Regardless to what, if they can make the people on the jury believe you knew you wasn't divorced, and Shirley was a pawn, it's over. It's it. That's it.
I
That
don't
was
see
just,
him getting that much jail time for bigamy though.
they said
It's
it's up
10
to
years
10
under the
years.
RICO. It's enhanced because of the RICO
That's
in
not a lot of
Georgia,
jail time for
But
him.
they're
He needs
going
more than
after.
that.
They're going
But
after.
and
He's.
look at with his age it is. Go ahead, Vic. I'm
he's a
sorry.
habitual.
They're yeah. That's they're going. They're gonna. The Sean, not Sean. Will Wooten filed for the repeat offender sentencing, like for the judge to consider him because he's a habitual
Offender.
offender. So he whatever punishment he gets, it more than likely will be max.
It'll be to the max. Yeah. He been filed for that. I think even before Hoover came on, he was
And
asking
he
for that.
gonna get it. And he gonna get it. And I'm gonna tell y'all why he gonna get it. Because there was not an extensive period of time in between Nesto committing his crimes, and that's sentencing guidelines across this country. You have to have a significant gap in order to not be considered a repeat offender,
Shan, he have not
recidivism,
been in trouble since
or
1989.
yep. That's why he was reporting, and that's why he was reporting to the federal people back there in the 2020s. Yep.
That's why I would go. I mean,
How are you?
I
Go
would.
ahead, Vic.
I would seriously tell go to my attorney at this point. Yeah, it's a hail mary to see what the judge says about the motion, like
These two times
excluding that
that's good.
evidence. But at this point, I will put myself at the have my attorney just go talk to him because deals can be made at any time. I know Will Wooten
It can't be
wasn't.
never yeah or nay, Vic, you know?
That's what I'm saying. Like, just see, like, what can we do? Fuck
We ain't
Sonia.
doing no
So,
deal.
so
He
that's
said I'm
okay.
fighting for my life, Vicky.
First of all, Sonya ain't in there.
Yeah.
And she only putting $5 and $10 on his phone right now. It ain't no more $20 happening.
No, it
Okay?
ain't.
And ain't nobody else putting money on the books. Dion paying for one call at a time and he don't even want to talk to
Yeah,
Dion for that long.
that's true.
I pay $6 and I talk to you for 5 minutes. No. So we ain't doing all that. At least let me get to prison so I can get on the prison pen pal list and find me some women.
Find your new
I
mark.
love that, Vicky.
You know, they were already writing me, follow me here on at at J.
Nate.com.
Yeah,
On the
exactly.
kiosk, baby. On the kiosk, Vic.
Yeah, follow me at the kiosk. I'll be at whatever whatever we have desert, but
Jail
whatever
babes.
jail, so whatever it is, follow me here. I'll be here. I'm gonna set my account up as soon as I
The
get there.
honor on the honor. What he be saying? The honor dorm.
But I'm just saying, like,
You see why
they,
I'm nervous now? Okay,
I'm not
listen.
nervous.
I
I
gotta wait to see how it go.
I'm not nervous. I mean,
Baby.
I mean, it's like you said, it's yay or nay. The judge has a lot to evaluate. Um, whose argument is stronger? Is it within the lines? Is it all that stuff? But however,
It's the unknown for me.
I don't think it's gonna get thrown out. Either way, I don't think he's getting out anytime soon.
Me neither.
um,
But
Oh, I see
I
what Vic.
but I'm just saying, like, point blank. Period. Go talk to your instead of having Sonya communicate to Doug, to Joe Doug, or whatever the hell his name is. Call your attorney yourself. Talk to your attorneys. Like, look,
It's turning. It's turning.
his attorney and be like, just for once, be forthcoming. Have a serious heart to heart. I don't know, they only get like 30 minutes, but
Child, he better cry, Vicky, and be like, I don't want to die. I want to die. I want to die.
well, he is. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you don't start, if you don't, I mean, I don't think he got if
He
the
got
at the
bad
rate.
kidneys, Vic. He ain't got long. He got bad
That
kidneys.
one like,
I mean, he couldn't even
get out
do.
here, 70.
Look at this man. He couldn't even do the fake health issue thing right. Erica did it. Erica was already like she had documents about being an RN or whatever that stuff was.
That's why he don't go to the doctor. He man probably had health insurance when his ass was out here.
And I would look. He ain't this man.
Help
I'm.
me.
I
Help
know.
me.
I understand people are innocent until proven guilty. I get that. I understand that doctrine. We have that in our favor, but they always treat us like we're guilty up front. I, however, happen to think that this
This
fella.
ninja is guilty. He's
I
guilty
happen to
until
think he's guilty.
proven guilty.
It's silver. It's silver. It's silver.
Save your kids the embarrassment. Save your loved ones the embarrassment. I know he don't have that many loved ones. The only person he love is his prison boo, his jail boo, Sonya, for
His
some
paramour.
strange reason. Yeah, that she ain't even a paramour. He hadn't claimed her one bit. But I don't know who he loves. If you love
Send
yourself,
his ass back over there to eat him. Shit, she's still the wife.
But-
What you gonna do with your man?
All joking aside, the sad part is every decision that he's made has been the worst decision that he could make. And
For real.
unfortunately,
it's good for him though.
I think, oh, no. That's what I said. Unfortunately, not that I feel sorry for him, but unfortunately for him, I think his awakening is the fact that he knows even one of the calls when he was talking about at that time, he had went through 3 lawyers or whatever. He knows that he does not make good decisions, but he's just at this point, he's gonna ride it out till the end. Like, that's just the bottom line. He was his own worst enemy in this whole situation. I think if he would have just been from the beginning honest with his attorneys, I think Chopra could have helped him out a heck of a lot. I think he could have helped him out a heck of a lot, but he's just not honest. And then, like Lady T-Bug was saying, when all these additional charges kept going, if you ain't got to tell nobody else the truth, tell your lawyers the truth. Forget what you telling Sonya, Shirley, your kids. Tell your lawyer the truth so they know what they working with, so that they can come back to you with some real, what we can do here is this, like, help them help you. And he thinks that because he is a career criminal and he's just always conning everybody, male, female, whomever, he just out-conned his own self in this whole situation. And now I just think that even if they get the truck thrown out, let's throw Sean a Hail Mary, I really don't think this brother is going to be out, like Vicky said, anytime soon. There's just so much other stuff that they just need to be focusing on.
If he get everything thrown out like he won't, because it's more than the truck, he's not indicted on anything else. So they would at least have to set him a bond for in long as he been in there, they should set him a very low bond so he can get out.
Let's consider this too. Sonya has to appear for the grand jury. Another on a different.
But that's her. That's not him.
But she's coming in for. They want evidence. That could be both of them. That could be a whole nother RICO.
It could be, but right now it's not. I'm going by what actually is going on, and if they don't have nothing else to hold him in there for, then what?
Factually, he's fried. But well, in my world of facts, it is. I'm just saying. I think that I mean, seriously, I would just be honest with my attorney, like seriously sit down and talk to your attorney. And I'm just curious about the jails in Georgia, and I don't know if this is everywhere. Shouldn't you get more time than 30 minutes to talk to your attorney and be able to strategize? Because the way he made it sound like is that he only gets 30 minutes at a time with the lawyers, and I thought,
That's probably the only time the lawyer has for him is 30 minutes.
oh, okay.
the time they could deal with your ass and
You know what
what I'm going to court for now. Oh God.
You know what I noticed, like too, that with where he really kind of to touch back on Miss Boogie Down said, he's impulsive when it comes to when he it sounds like when he's upset, he seems to get impulsive and just irrational, and he works off of his anxiety. So he he'll sit and stew, and then he just makes these moves that just don't benefit him in any matter. So with the lawyers, when he was running through lawyers, 3 and 3, so 3 and 3 months, he's not thinking how it's affecting the person who's paying it. Like Dion told him, you don't want you want the person putting out the money not to talk to him, but then you don't want to explain like what's going on to that person, why you got three lawyers. I mean, the least thing he can do is come up with a lie to Shirley, like, oh, the three of them are working together. That's my dream team to get me out of here. He couldn't even think of like a quick lie like that to Shirley to put things at ease. No, he's just, don't talk to that mother sucker. Don't talk to him no more. He gonna give me a refund. And then, this lawyer is sending Shirley nasty emails, and then this lawyer, don't talk to him anymore, because he didn't speak up. He didn't say anything to me, and really don't talk to him because he go mingling stuff. He talk like Gary with a T. So I don't trust him. People, it's putting anxiety. It put anxiety within her, and he messed up by, number one, not being honest. Number two, flipping attorneys as fast as he got them. Number three, wasting Shirley's money. I still think she would have stuck around longer and probably chipped out a little bit more if he would have just shut up. Not saying that he should have done that, but
But everything with him, Vic, was a con, even down to Sonia. If you listen to his earlier calls when he's talking to Dre, and we going back 2022, he really thought this chick was somebody in the legal realm. He really thought he had a connection. He thought she really worked for the Project Innocence program. His whole decision making has just been bad decisions. It doesn't matter how. This is what he fell for. The con got conned. So from day one, he's been set up to fail because of his own lies. And then who he bet everything on that one horse, which was Sonia, who was the fountain of misinformation, the fountain of, I got my information from the episode of Law and Order when they was in New York doing the takedown or whatever have you. Everything. And then he lives listen to him. Everything to him at first was about equating his life to a movie and thinking of actors. You thinking of actors who can play you? No, my first order of business is to get the hell up out of this jail. No, this dude was sitting up here listening to this fake attorney who outfaked him, was outfaking herself. And because what she did was what he did. She absorbed everything he said like a sponge. She was the only person. Every time he's saying something, am I wrong? She never disagreed with him. She has never disagreed
she wasn't
with
listening.
Him.
She don't be listening.
It doesn't matter. But for him, all I gotta hear is, I'm right. That's the whole point. Even when he made the point about asking her to call Dre for him when Dre went off on him and everything. And he was like, because he's not wrong, but I'm not wrong either. No, both of y'all couldn't have been wrong. Right in that situation.
My money.
Am I wrong?
Right. My money though.
Am I wrong?
Tell me, am I wrong or right?
Tell me, am I wrong? And she's the only one who would tell him, because even when he asked Dre after the phone call with Shirley or something, he was like, "Nah, my best friend, you tell me, am I wrong?" And Dre was like, yes. And then he was like, okay, how am I wrong,
How am
sir?
I wrong,
How
sir?
am I wrong,
How,
sir? But
how
he
am I
just asked
wrong?
me my opinion, and I'm telling you. And then as Dre
Yeah.
is trying to explain to him, he kept cutting him off. Dre was like, "Are you gonna let me answer, or are you gonna, are you gonna let me answer? What are we doing here? Okay, sir, how am I wrong?" But you really wasn't hearing it because you
Nope.
lost interest once Dre told you, "Yeah, you
Yep.
are wrong." But with
Yep.
Sonia, she's just like, "Nope, you're right." Absolutely. And he's like, no. Because, I'm just saying for real. No, you're right. You're right. Because, the prosecution, they want to do this and they wanted, and then she would go off on one of her tyrants. He's not listening to her. She's not listening to him. The only thing he heard was what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I'm
He
right.
shut down. Yeah. He
And
wants
then once
somebody
he
to
did that, right.
tell him his
And
truth.
now it was getting to the point where now I think when he really started to realize, she don't know what the hell she's talking about. Everything she's saying, everybody, all of the attorneys have in common is telling me no, this, that. When he figured out that she was full of crap, he already bet his on that horse, and now he was losing all of his support.
Yep.
So now
Well,
I ain't got no choice but to stick with you. Not
Yeah,
that I
he's
want
stuck
to.
with
no,
her.
not that he doesn't have to stick with her. He could really just sit there and ride out that time by
He's not
himself.
going to do that. He
But he's
But
can't.
not
yeah,
that person. Yeah.
He can't.
he's an
He's stuck with her.
he's
He
an
can't.
egomaniac,
That's not an
and
option for him.
even when like Dion told him, am I wrong or right? Dion didn't say either or. He's just like, it doesn't, I'm not really understanding what why and what is going on. And he's asking, breaking down logical questions. That's why I have to ask you guys, like, I need to understand specifics, because I am a little I'm a little dyslexic. Sometimes things don't always compute properly. So I want to know too, like, what the hell is break this down to me. Who is this person on the phone that you having
But
me
one
talk
thing
to?
that, like for the very beginning of this panel, me, Lady T-Bug, Janetta, and Shan were on different pages. It seemed like me and Janetta was kind of like on one side, Shan and Lady T-Bug was on another. You know what made this successful for us to get to this conversation? We could objectively listen to each other. This man doesn't listen. He doesn't
doesn't.
hear what he wants to hear. He shuts down completely.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Now
like
he's
a
not
child.
hearing anything, like
He's a
a
child.
child having a tantrum. So now at this point, it becomes now operation. Let's just get him to breathe in and out. Now we done lost focus on what the actual issue is. No, let his ass sit up there and tire himself out and have that tantrum. But everybody needs to still stick to whatever the plan is to get him out. And that's not what anybody did. That all they did was just say the hell with him. And to me, that failed him too. Like real talk, that failed him too. Because if I'm your friend, Vic, we don't have to agree. But if my objective at the very beginning, no matter what was going on, was to stand by you as a friend, if I call myself a real friend, I'm still supposed to stand by that. Everybody bailed out. Everybody is running for cover except for who? Sonia.
For Sonia. But the thing with Sonia is just absolutely, she's unhinged enough to stick around. Everybody else has learned to shut up. Once it hit YouTube and their calls were accessible and people were starting to learn about them and some of their personal information got out, people did back off. They were still willing to communicate with him, but just not in the way that he wanted to communicate with them. He's transactional. He wanted money. He wanted bond. He wanted reassurances that he wanted to hear, yes, we got you.
He wanted them to run errands. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he wanted them to run errands. And with Dion, he told his daddy, I'm not that type of person. I will do different stuff, but I'm not gonna fill out no paperwork. I'm not gonna do this kind of stuff. So you need to have the right person in charge. And he put the person who just seemed like she was just passionate. This is just a passion project for her because she's a loser and she doesn't have anything else going on with her. Lamont is involved in this some way, somehow. So Lamont backed all the way the hell off
Yeah.
because they didn't got
because
to
it
him.
became a reality.
Right.
Lamont, even as full of crap as he is, and as much of a whatever, he was smart enough to know, just like Dre, when the reality really set in, like, oh my God, this is really taking a life of his own. Because remember, Lamont was Dion. I don't care who hear me. Da 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 da. Yeah, you
Yep.
care, Ninja. You care, because we don't hear you at all no more. We don't hear you at all. Even down to the point where you sound like one of the last calls with the bail stuff. You know, I don't find this to be funny. This is somebody's life. Oh, but that's not how you was talking before when you was telling him to
Right.
kick
Oh,
down the door
I'm gonna give
and
you
tell
some Winnie.
Shirley.
I'm gonna get some
Right.
Winnie. We gonna go
Well,
to
yeah, I'm gonna get a
Vegas.
gang of I'm gonna get a
Yeah,
gang of ladies on the phone,
yeah,
and we gonna have
yeah,
a party line and this and that.
Lamont said, "Kick in the door,
yeah.
Then you
wave in
told
the
him to
No,
kick in the
fofo."
door.
before
Right.
that, he was
And
talking about
basically
partying when
assault his
he get out.
wife
Yeah.
and stuff like that. You sound
Right.
crazy. Now that you know all of that is being released, oh, you
Mhm.
quiet like a church mouse right now. We don't
Mhm.
see you, hear you, nothing. The problem with Nesto, again, like I will continue to say, he's his own worst enemy. He's got his own foot so far up his own behind. There
Yep.
is no, there's no coming back. So he's just got to run with it. He's
Yep.
just got to run with it, and he's just going to go down like the Titanic. He's going to be
Yep.
like them daggone in that movie when them idiots was sitting up there still playing. The band kept playing, and
Yep.
the ship was sinking at this
And
point.
Sonya gonna be right on there with him because
There
she
you
wanna go
go.
down with him.
She going to go down
I
with him.
the funny. Well, I don't think she's gonna go down with him because she has impulse control too.
She's
I mean,
already
she's going
in too
down.
deep.
And she's in too deep. I think she's going down in a certain sense. But if they start cornering her and pressuring her about, whatever this, they got her coming to the grand jury for whatever this grand jury investigation or review or whatever you call it is for, she's involved. I personally think that this is for that legal mail thing.
We'll see.
That's my belief right now. For right now, I can be corrected, of course. I'm wrong quite often. So I she is the type to fold. She's the type to fold and incriminate herself and don't, because she don't remember half the lies. His major problem is he don't remember half the shit that he did. He knows a good amount of what he's done. Like he knows that he messed around with this person, might have done a little bit with that person, and for him there's no contract. There's no it's all verbal. So he's old school. He's not thinking that verbal does have some standing in a
He
certain
should know that
sense.
now. He should know that by now.
I will agree to disagree with you on that one, Vicky, with the Sonya part. I think she's just that dumb to go down.
Yes.
You ever see that show on TV 14, my man? You ever look at some of
I
these
used to
women?
watch it,
I mean,
yeah.
it just she drives me as that chick. Like she's just not gonna get it. You are
Nope.
almost unalive. You caused your sister to be disfigured and assaulted because of something you were doing with some dude or stealing his money or whatever have you, to the point where people became unalived in this situation and somebody tried to take your life, and yet at nothing else she will still stand by a raggedy man before she will side with
That's true.
true victims. So I hear what you're saying, Vic, and on logic points you sound like an educated woman. Now I'm gonna put that and I'm gonna think about Sonya. She doesn't sound very educated. She doesn't sound very smart. She sounds like every week she is what you call it, she will side with whatever she thinks is the most popular side or whatever have you. That's what she grabs me as. And right now, she's got a lot invested. She doesn't like the egg on her face that is being there. Everybody, these content creators, again, even if she claims she's not looking, she's being fed information. She knows what's going on.
Girl,
She
y'all
knows
can't help
what's going
herself.
on. This
She's
girl is
looking.
gonna ride this till the end with this dude. She has, like, to me, like severe Stockholm syndrome. She identifies with her captor. She doesn't see Nesto as the villain here. Again, it's all of us. Everybody who's against him are villains. Everybody is trying to, Roswell, the whole damn police department, the whole police department is corrupt. Come on, man. Nothing.
Yep.
This man hasn't done anything wrong. Come on now. I've never heard her say, well, I do think maybe he might be guilty of this, but maybe they're blowing it out of proportion.
The closest we got to that was you gonna have to explain why you were saying Erica King was your lawyer. That's the closest I think I've heard.
I've heard now I have heard her discuss, like, you know how she gives her weird analogies that she always brings it back. Like when she's giving an example, she speaks in a manner where it's like you were the ringleader. She speaks in like a very matter of fact way when she was explaining his charges to him. She spoke as if it were true. Which, you know, if you were talking to your friend who's locked up,
he wasn't the ringleader. She blamed it on Erica.
No. But I'm just saying when she's talking about when she was reading off.
She's giving an example. She was like, for example, this is what they're saying.
How I heard it. This is how I heard it. Like she's saying when she was reading the charges off to him, and of course, you know, he doesn't understand. That don't make no sense. Well, you're the ringleader, and you're the one giving all the direction. But she's done that a couple of times when she's explaining the charges to him. It was on your, you know, it's on your computer or some sort of device. But everybody had that. She speaks very matter of factly. So I do think that I think in her subconscious, she understands that there's some truth to all of this, or there may be some truth to all this. And whether that, you know, huh?
I was really gonna say something. You're gonna throw him under the bus.
I think she is. I do think she is. I mean, she may go down with him, but I still think she's gonna throw him under the bus. I mean, it depends, because she really didn't have anything like to live for at this point, as far as like living on the outside world. Besides, she said, what does she do? She wakes up, she eats, she shops, sleeps, and then worry about him, and then wash, rinse, repeat. So she doesn't really have anything, but I do think that she understands that there may be some truth to all this, but she doesn't care, because this man has probably been the kindest man that she's ever been with. This man has shown her the most attention that she's ever had. All the other men she ran off, or they either were somewhat abusive towards her. You know, so she's a weird one, and I agree with you with the Stockholm syndrome. She doesn't understand. Like, he's never claimed you, not once. He ain't never claimed her. He's claimed Shirley, the wife, my other half. He's had names for her. What does he call her? Her new nickname was he called her Handy Girl, my lady in the. He said lady something, lady in the. No, that was Shirley. He called her something stupid. And she thought it was so special. Even when she said, I want you to, this man is behind bars for over a year at this point, 2023. And she said, I want you to be my man. And what did he's I ain't worried about all that right now. I worry about my freedom. I can't worry about that right now. Why you just go ahead and spit it out? I can't worry about all that right now. I gotta worry about my freedom. So he wasn't even he wasn't stunting nothing she's saying, because he knows he has her. And then when she tried to break up with him and was telling him, have your son set up an account, blah, 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 he called her and said, well, I just said sorry. So he really didn't say sorry. I just said sorry. So we over that right now. We over it. He doesn't even acknowledge her feelings and her, her personal matters. He apologized to Shirley before he apologized to her. And this silly woman is willing to keep sticking her foot in it and wiggling her toes around, thinking that she's going to come out on the other side clean.
Handy girl. Handy girl.
Yeah,
he apologized to Shirley, because Shirley put up the money where her mouth was, where Sonia is talking about what she has. He at least knew Shirley was paying those fees, and hopefully I can get her maybe to believe in me and pay up or whatever. Sonia was just big talk. You talking about going to Africa? This man can't even get $40,000 toward his bail or whatever have you, when he had it was just when it was at 400 something thousand with the first bail thing that he was trying to get the 10% for. You
No,
couldn't
she
even put
was.
that up. You know what I'm
Everybody else
saying?
was gonna pay it. Everybody else was supposed to
But I'm
pay
just
it.
saying he still had that blind hope for Sonia, but he's not going to tell Sonia what he wanted because she didn't put up anything. I was just saying that the apology part, I think that's the only reason why Shirley got it was because Shirley did put up money where her mouth was.
She did.
She stopped, but she did put up, and she was, for the most part, for at least almost a year, she was going along with it, and she was standing by him in a financial as well as in a giving him misguided quotes from the Bible. Sonia was just talking. And again, he really thought Sonia was somebody different. He really, he got ahead of himself because he really thought Sonia was much more connected than she actually is. He really thought that Sonia really had the resume that she put forward to him. You know what I'm saying? Not realizing that she made him her mark. He was so busy focusing on making her his mark that he lost sight and the con got conned. So therefore, with Sonia, yeah, he just basically was keeping her along because I think it took him a minute to really realize, yo, she's all talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, and by the time he did realize it, everybody else was just like, yo, bro, kick rocks. Like, I'm done with this. I can't do this no more. You know, like, yeah, I'm not going to humiliate you because we know your calls are being released. I'm just not going to call you. I'm just not going to write you. I'm just going to remove myself or whatever have you. And she's the only one who's still consistently there because that's overall what she wanted. She wanted to be the only man on the island, but she really thought she was the coach. She thought everybody was going to come through her. She was going to make all the plays and she was going to make all the moves or whatever have you. But then when the team bailed out and now it was just the coach and him, now it was just like, wow. So all I can do, all I can do is just say a bunch of stuff that I think you want to hear and just agree with you. Like, I'm just not going to disagree. Even if I do disagree, I'm not going to, do that. That like, it's just, it's crazy.
Even now, like, when he just stares at her and he just, looks at her like she's crazy during the visits, she's, she can't bring anything to the table. And I just don't understand how he couldn't see that earlier. And I'm agreeing with you. I know that he got conned, he got swindled big time, but that's his justice though. So
She's
even
not trainable, Vic.
no, she's a hoe out of control. I told y'all that before. She's a out of pocket asshole. She's unfortunately, if she was in the streets and the streets, out there, right now she's basically what was called a renegade hoe. And she is somebody that the men of the evening, the men of leisure would definitely take advantage of because she is not trainable. She can't be potty trained whatsoever. She can't be trained for the house.
Said it best. She said it. Sonia and Shirley are very similar in that they know he's a bad person, but they were trying to prove everybody wrong about him. From Shirley wanting the cops to believe, like, no, he's not this person you're telling me he is, But now in this case, Shirley got her act right and she done got the hell up out of there. But Sonia is still fighting till the end with you two because that's what I said a little earlier. It's her pride. She just can't let it go at this point. That's why I said I don't know. I hope she's smart enough. Real talk. I've never been to jails, but I've had to pass through the jails here, and I don't wish this for nobody, and or any jail for that matter. And it's just like, but at the end of the day, it would not surprise me if she rides this to the end because a lot of times, especially with us in our community, our pride can get us in a situation that will really, really, I mean, we got to hit and sink to the bottom to be like, girl, boy, how did I get here? You know what I'm saying?
And I want to add something to that too. And it seemed like she had her little amen corner as well. Like people telling her, stick by him. It's the number one person, IS, and her brother, and some of these other people that she mentioned throughout these
I don't
calls as well.
believe that. I don't believe that there's people out. I mean, there might be a few randoms that come through from
Oh,
IS
I ain't said it
channel.
was a lot of people. I'm just saying a few people that she mentioned
All it
that's
takes
telling
is a
us thing.
couple. Yep.
Because there is people like that. I just seen a lady hooping and hollering, crying, asking people for money. And her son unalived a young girl at Walmart, or whatever. So
Is that?
there
Oh
are
no.
people, you know what I mean? If there are people that feel like they don't care, not care like in a negative way, but that's their family or that's their friend, or they gonna be loyal because nobody deserves to be in jail by themselves or going through this stuff by themselves. Y'all know my ass don't think that way, but I could
Mm.
see Sonya being one of those people. And
If
she
I Go
she
ahead. I'm
got
sorry.
Yvette, she got Yvette, she got people that think that she's doing the right thing. It's not
She has.
schizophrenia.
I think she has people who support her because they know she's a weirdo. So they're like, they may just rally around her. They're not rallying around us though, because as
Why
They
not?
were, they
Why
were.
not? Look at Wade Wilson. He's got fans.
That's what
oh
I'm trying to
girl,
say.
that
If there are
Proven to
that
people,
have murdered
now
2 women that we know of. That
at
he's
at
been
right?
least
proven guilty of, or
Yeah,
whatever.
I
And
that's a
before he
good
realized
example.
his calls was getting released, he admitted to it, and he still got a gang of followers. Then they raised up until like, oh damn near $80,000 for this man. Like,
I think
we
it's
got a
more
man
than that.
who's running this
Yeah,
country as we speak, who's got millions of misguided followers for whatever their beliefs are. They
yeah,
feel like he is the best choice. So I don't doubt that she's got a village out there. Now, granted, I don't think she's got this wide range of thousands of supporters. No, but in her
right.
case, all it takes is a couple. Even the
2 or
Bible says
3.
if 2 or
Mm-hmm.
3
Mm-hmm.
agree,
Here's my
and in
question
her
though.
mind, that's it. We fighting a good cause. Nesto, you are here. You are the cause. I got 2
Yeah.
people that agree with me. That's all I need right there. She could care less about just
Why?
using common sense.
Yeah.
If
Go
that's
ahead,
the
B.
case, no. If that's the case, why she's what?
B.
If
Look at it
they,
from both sides. Don't look
I'm
at it
look.
from a sane person. You look at it from a crazy person.
Well,
That
Schizophrenia.
part.
if
That part.
if I'm a scammer and I have women writing me, right? I'm not talking about Shima. Shima done exit stage left. Young Thug out
No.
of jail now. Um,
I can't stand you.
so if I'm a scammer and I have women writing me saying he got like 16 letters from all these different women, wouldn't you like kind of you
Yes,
start
Letitia. Yes.
wouldn't you start conversing with them and trying to like, okay, well, yeah, we could be friends and whatnot. Or I mean, I probably would. I'm already in here, but I need the extra support. This woman talking about she over here passing out in the sun. She passed out what 15 times or something. I'm exaggerating, but
No, I know, I know.
she she passing out and going to the hospital. I know she don't eat. She look, I know that jail camera is it makes
You don't
things
think some of
blurry.
that is for attention, Vic?
Yeah, I
Like
could see
like
that,
Lady
Miss
T
Lady.
Bug said, flip the script. She
Yeah,
says a lot of things that I don't believe are true just so she can get every
He
visit she
doesn't
comes,
respond
she
though.
shows this man her nails. It doesn't matter. Every
yes,
visit that she comes to, she got one compliment from him about her nails, and
right.
every time she comes, no matter what, she's drawing tension with her hands to her face or whatever have you. And if he don't say
Yeah,
something, then dang it, she'll say something herself. Like, yeah, oh
look
yeah,
how
because when
she
I
be
went and I did
slipping
my
up
nails, they
there.
don't have nothing to do with what he's talking about. They don't have
I
nothing
was
to do with
more
what he's
so
talking about.
I'm more so talking about him. Like, wouldn't you write back to the women who were writing you, saying that they would like to start conversing with you and praying with you? Yeah,
No, he don't
me
want no
pray.
damn prayer. He want money.
Well, that's what I was getting to. You know, I I could use a prayer and a donation. So I'm accepting donations starting off at $5 a pop.
He
That's
was
the
responding back with Tashima, and where was the conversation go? You sound like you're about this age. He started
Yeah,
trying
he
to
was trying
find
to. Right,
right.
he
He
was just
wasn't
trying to
saying
feel
thank you for
out.
calling me for the prayer. He exactly, Lady T. He was trying to feel out what she looked like, see if she could probably send him some pictures or whatever have you. The con is always conning. He can't help himself. He is a menace to society.
Yeah.
He cannot help himself. But no, he's not going to do what you're saying. And like Lady T-Bug keep telling you, Vic, you thinking like a rational person. You got to think like him, an impulsive, anxiety-ridden individual who's not getting his way. Now think like that, and then think, would you get a letter? Would you respond? No.
Yeah,
Now,
bitch,
if you
send
got
me
a
some
letter,
money.
you got $100 bill to attach to it, then that's gonna get your attention.
Right.
But
Yeah,
you may not have enough sense to say, I need money, I need this. You just looking like, okay, what and what is this? Not even realizing you do need a friend. You need a real person in your corner. You really do need a real prayer partner in your, but he ain't looking at that. He not looking at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad. I mean, it's the whole situation is sad. I understand that the ladies who got swindled by him, most of all Shirley,
Yeah.
because Shirley is not the only victim in this. And I understand, the other women have a responsibility in their own. They have to take responsibility for some of the stuff that happened to them as well, because he told them that he was married,
Yep.
and yet they still laid down with him. And regardless if a man tells you, "Oh, my wife knows who I am," well, that's something that should give you a moment for pause, and to say, "Well, no, I don't mess with married men," or whatever your
But if you
morals.
do mess with married men, you don't care.
I understand, and but my point is that some of the people involved they do have to take a little bit of like self-evaluation, like how did I get caught up, how did I get caught up in this. Shirley has to do a little evaluation, but I still feel for them in the sense that they got
Good. They
swindled.
are victims.
They got
As
swindled
a
out of a
woman,
lot.
as a woman, yes, I feel
I
bad for
definitely
them.
agree.
Because-
I agree with accountability. All Shirley is still a victim to me. She
And my
is a victim.
and my thing is that they're never going to get that money back. They're not going to get that back because he's too old to like stay in prison long enough to get like real restitution. If he does go to prison, what kind of job is he really going to work? He already half close to dead.
Damn, Vicky.
Wow.
No, they're not gonna ever get it back. That's why I ain't easily come off my damn money. But listen, I don't care who you is, but yeah, they never gonna get it back. Let me say, him telling them about his wife shows how much he values them. But listen, look at the women. I mean, we'll stick with Sonya. Look at her. She didn't care. Like, you sleeping with this man on the second night that you met him. Does that sound like somebody that got values?
The same could be said about Shirley, right? At 60, you don't get to know somebody, you just jump into a marriage. Like, so I guess it's just different strokes for different folks. People equate sex differently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, for some people, I agree with you, Lady T. I really do.
Because I'm just looking at it from different perspectives. I have my thoughts, but
she met him in her 50s.
I'm looking at the big picture.
Right. But she met him in his 50s, and from the interview she did with V. Lenore, if I take her at face value for 5 seconds, she said he didn't tell her that he was married until 2 weeks after, and at that point they had already had sex.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So at that point, she's looking at it. I'm a grown woman. I'm over 50. This is a grown man. He's over 50. And so sex to her was like, yeah, I don't care if I have sex on the first date. That doesn't make me a bad person. In her mind, that's probably how she thinks.
Yeah,
but then when you found out that the ninja lied, and now you started to see the word you love to use, which is his character, and lack thereof, like, why did you stay? Because it's okay that you got, right? Like, like you move too fast, things happen. That's okay. but then you stayed, and that's
Yeah,
what we're all questioning. Like, why
yeah.
did you stay, girl?
She don't
What are you
care.
doing, girl?
She don't care. Because remember, she don't believe in marriage anyway. She don't believe in God. She don't care.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that part.
She really
Yep,
don't care.
yep.
She
Yep.
don't
Where
believe in
somebody else would
love
have
and
been pissed the
marriage.
hell off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really tried me. You know, like, you don't make me a willing a unwilling participant of something that I don't know nothing about. You know what I'm saying? But she don't care.
None of them seem like they did except for Shirley and Dion. They the only ones who seem like I don't rope me in this, like they didn't, but then they had to get burned like everybody else, and then they were just like, I'm just gonna step back from it. Like I said, I don't know what Lamont's deal is. I just think that when the reality hit, because he just seems like he's very immature and silly to me,
Well, you
but I
know,
think when
Lamont
the reality,
played attorney with Melody, so
right,
he need to I mean, if he don't want to be, he may be called in on that tip.
right, yeah.
Sonya's might as well be a rock, right? She don't care. She don't care about
Can
nobody. You
can I
see
just
where
say that
she's had issues with her baby daddy. She's had issues with her sister. She claimed all these turned into legal issues. Do that give you that she gives a damn?
Not for me.
Yeah,
can I say I feel sorry for like Nesto. Nesto, I was gonna say
I
Nesto's
don't.
kids are victims too.
Um,
Lady T, let her finish her
no, I
sentence.
don't.
Yeah.
Cause I don't
No,
like how his kids be flopping, talking to Sonya one minute and talking to
no, but
Shirley
hear me
one
out
minute.
though. I get that because I do think it's traitorous to Shirley, kind of because I from what Shirley saying, Laverte's calling her worried and everything, and Shirley's giving her updates and so forth. So it is kind of it is traitorous that she would, both of them would, but I don't. We haven't heard that much from Laverte. We've heard more from Dion, and I do kind of I have a little bit of empathy of that little boy that's still inside him crying out for like just wanting to spend time with his daddy. And Ernest just looks at him like another just a hurdle that he has to get over, or it's a bank account or something that he got to use and squeeze out another lemon that he has to squeeze out and try to get whatever he can out of it. So I do have a little bit of empathy. He's leaving behind so many people that in the wake of his kind of destruction, and he doesn't see it. That's fine. He don't see it, but Fulton County is going to make him see it. Fulton County is going to hold the mirror up to him. I've what I was going to say about the women and not just the women, the other people involved in this, because there's male victims, people out in California, all these various people who they ain't getting their stuff back. It's been flipped and flipped and flipped, and this man is just going. He could sit and rot in there, and it's almost like it's not enough justice. To me, it's not enough justice because
Yeah,
if I
that's
work
true.
to save like 5, 10, 15,000 dollars, and then you come through, and I'm weak. I got a weak in the knees moment, and for some reason I look past the country. I look past the whatever sexual things he did on me. I look past all that, and I invest in you. And they could have been thought that he was their boyfriend. Who knows? I don't know. But then I'm not getting that money back. You know how long it's gonna take you to save up another $120,000, another $15,000, rebuild your credit. Like it's just he's just leaving behind a whole bunch of victims and just saying that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, like they gave it to me. Oh, oh well, they just think because I went missing, but if I was out, I'm like, nah, nigga, ain't nobody going to stand up for Buckwheat for the creek. Yeah. Dr. Charles, I was trying to write to you. I was spelled the name wrong, but saying that at first I don't think he really cared because he wasn't gonna use her as a scam. That was just a one night stand. That was just a one night stand. But then after he done talked to her a few times, he went ahead and told her. But it didn't matter to her. It did not matter.
No, we're just playing both sides of it. Like I don't personally believe. I believe like that was part of his con. So he wanted people to know he was with someone of a certain affluent stature. But I'm just saying, if I just like listening to her, give her the benefit of the doubt and just hear from her viewpoint, she said allegedly
Mhm.
that he did not tell her at first. So this man laid with you, and then you want to keep talking about his character. That's my
Mhm.
argument. My argument is your own words against you. Why would you think anybody who lied to you about being married or not being married? Now, personally, I agree. I don't think it mattered to her, and I think he did tell her. But if you're going to go by us believing in that his character, then why would you believe that he
Character.
has character, that why would you believe in somebody who after they done got what they wanted from you or whatever have you, then 2 weeks down the road is just like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm married. Well, what kind
Because
of character is that?
she probably do that on the regular. I ain't trying to be mean, but she probably do that on the regular, and she don't have morals. So how she view good character is not how we view good character. Even
Oh,
Shirley was saying
definitely.
he was always nice to her, and I'm looking like your man is in jail for crimes against women. There's no way I would ever say that. Even if I just wanted to ride out with him, I'm like, no, but they not measuring character by the same standards that we are. Oh,
Yeah.
that's just a lie. No, hell, that's a big lie to me. I would be pissed.
Like Dr. Charles said, it's hard to believe that he loves any of his children. It
Yeah.
isn't. The only reason why I think he's a big fan of Laverte is because the word on the street for Laverte, she has a son who's like possibly going to be an athlete. Like he's being recruited by different schools and stuff like that. Um
Oh God, I
and
hope they don't be over there in the boy.
Of course he's gonna,
I
like
hope they
that.
don't be over there in the boy inbox and
He,
posting
he,
pictures of
of,
him.
of course he was. Of course that was the game plan. He wanted to.
No, I'm talking about the YouTube streets. I ain't talking about
Oh
Mr.
yeah, no. But I'm just saying, like the word on the Atlanta streets for those who know her. She's got one that goes to a good university out here. That's her daughter, and then she's got a son who plays sports. And so I think in total, I think she has like 3 or 4 kids, but like her oldest two are like really doing well, is what I'm saying. So he's gonna hitch his wagon to any, if he'll do it to an outside person. Oh man, I get bragging rights. That's my child and my grandchild, and my son and my grandson might be, something or someone in the public eye. Like that's why, that's how he equates love. He equates love with being able to benefit somehow, reap the benefits, even if it's just bragging rights. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's so much up Laverte's behind. I don't think she's any special. It's just that, right now that's, I believe, the oldest, and she's putting out some good stock right now, as it appears.
It could be also that Laverte is maybe the one that he spent the most time with or had the most
It
time.
could be. It could be. And she the oldest
Yeah,
and the
because
Yeah,
first
she's
and
a
the first
girl. She's a
kid.
because
girl.
I think yeah, she's a girl too, and well, a woman. Let me
Well, I mean,
give
a
her that
girl
credit. But
child is what I meant.
yeah,
Like, yeah.
um, no, I have that habit too of not giving women their the credit of being a woman. But I think because if I'm not mistaken, he has mentioned that he did live with Edith and Laverte at one point in time. It may not have been for long, but he actually did live with her. Don't sound like he lived with Dion. Don't sound like he lived with any of the other kids' moms either, or spent that much time with them. Because the other kids apparently have they all crazy, all mental health issues. I
Because of
mean,
him. He the
I,
common denominator.
I would believe that, and I'd also believe that it's probably genetic too.
That's what I'm saying, the common
Yeah,
denominator. That's what I
he's
be. Yeah, like
okay. Yeah,
it's coming from your DNA, sir.
because he's I have been trying to, and I would love for Dr. Charles. I'd love to pick her brain on this. There is a theory, something I've been trying to find research on about people who were raised in like lower income, having a sense of entitlement to like money, and then they develop a sort of like a kind of entitled anxiety when it comes to certain things, and that's those things. Because I've seen this in my family, um, that he just has this entitlement of, I'm gonna take it from whomever provides it to me. And if they provide it to me, it's their bad. You know, if they gave it to me, that's them. I didn't sign a contract. We don't have any contracts together, and he insured that. But because that's just something I've noticed. It's an observation,
No,
but
I think it's just good people and bad people and people all around. I mean,
but
because I grew up in low income and I would never. And
well, I know you wouldn't, but I mean, I'm not saying this is like
no,
a
no, you're not saying everybody, but I just think it's
it's
just good people and bad people. I mean, just like, rich people,
but
poor people do
oh,
different
I
stuff.
know rich
I
people.
think he's just a bad seed.
I know rich people can be horrible. Like, I mean, just absolutely despicable. Now, in my older years, I'm 41, so I'm not that old. But in my older years, I have seen been exposed to a lot more wealthier people, and I've seen how assholish they can be. But I'm more exposed to like the lower income people, and I just kind of notice, hey man, some of y'all seem entitled.
Next,
Y'all want my money.
the
Oh,
white
was you
round.
dropping down,
Me?
Shan?
Oh,
She dropped and I
Oh,
brought her
my
back up.
bad.
Oh, that's why I like she just talking. Okay, yeah. Now y'all, I don't let y'all ride out on the porch now. I'm ready to go.
No problem.
Six
As a mouth.
hours. 6 hours.
Was we?
Lord.
Wow.
I had fun though.
I did too. I
And I'm
did
still nervous.
I'll make my closing thoughts
Oh
very
my
quick.
God.
I just I'm glad I got a little bit of clarity. And listen, at the end of the day, no matter what, guilty, innocent, whatever is proven for this man, he deserves to have somebody who is a good defense attorney. And I hope that Sean Hoover
Mm-hmm.
has gotten enough of a truth out of him where he can defend him adequately or
Right.
whatever have you. But at the end of the day, I just hope that the law, and I'm not familiar, so I'm not pretending to be a Shan or Janetta, but I just hope that the laws, there aren't any loopholes that allow him to get away with being able to throw out anything. At the end of the day, if it was obtained illegally and they have to throw it out, they have to throw it out. But my
I
overall
hope
is
not.
just that I hope not, because there are real victims out here that have been cost their livelihoods, and people have been unalived and unalived themselves for a lot less. And I can't imagine going through hundreds of thousands, no matter how irresponsible I may have been of trusting my man, my financial advisor, my lawyer, whomever. Nobody has the right to just take something that other people have worked hard for, to build something off of false pretenses. Now, had he been about the right thing and just made bad investments and this woman lost her money, that's one thing. You know what I mean? Because it's a gamble. It's even like the stock market. You can invest and it can hit or it can miss. But that's a legit loss or
Yeah.
gain. For
Yeah.
him to do what he's done ill-gottenly, and if he is able to just get things to disappear, and not be brought up, not because he's innocent, but because they were illegally obtained, it's kind of sad, and it's an oxymoron, because he got what he got illegally by lying to people and stealing from them and promising one thing and doing something else. So I'm just hoping that everything will remain and they will be able to fight this case and get the justice for the victims that is deserved. As always, Lady T, as well as the panel, it is always a pleasure talking with you ladies. It is always a pleasure talking with cool heads that even when we don't see eye to
Yep.
eye, we can agree to disagree and have a civil conversation without anybody losing their mind and or respect. So I thank you for that. And this
Always.
was a great live. Thank you. And I'm glad I was able to participate. Have a great day, everybody in the chat as well. Have a good evening. Take care.
Shan said her phone hung up too. Okay. Vic, you the only one you left. And I'm gonna read y'all comments before we go. I ain't that tired. Okay, Vicky may have us on hold. She may have stepped away. I'm gonna start reading. Okay, Dr. Charles B. Williams, I hope so, but I do remember Nestor saying in one of the calls that her son seemed unhappy when she was on the phone with him. Yeah, because can you imagine knowing all this stuff about your granddad? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I could see him feeling that way. If he has family members doing well, then they had better stay away from him. You notice he don't talk about his siblings, Shelly C. Even rich people would take everything they can get. Yeah, being poor doesn't cause that kind of inner entitlement. Yeah, I think it's just bad seeds. You know what I'm saying? It's all in the person makeup, work up. You never know. I don't think it has anything to do with, because baby, when I lived in the hood, I knew that wasn't my damn future. Okay. Thank God my mama got us out of there, but I'm just saying. Exactly, at Boogie Down, she's the only child of his that made anything of her life. He wants to take credit for that. Sure, please. Nesto is just a demon seed. I agree. I think Laverte just humors him. Me too, Dr. Charles. Okay, well, he is still married to her mama. Yes, you didn't know what that money was for. Yeah, for the survivor, just for him to blow it off of with no remorse. And then the part when he be talking about, oh, you'll get it, like when he be talking to Shirley, he be like, we'll get it back, you'll get it back, you're gonna be blessed with that and more. That would piss me off, y'all, because you don't even value a dollar. People of all socioeconomic backgrounds can have sense of entitlement. It has nothing to do with poverty. It has more to do with the upbringing. Yeah, that could be. I agree with you. Thanks, Miss Boogie Down and Shan and Glorious and Janetta. And Vicky done dropped down and Vic to the veil, child. Vicky I got a hot phone call on the phone with Dion giving him advice. My final thoughts wouldn't put in quite the response to the suppression motion. Is all in the judge's hand right now. I agree with that, B. Williams. And y'all know I got control issues. So my nerves bad because I'm like, why could you just rule when we were at the hearing? But so I'm just gonna I'm gonna wish for the worst, and then when the best happen, I'm gonna be so excited. Weirdo. Okay, keeping my fingers crossed. B. Williams, yeah, we all keeping our fingers crossed. But I did want to look at it from a different perspective because I know Sean, he get a bad rep out here on these streets, and I didn't think people was really grasping what he was really saying, because you know how when you don't want to hear somebody talking or want to see them coming, you kind of block out certain things. I think that's happening with Sean. People just think that he's bad or he, whatever. He's just doing his job. And he is fighting for his client, and he is trying to get all things thrown out against his client. Great night. Thank you for spending the Saturday with us. I wasn't going out in that cold. I'm scared about the outcome. Me too, chick. You know me and you on the same level. Okay, Nestos came back. Thank you, panelists and Lady T-Bug and the Lady Bugs in the chat. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for supporting. Have a delightful evening, safe, warm, and blessed. But y'all know damn well I want the damn jailhouse to fall down on Nesto like damn the Wicked Witch, okay? I don't want to see shit but his damn socks, because he said he ain't got no shoes. Me too. All right, y'all. Bye. Outro is coming on. And thank y'all so much. Bye.